send the opposition in, and by stumps, Trinidad and Tobago had reached 129 for 6 in their first innings. So a good day for the West Indies Academy, what you would say four-prong pace attack, as they played Nathan Edward, Johan Lane, Calvin Pittman, and they picked up the wickets reasonably steady. They had a reasonably good day in favourable bowling conditions. It was very overcast for the entire day, and the ball was swinging round. But currently, Josh De Silva, captain of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team, has added 38 for the 7th wicket with Carey Pierre. De Silva is on 30 and Pierre is on 24 as we get set for the start of the second day here at Coolidge. All important second day. See if the young West Indies Academy boys can keep the pressure on. Very important first session here. Try and wrap up this Trinidad and Tobago strong batting lineup. Well on top after day one, and it's going to be Jediah Blades. He's bowled 14 overs, taken 1 for 34. He comes in now to Josh De Silva from the northern end. That ball is allowed to let go by De Silva. Just yesterday, they'd be reasonably happy with their performance. The West Indies Academy are trying to keep the pressure on the Trinidad and Tobago team. As I say, a very strong batting lineup, but favourable bowling conditions, which is why the Academy, Akeem August, captaining the team, currently had no hesitation in sending Trinidad and Tobago in. As Blades again into De Silva, and De Silva is guiding that nicely past gully into the boundary for 4. So the first boundary of the day by De Silva. Very well controlled shot. He moves on to 34. And the score 133 for 6. A lot depends on De Silva, of course. Try and get a decent first innings score for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Still reasonably overcast. We had rain last night, but it's been dry so far this morning as Blades is in again to De Silva. Spot on target. That one defended by De Silva, and there's no run. That's where Blades needs to be. Just yesterday there were some good spells, and in between some ordinary bowling by the Academy bowlers. But as I say, they were able to consistently pick up the wickets. And they're still in a strong position. He's bowling to 2 slips, a gully, backward point, cover, mid-off, short mid-wicket, square leg and fine leg as he's in again to De Silva. That one tucks De Silva up. They'll go through for a quick single, well taken single. And De Silva moves on to 35. The score 134 for 6. But it's important this morning from an Academy point of view that they can keep the bowling tight and the pressure on the Trinidad and Tobago lower order. I feel if they could break this partnership, then they could get Trinidad and Tobago for well under 200. Just adjusting the field for the left-handed Kerry Pierre. Blades into him now. That's a good ball. Just moved inside the line. I will let it go, but some movement there for Blades, which is encouraging. First up this morning. He thought about playing that Pierre, but then pulled inside the line, let it go through to Carlenbo and Tuckett, keeper. Took some good diving catches yesterday. They've got a point and a backward point. The backward point is about 3/4 the way to the fence. 2 slips a gully. Cover mid-off on the offside for Pierre. And that ball definitely beat Pierre that time. So a bad first over up there by Jediah Blades. At the end of the over, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 134 for 6. With De Silva on 35 and Pierre on 24. And of course, this coverage is coming to you by Cricket 360, doing a fantastic job through Windies Cricket YouTube channel. I'm Terry Laraji, and I'll soon be joined by Vernon Springer. And of course, Marley Richards is also part of the commentary team. It'll be Johan Lane to take up the attack from the commentary box end. Bowled exceptionally well yesterday, picked up the figures of 4 for 20. And he'll be looking to make early inroads once again on day 2 this morning. Be bowling to De Silva, 2 slips of gully, backward point, cover mid-off. One's played comfortably by De Silva into the offside and no run. As I say, a very good morning to Vernon Springer.
Hey, morning to you, Terry, and good morning to all the listeners and viewers who are witnessing this day 2 encounter of the West Indies Championship all around the world. We thank you for supporting West Indies cricket.
Lane turns from this commentary box end into De Silva. Just chopped away by De Silva. Tumbling roll by Jordan Johnson there, backward point. Good to see him back in the team. We're looking forward to seeing him bat. I was saying, though, Vernon, this is an important partnership needs to be broken. There's Lane in again. Silver's defending that onto the onside. No run.
I know you were talking about the bowlers yesterday. For some of these young bowlers, it would have been the first time that they would have maybe bowled in conditions of this nature. And some 44 overs bowled on day 1, 129 for 6. And when you look maybe at the bowlers, Lane 1 boundary, Blade 6, Edwards 2, Kelvin Pittman 4, and Bishop had 3, including 1-6. So all in all, you know, it's a learning experience for them. They could have been a lot more better. I thought they could have been a lot more fuller, because that's where they got most of the wickets. And a lot of the boundary balls were balls where they just felt that they had to be short. And because of the slow nature of this track here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, it was almost easy runs for Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah, very true, Vernon. And the ball, when it was bowled full, they were able to extract some swing, and that's where they picked up their wickets, as you rightly said. But it was the consistency of getting it full and allowing the conditions to help. They just let themselves down slightly, but still they're in a good position. It's just this partnership now is worth 43 between De Silva and Pierre.
And it's almost like a belief, you know, you have to be in the conversation. You have to believe Trinidad and Tobago were 6 for 91. You have to believe that you can bowl out Trinidad and Tobago. And I thought this partnership that just allowed Trinidad and Tobago to sneak right back into the game. Got to take the fight to Trinidad and Tobago. Say, hey, we're here to compete.
Most definitely, because they've been an in-form batting team, and to have them 91 for 6, it's time to press the accelerator, keep the pressure on. So you have a look at the day 2 pitch. Still got tinge of green. We expect it to play a bit quicker today.
Yesterday, Joshua Bishop, yes, he's been one of the guys who have been able to take wickets, but at the time when Bishop came into the attack yesterday, could have maybe gambled and given Kelvin Pittman another 2-3 over spell. You know, I would have maybe loved to see Lane come from the CIU road and just switch on the seamers because it was bowler friendly. So you got to try different scenarios.
Blades to start a new over. Spot on target there, but well defended by Pierre.
Got some real concerns, Terry, in terms of our captains in the regional for the competition, and in terms of how they think on their feet based on the game situation and what's in front of them. Yes, we have a lot of data, and yes, we're hearing a lot of talk about, you know, people putting together plans, but the plans have to be executed by the personnel
on the field.
Game day. Can't be a robot situation.
Blades just straying down leg side. Good take again by Bowen Tuckett.
Yesterday, on more than one occasion, especially when Edwards was bowling from the CIU road end to the left-handers, he caused a worry. And it first started where Django decided, listen, I'm going to bat off my crease. Here was Callum Bowen Tuckett saying, wait a minute. So he waved to the dugout and said, let me get my helmet here to be able to go and, you know, counteract that. Wasn't allowed to, you know. But these are things that you're talking about. That's the game awareness that you're looking for, that you want to see in players. And too many times I just find that a lot of teams in this competition, especially in the further competition, are sitting back and waiting for a wicket rather than trying to be able to build pressure. Now these bowlers, you have Blades and Lane starting this morning. You'd have to say Lane is the number 1 bowler in this lineup. And Blades really also, these two, the senior bowlers, they now have to bowl in partnerships and build pressure. They might not get the breakthrough on the wickets, but by the time Pittman and Edwards comes, because of that pressure, then you'll be able to, you know, dismiss Trinidad and Tobago, especially on the first morning session. That has to be the objective.
Turned into the square leg region by PA, picks up another 2. So he gets going this morning. He moves up to 26, score 136 for 6. Yeah, I thought yesterday, Vernon, that especially when they picked up those 3 wickets for the addition of just 2 runs and had them 91 for 6, Pierre came to the crease. I thought that is where they were a bit short. And these 2 backward points, one basically right on point, closer to the wicket, the other one 3/4 of the way to the fence. I just thought they bowled too short to him, especially early on. That's a good ball, appeal, but I think he hit it.
Sloppy cricket.
Another run. That was disappointing. Poor return.
Yeah, but the game awareness, you got to be, you know, everybody just standing around. Got to make it happen. Again, the field plays in here, Terry. You bowl into a 7-2 field. You have to have good control, Terry, to bowl to a 7-2 field. So I'm feeling that you want a 6-3 field where the bowler can be more comfortable within the line. You've got to be a really excellent Malcolm Marshall and company to come and bowl to a 7-2 field. You know, and that's, to me, you just don't set fields just because you want to set field. You try and restrict the batsman from getting runs.
full of the last two deliveries. That one shoots through, goes through to the keeper to complete the over. So at the end of the over, Trinidad and Tobago moved on to 138 for 6. And the silver is on 35. Pierre is on 28.
When you're Captain Terry and you're setting up your angles and you put your positioning your fielders, it's based on the batsman. You have a left-hand, right-hand combination here. Where does Pierre look to score most of his runs? You have to be able to make sure that you counteract that and you take that out of the equation. Also, the fielders who are close in, they can't be caught on their heels. This is a brand new morning. The sun has come out. So you got to be making sure that you keep the batsman guessing. They can't just come and just nudge the ball and get a single.
Lane starts a new over. Well defended by De Silva. Yeah, and especially with Pierre. I mean, he's no slouch with the bat. He's got a maiden first-class century, highest score 106 not out. He's got a first-class 50. And batting with somebody like De Silva, he can afford to just bat himself in, and I thought they gave him too much of an opportunity to do that yesterday.
Still would like to see a third slip for Lane. Lane is the number one bowler. You got to give him that encouragement. You know, you can't be reacting. This is a brand new day, and you got to be thinking about getting out the silver. You got to be thinking about getting out carry pair. So you want wickets early, especially in the first hour. You want to back yourself to say, listen, we're gonna bowl out Trinidad and Tobago within the first hour. You go hard.
Turned down to fine leg by De Silva for 1.
He's got to bowl the ball a lot more fuller. Lane short. It's tennis.
Yeah, it's slow bounce.
So yeah, really not going to affect the silver.
No. No, anything short hasn't troubled any of the batsmen so far in this match. So
and that's what happens
order is full.
That's what happens with the young fast bowlers. You come and you see a tinge of green on a track, and you said, well, hey, but you have to understand the areas that you want to land the ball in on a consistent basis. If we look back, if it's about muscle memory, it's about understanding and being in that moment. How did the West Indies Academy get their wickets yesterday? They have to recap on that. Outside of the delivery, the first wicket by Blades, everything else was more of a fuller length.
Yeah.
So what you've done in practice, today is a different context now. You have to be able to be patient and keep pegging away, keep working on your plan.
Lane into Pierre. Taking the outer portion of the bat. Goes to backward point, no run. Still only 2 slips for both De Silva and Pierre facing Lane. But you're right, Owen, and they've got to get that ball full on a consistent basis. That's what's been troubling these batsmen.
Got to keep the field balanced. Got to keep the field balanced. You got to be attacking. Get that third slip in. Give Lane all the support you can.
Over.
And again, that was a better delivery to finish the over. At the end of the over, Trinidad and Tobago 139 for 6.
Carnival just completed in Trinidad and Tobago. Yesterday was Ash Wednesday. And we have a new road match champion, Marshall Montana. So all the Marshall Montana fans will be very much excited. His 11th road match crown. And you would have to say that he's turned the the business is turned Carnival into a real big business as
Mhm.
an artist. The way how he's gone about his own production line, in terms of how he has marketed himself over the years, hit after hit.
That beat De Silva, that one. Bit of swing movement back into De Silva.
You have to bowl a couple of these on a consistent basis and get into that groove. Don't give him anything. The next ball has to be on the money again. Keep him guessing. Keep him thinking. Because in this regional for the tournament, bowlers tend to stray. They tend to not be patient enough because they want to get wickets. You got to build pressure. In this tournament, Terry, based on what we've seen so far, we have not seen really any express fast bowling.
No.
Coming out of out of the competition. So it now means that you have to be more disciplined. You got to work on your control, work on your craft. By being able to hit the right areas, that 2-4 meter area consistently.
He's just moved cover into mid-wicket. So we've got short mid-on, mid-wicket, and square leg. And that's pitched right up, half a shelf, but again, it was back first.
And this has been 3 excellent deliveries so far by Blades. And simply because De Silva tends to fall over. So he can lose the line on the ball. So Blades now just has to keep pegging away there. Don't try anything else. Don't release the pressure.
He's getting a bit of shape too in this over, coming back into the right-handed De Silva.
That's why I feel that they just needed 3 slips, especially with Blades now getting the ball, to be pitched. He's now landing it into the right area consistently. The mid-on is pretty close. That's almost like a big risk for me, Terry. Got to be safe.
Turned again off the hip by De Silva, but can't beat square leg.
Don't need that line. Don't need that line. Because had he had just got more inside of that ball and turned it past square leg, that would have been another boundary ball again. Just got to be patient. Don't need to try anything. De Silva is a good player, especially when he gets into the right position, hitting the ball down the ground. So that mid-on, with the short mid-on, is pretty close. He needs to give himself some room.
This time De Silva turns it off his hip down to fine leg, picks up the single. He moves on to 37, the score 140 for 6. Partnership 49, very valuable runs for Trinidad and Tobago.
And the experience of De Silva and Carrie Peer, they've had to soak up 116 balls within this process. They now got 3 slips for Carrie Peer, but again, overcompensating by trying to get Blades to bowl to a 7-2 field. Sounds good on paper. He ends with a single coming off of the over 140 for 6. Quiet start here, Terry.
Yeah, very quiet start. You expect that from Trinidad and Tobago, just trying to get themselves going again. De Silva would know better than anybody the importance of this partnership. The longer they can stay out there, the better Trinidad and Tobago position will be.
But I think Trinidad, in the back of their mind, they want to bat once on this track. That will be their objective. So they're going to not try to rush the game. They know that they need 20 wickets in this game, and so they want to bat once. And so if they can just survive the first hour, their objective would be they're 140 for 6. They know that they would need more than that but they want to bat once. De Silva himself, he would like to get 100 too. Now, this is a more balanced field, Terry, as I was talking to you about 6-3.
Mm-hmm.
I still feel that you need a third slip, especially
slip,
for when De Silva is batting with Lane. Somebody got to G up. You're on Lane. Get him going. Get some chatter. They've been very, very, very quiet, the academy team.
Yeah, they just seem like they've been waiting for something to happen this morning, as you say, Vernon, rather than making something happen. So far, De Silva and Pierre have been very comfortable.
Get in that third slip and get him to run in. Somebody gear him up. Get him fired up. Said, listen, give us, a good 2-3 hostile spell. We need a breakthrough. Give him something to think about. If he can just get that ball to fuller length, think he can cause some problems. That's much better. Yeah, get him onto the front foot. He's comfortable to just sit back when the ball is short.
Yeah, he's got all the time in the world. De Silva, as we were talking to Riyad Emirates, head coach of Trinidad and Tobago Red Force yesterday, he was saying he understands that he needs runs after being dropped in the Pakistan tour. Back-to-back hundreds against the Leewards in the last match. And that one beats him.
That's where he has to bowl.
Full, yeah, and you get the swing.
That's where he has to bowl. Get him, roll him foot at the fuller length. He's comfortable just standing on the back foot. He just there. Get that third slip in.
That went a long way.
That delivery is going to be mesmerizing in the brain now of Joshua De Silva. Also carry Pierre on the non-strikers end. You saw a quick conversation at mid-pitch. Well bowled.
Shot, but knocks the stump out, so doesn't pierce the field. But well bowled by Lane. Get him driving is what we want, but the third slip, as we keep saying, though.
When you go to the practice, Terry, and you see how they practice, you have to be working on something, and too many times I just think that they get distracted in terms of their preparation. So preparation is where it happens, not on match day.
And he's chased it again. The swing is beating him. Well pitched up delivery, good over there by Lane. A maiden over. Trinidad and Tobago remain on 140 for 6.
The thing is that Joshua De Silva, his left foot doesn't come out to the pitch of the ball. He has fast hands, really. So he just stays there. He just keep looking into. You want to put it right into that area.
Yeah, his front foot is rather stagnant. And as you say, he uses his hands to go through the ball.
He's got fast hands.
Yeah.
You know that. You see the gloves coming out. I think the umpire is going to have umpire is allowing the gloves, but somebody else was coming on with the towel and water, and the umpire said no way.
Oh, we've only been going less than half an hour.
Yeah, but they haven't done anything yet.
No, exactly. It's not exactly blazing hot.
And the 6 overs have been bowled for the morning. It's not like it's been beltering down. We've got a lovely breeze. We see the flags on the northern side. Trinidad and Tobago, Antigua and Barbuda, and Cricket West Indies.
Blades to start another over into Pierre. This one wide of off stump. Well watched by Pierre.
There's too many of those deliveries. Pair, you gotta make him play.
Yeah, make him play far more often than what they have been, and I think that's where they have let themselves down.
But the reason, Terry,
This partnership.
why Blaze is bowling that line is because again
Yes,
you're asking him to bowl
7-2.
to a 7-2 field. So if you balance the field and you have a 6-3 field, then he can begin to think about trying to bowl the ball on a fuller length. Tell me what position is Mbeki Joseph in?
Yeah,
and he's not going to
I keep
catch
looking
anything
at-
there.
No.
You know, that's what I'm saying. You just have players in an ornament position. You got to put players in a run-saving position to be able to get a wicket.
Yeah, it's all about building the pressure, as you say, Vernon. And yesterday they let themselves down several times, and this morning they tended to bowl in the same vein.
They're still in the game, you know, Terry.
Most definitely, that's what they
140
should
for
be
6,
saying.
Could be 140 for 7, 140 for 8.
Right.
Could be dismissed for 150. At the end of the day, they can maybe go on to score 350 for 6. That's the game of cricket.
Definitely.
But I think the academy has to believe. There has to be that belief coming out of the academy that they can bowl out this Trinidad and Tobago team. I don't see that yet based on their body language.
Mm-hmm.
Winning is like a culture, and you have to have that out of your dressing room. You have to have that culture, that drive, to believe that yes, we got 6 wickets, and we can bowl Trinidad and Tobago out. You have to believe. Got to get some chatter going, get some energy, come up with a big run out, a big catch, get somebody. Somebody got to put their hand up. Lane has bowled well so far for the morning. I think he's just lost some zip now, Blades.
Yeah, he's lost some zip, I think, but as you say, he's trying to keep it outside or off stump because of the field he's got set. And it's just allowing Pierre to take his time. Anything that's not on the stumps, he doesn't need to play at it. He's got that discipline not to play at it so far. That's better.
You see what I was talking about, Terry?
Mm-hmm.
You can't get a run there. Now, had Mbeki Joseph been to his left now, the ball would have gone straight to Mbeki Joseph. Got to look to work out your angles. Just don't put feelers just in position just because you want to put feelers there. There has to be a reason. And even the feelers themselves, you know, sometimes you can have a discussion with your captain and look and see where you are, whether you're in no man's land or you're in a run-saving position, because your objective is to try and, cut off the runs. So you know if you get too close or you're too far.
So the partnership now is 50 of 129 balls. Pierre's contributed the most, 29 of 66, to Silva 20 of 63. So they need a breakthrough to the West Indies Academy as Lane will continue from this commentary box end. And he'll be coming around the wicket to the left-handed Pierre. So he's got 3 slips, a gully, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on and fine leg. And that jumped. Surprise Pierre. Just took him on the glove. Rolled down to the 3rd slip, so no danger there, but it definitely spat up off the pitch. Surprise, in fact, it took him on the forearm. he's into a good spell. That should be encouraging him. The number one seamer in Johan Lane. And beats Pierre. Another good delivery.
I go over the wicket now. Give him something to think about now. And produce the one now that is going across him, you know. Caught a third slip. Still don't like this option of Lane having to bowl to a 7-2 field.
Into his 16th over, hunting a fifer. It'll be his third fifer. Best figures are 5 for 39 at the moment. He's taken 4 for 21.
See, he's comfortable doing that all day. There's no pace on that side. Come over the wicket now and give him something to think about. You gave him 3 around the wicket. Switch over.
Yeah, it's all about the mind games, this wonderful game of cricket.
It's about mind power.
Mm-hmm.
Extra so far, some 8 no balls, 1 wide, 2 leg byes, 1 bye. Glove work of Colin Boyne Tuckett so far has been brilliant. West Indies Academy only using 5 bowlers so far on day 1 because of the overcast conditions in the late start due to rain. They only bowled some 44 overs before bad light stopped play.
Full pitch delivery, but dug out by Pierre.
And you see the difference, Terry, every time when the ball is pitched up, right? Pierre almost late on that one, but the good thing about it is that his bat was straight. He was looking to play the ball as you know, coming down on it as late as possible, right under his eyes. Got to keep searching. You're looking for those toes there. That's what Lane has got to be saying to him. He's got 4 for 21. I need 5. You're the leader. Keep hunting.
Maiden over by Johan Lane. So he's got 4 for 21 off 16 now. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, 141 for 6. De Silva 37 and Pierre 29.
Still continuing with Blades. Maybe pull Blades out of the attack now, Terry. I mean, he's really not been effective at all. He's just one-dimensional. If he's not going to bowl the ball full, you know, it's time to get Edwards into the conversation, which looks like it is now happening.
Yeah.
Just hope that Edwards will keep his foot behind the line.
Yes. Those 8 no balls were all from Edward yesterday.
Just feel, Terry, I was looking back at some of the footage last night, and I'm wondering if maybe Edwards can maybe extend his run some more. He's certainly put some pace on and speed in terms of his acceleration to the crease.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm looking at the length of the run. If he would maybe, because I think he's getting there so quick, that's why he's cutting the line. Maybe just go back, maybe another 5, 6 meters, just to give yourself some composure, because he's really aggressively. You could see he's got a lot stronger, Nathan.
He has, and he was troubling all the batsmen yesterday. That's pulled his first delivery short.
Yeah, it's
pulled back with a square 4-4.
That's easy. Got to take that out of the equation today. No need to bowl any short ball. It's a new day. That's what I was talking about, field placings. Now, Edwards has come on and he's bowling now to a 5-4 field, Terry. They're now going to put Mbeki Joseph, he was at square leg. They more or less brought the mid-wicket don't think
Put him
Edwards.
out the boundary.
Oh, he's now putting him on the deep backward square.
Interesting. Edwards again into the silver. That one's full and driven beautifully straight past mid-off, 4 more. So he's been too short, too full, and that was a no ball, Vernon.
His 9th. He's got to sort that out. It's no way. It's almost like a cardinal sin to bowl a no ball. And as I was talking to you, Terry, Lane is just too close. If Edwards is going to be pitching up the ball, then he needs to give himself some room. Now all of a sudden,
taking a slip out.
It's just random. It's just too easy. The fielders are almost all over now.
He's trying to plug every gap, so he's down to 1 slip, gully, backward point, short extra cover, mid-off. And that's moved in and driven nicely, but well fielded by Lane at mid-off. Takes the single, 150 up for Trinidad and Tobago, 151 for 6. Score motoring along in this over.
You know the difference here, right, is that Joshua De Silva, because he know that Edwards really doesn't have a lot of pace, he's batting him off of his crease. Edwards now has to be smart enough now that, yes, he wants to pitch the ball up, but he has to pitch the ball wider and not into the arc of where De Silva is looking to advance him. So he has to be on the money, early o'clock, but he's worried because he's already bowled a no ball in his first over. So that's in his mind. And Becky Joseph, Terry, is just too close. He's in no position, and the ball goes past him. It's going to go for 4. He has to be in a run-saving position.
Yeah, strange position. They got him right on point and a backward point just behind him for Pierre. And they had that yesterday as well, so I have not seen Pierre, or apart from one shot, go into that area. Edward again into Pierre, and Pierre advances straight back over the bowler's head. Will it reach the boundary? Yes, it does. 4 more. 155 for 6. Pierre goes on to 33.
Look where the mid-off is.
Mm-hmm.
The mid-off has
Very
to be
wide. But it's like they've got this idea that Pierre hits the ball a lot in the air on the offside, the way the field is set. But not a good start to the day by Edward. 4 and a no ball, 1 dot ball, 4 in his first over of the morning. That one straying down the leg side. Missed by Pierre, taken by Bowen Tuckett. The partnership is growing all the time. It's up to 64. 155 for 6. Trinidad and Tobago fighting back here at Coolidge.
The game can't be that hard, Terry.
You wouldn't think so.
It's 4-day, and it's a sign of patience. It's not a T20 game. It's not a T10 game where you're trying to look to, prize out everybody. It's a mind game, so you got to be patient.
And he completes the over with the dot ball. So at the end of the over, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 155 for 6. The Silvers on 46. Pierre 33.
Umpire just having a word there with Nathan Edwards and telling him he's cutting the line just too close. So I'm trying to figure out, and again, that's why I was talking to you, Terry, if maybe Edwards can just give himself some more room in his run-up. Yeah, because he's getting up there very, very, very quick. Nine no balls, that's almost a cardinal.
That's too
run,
many.
really,
Yeah.
you know.
We saw that with young Michael Palmer in the first match.
I almost wanted to know if the CIUN has a bug there when it comes in terms
True.
of no balls.
Lane continues and he's driven
Big
to the
save there
mid-wicket area, but well saved.
by Nathan Edwards. Now I just think that Kelvin Pittman needs to come back some more so he can give himself some room. Just too close, because if the ball beats Edwards, he's going to have a long run.
Mm-hmm.
Give himself some space so he can see the ball.
Silva turns that nicely down to fine leg for another single.
Just releases the pressure, and the Silva will just keep doing that. You keep knocking the ball all the time. Got to bowl to him, bowl to him as much as possible. You want to get him out.
Lane coming around the wicket again to the left-handed Pierre. Slip into place, so 3 slips to gully, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, and fine leg as Lane into Pierre. And that's driven beautifully. 4 runs. No one had to move for that. It was full, swung, but Pierre was right onto it, covered it nicely, and stroked it nicely between mid-off and cover for 4. They're just starting to get into their stride this morning, these two. Pierre moves on to 37, 160 for 6. Lane in again. Guided into the gully region, no run. Dragged his length back just slightly there. Did Lane. Worrying times for this young West Indies Academy team. They have to keep believing, keep saying to themselves they can knock these last 4 Trinidadian wickets over. That's a good delivery. Half an appeal. Definitely beat Pierre with that one. Excellent delivery by Lane. He once again has been the pick of the seam bowlers for the academy. They just need to keep geeing themselves up. Lane in again to Pierre. That completes the over. So apart from the 4 ball off the first delivery, Lane's now bowled 17 overs, 4 for 26. Trinidad and Tobago 160 for 6. De Silva is on 47. And Pierre is on 37. So they need to find a spark, need to find a breakthrough, break this partnership to the West Indies Academy. Edward will continue from the northern end. Bowen Tuckett standing up to the stumps now as he's coming around the wicket to Silva. So the ploy that they were going to try yesterday, they are putting into practice now as they search for this wicket. Partnership was 71 and growing. Edward in again. Stroke nicely by the Silva. It can't beat short extra cover. No run. Betting themselves into a comfortable position here. They don't look too troubled, these two, so far this morning in the first hour of play.
Still feel that the mid-on, Terry, needs to go back. I think the deep backward square for Nathan Edwards' pace, that's a wasted feeler.
It's turned down to a fielder at deep backward square for an easy single. Walk through that.
This is easy for Joshua De Silva. He's somebody who will just deflect the ball, just work the ball around into the area. Quite easy, no pressure at all being built here on him.
Left-handed Edward would go back over the wicket to the left-handed Pierre. That's driven over the top of mid-off into the boundary for 4. So he's leaking runs this morning is Nathan Edward. Full delivery. Got a good stride in. Hit it way over the top of mid-off. He moves on to 41. Pierre 165 for 6. It's dangerous times now for this West Indies Academy team.
Walk in, Nettie. Get your man, Nettie. Let's go. Hold on. You want do that mid off? JJ, go mid off, JJ. I go back.
Finally, they've taken that point, so they kept the backward point and put the point in a cover position for Pierre. Edward in again. Wider of the stumps that time. Through to Bowen Tuckett.
Wait, Nettie boy.
The things that the academy will learn very early, coming up to the first hour of play, is that Trinidad and Tobago, the experience of De Silva and Carey Pierre playing at this level, they're not going to give their wickets away. So you're going to have to come up with new plans.
Hey!
Beautiful take by Tuckett.
It's got good hands, that's for sure. End of the over by Edward. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force continue to fight back here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground after the first hour of play. 165 for 6 with Captain Josh De Silva on 48, Carey Pierre on 41. As we take the first drinks break for the day, we'll be back with live action in about 5 minutes' time.
Welcome back after the first hour of the morning session. On day one, the first hour was almost as if we were at Headingley Lords. Overcast conditions, 10 for 2 off 9.3 overs. And some 44 overs were bowled on day one. Trinidad and Tobago closed on 129 for 6. And they've since gone on now to put more pressure back on the West Indies Academy, 165 for 6 with some 55 overs bowled. Welcome back, Terry.
Yes, thank you, Vernon. Good morning to all our viewers and listeners, wherever you are. Calvin Pittman will take over from Johan Lane from the commentary box end as West Indies Academy desperately need to break this partnership. Some 74 runs now. De Silva and Pierre have put on. The sun returns to Coolidge. Very wet, overcast day yesterday, but all clear so far today. Need Pittman to fire up his. He's into De Silva. And that's wide and played nicely by De Silva. Running round at the deep point cover boundary. Can't cut it off. 4 more. And that's De Silva's 50. That's his 18th 50 in first class cricket. And he's following on his good form from the previous match against the Leeward Islands in round 3, where he got back-to-back hundreds, 152 and 100 not out. The Trinidad and Tobago captain steadying the ship and looking to build a big innings for his team. He moves on to 52 off 101 deliveries, 169 for 6. Pittman in again. That one has turned nicely back with a square. That's for the single this time. So 170 for 6. It's been Trinidad and Tobago's morning thus far. Haven't seen too much energy from the West Indies Academy team. More or less waiting for something to happen rather than being proactive and try and make something happen. They would have realized first thing this morning that number one priority was to break this partnership. However, they haven't so far, as Pierre's on strike. He's on 41. Plays that down into the cover region. There's no run. Pittman bowling to the left-handed Pierre with 2 slips, the gully, point, cover, mid-off, mid-on. It was very close in. And 2 men out for the hook. Fine leg. And deep backward square leg. That one goes across. Pierre. Bowen Tuckett, who's had a good game with the gloves so far. So 170 for 6. Trinidad and Tobago, after being 91 for 6, partnership was 79 of 159 deliveries between De Silva and Pierre. Again, shoulders, arms, and lets that go through to the keeper. So 5 runs off Pittman's first over today. He's taken none for 31 so far. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 170 for 6. The Silver's on 53. Pierre on 41. This partnership is taking the game away from the West Indies Academy. They would have had thoughts of of running through this lower order of Trinidad and Tobago yesterday when they picked up 3 wickets very quickly, 89 for 4, 91 for 5, 91 for 6. But it hasn't grown into fruition for them. Looks like Nathan Edward will continue from the northern end. He's bowled 9 overs so far, 1 for 42. And he's had problems with that no ball. One goes through. Taken cleanly that time by Bowen Tucker. He's standing up to the stumps for Nathan Edward. Expect the pitch to play a bit quicker today as it dries out from the rain yesterday. And another no ball for Nathan Edward. That's about his 10th no ball for the innings. Certainly having problems. He's coming round the wicket to the right-handed Josh De Silva. With some good pace yesterday, got the ball to swing, pitching it full, as did the majority of the seam bowlers for the academy. Just haven't found that consistent line and length to be able to trouble the Trinidad and Tobago batsmen often enough. And this partnership has got away from them and is threatening. Turn nicely again, backward of square by De Silva for a comfortable single, so they're doing it quite comfortably so far today. Trinidad and Tobago, then we won to 172 for 6, De Silva up to 54.
Don't think we can overemphasize how important Carrie Peer has been in this partnership. Really just played within his own limitations and has gone about his business quite easily.
Most definitely, yes. He's played the supporting role to his captain and done a fine job of it.
I think you will have to say he's been the leader in this partnership, Terry.
Well, until Edward started bowling this morning. Yeah. But he's got a fair first class record though, Pierre, with the bat averaging 21.2, highest score of 106, some 721 runs. Hasn't had much of a go with the bat so far in this 2025 season West Indies Championship. Made 14 not out against Leeward Islands, 2 against Windward Islands. Of course, he's the leading wicket taker. The slow left arm spin. He takes the single, moves up to 42. So 173 for 6, the partnership was 82.
Working it. Come on, Eddie.
Silva coming right across his stumps there for that delivery from Edward. Nudges it into the onside. No run. completes the over. So 173 for 6. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force fighting back here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground with Josh De Silva on 54. And Kerry Pierre on 42.
Yeah, 173 for 6. Edwards 1 for 45 from his 10. Some 9 no balls.
I think you'll make that 10. He bowled one in the last over.
Not a good sign at all.
No, he's having trouble. So Pittman will continue from the commentary box in. 2 slips in the gully weights. Ball into Pierre. And clean bowls him. That's what they were looking for. Off peg goes tumbling out the ground. Pittman takes off. And Pierre is going for 42. Pitch it up, Vernon.
The game can't be that hard, Terry. Look at it. Just what Mali was talking about yesterday, his biomechanics. Look at him. Complete. Pitched up.
Swung back through the gate. Big drive Pierre was looking for. He's gone for 42. Trinidad and Tobago lose their 7th, 173 for 7. And the partnership is broken. 82-run stand between Pierre and Josh De Silva as Pittman picks up his first. And after comments from Vernon Springer for the first time this morning, you'll hear the voice of Marley Richards.
Thank you very much, Terry, for an outstanding job. As usual, keeping this 360 team going. Just having a recap of that last wicket there. Kevin Pittman, biomechanics, right on the money. That's a beauty. Picked up his first wicket here so far. So 173 for 7. I think Marley Richards would have brought some luck for the West Indies Academy. Good morning, Marley.
Good morning, Vernon. Good morning to the listeners, watchers, wherever they may be. Yeah, we were speaking about Kelvin Pittman in depth yesterday, also about his mechanics, you know, just looking over his action, giving him a good run over. And I think we also have to keep in mind the purpose of this West Indies Academy. These young players aren't the finished article. But what we saw there from Kelvin Pittman is it gives you a glimpse into his ceiling, what he could possibly be in terms of if he could develop and replicate those deliveries over and over. He'll be a difficult proposition for many a batter around the world, not just here in the West Indies. I like the way he started. Not looking to do anything too special, bowl those magic deliveries. It's an area of his game which he's got a bit of improvement to do. It's in terms of his tactics, how he goes about working over batters, especially assessing conditions. Yesterday was a bit too short. There's a bit too much moisture in the pitch for short pitch bowling. But he seemed to have made the adjustment here this morning, and that's exactly what you want to see. Breaking that partnership, solid partnership, was threatening to really take the game away from the West Indies Academy, and here he is again, right on the money. So first 3 deliveries here, Kelvin Pittman has come to the party. Disappointingly for the West Indies Academy, Nathan Edward maybe didn't follow up what we saw a bit yesterday. He brought that indiscipline into day 2 in terms of just consistently overstepping that line. I think that affected his rhythm. He really had no control over his line and length. And Kerry Pierre in particular took a liking to him. That's a good delivery once again. Just touching down on outside that off stump. A bit of swing. So that's what we're talking about in terms of a comparison between Pittman and a Simon Jones. If you're listening, typing Simon Jones into Google or YouTube, have a look at those videos, compare and contrast the actions here. He's very similar build as well. skiddy type. He's not the type that's just going to run up and bowl short and bowl these hostile bumpers. He's got to use the short ball as a surprise. But mainly his stop delivery has to be full, just on or about that off stump, especially to the right-handers. Just there again, Yorker length. Threatening stuff this from Pittman.
One of the things this morning, Mali, is his composure in approaching the crease. His strike pattern has been more consistent. Normally you see him running in and he has some stutters before he gets to the bowling crease. You could see him talking to himself. And that would have been something that I know that Andrew Coley was working on with him this morning. Trying to get him, as he had muscle memory, to be consistent and remember what he's doing. No chips, complete action. Did need that.
Opting to go short.
Yeah. Every now and again,
That creeps in, but
yeah.
End of a good over. Successful one that for Kelvin Pittman. Removing Carrie Pierre. Opting to go a bit shorter on his final delivery. As we were saying, maybe not quite the conditions. You got to use that as a surprise delivery.
And as you rightly said, Mali, because Nathan Edwards didn't start well this morning, now he's now forced for Joshua Bishop, who's been their leading wicket taker, to come into the conversation. I don't know. Mohammed Mehdi. I would just love to see Lane come from that end, Terry and Mali.
Yeah, at least give him a shot.
He's got four wickets already.
They're opting to go for the
spin.
The left-arm banker for them, really, over the last 2 seasons. Highest wicket taker last season. Joshua Bishop. But the Silver's looking ominous here. On to 51. So, as Terry was saying, just continuing that good form from St. Kitts. Twin hundreds versus the Leewards. Half century here. I think to Jason Mohammed as well, scoring 3 consecutive hundreds coming into this match. So Trinidad Red Force have quite a few batters in form. You think of Jid Gooley scoring 100 in the first game, not in the 11 here. Sifas Cooper as well, he's gotten 100 this season. So they've had quite a few Centurions in their lineup.
It's always good when you get 100. So see what happened yesterday with the Leewards-Windwards game at the Darren Sammy Stadium. That young man, Terry Descartes, would have also lived in Antigua for some period of time between St. Martin and Antigua, moved around playing some cricket, played for Rising Sun.
In the, I remember playing against him in the Cool and Smooth T20 here.
He also played some 4-day cricket as well, too. 2-day cricket as well, yeah. So he was around for some time. In fact, at one time, Mali, he was on the fringe of getting into the Leeward Islands setup because of what we saw in the Cool and Smooth.
His all-round ability.
Yeah.
I think he's just taking him a bit of time to really adjust to the rigors of first-class cricket, and I think that's more physically.
Oh, mental, which one?
I think physically. I think he's really gotten his body
right now.
No, he's worked on that fitness and understands what's required of someone who wants to be considered a genuine all-rounder.
Yeah, that's a lot of work, right? When you look at the likes of the people like Jack Callis and company, it's a whole lot of work. It's a whole different ball game. To be able to mix both. Maiden over there from the man himself, Joshua Bishop, who continues. And for Descartes, he would have had a stint with the St. Lucia Kings during the CPL. So that would have also given him some confidence as well. But to score your maiden first class 100 at home, that's a special moment. You remember your first 100 or one of your hundreds in Antigua?
My first 100, sorry, was in an Antigua under 15s trial match at the Factory Cricket Grounds here in Antigua. Yeah.
Brings you back memories,
right? Yeah, you never forget. You remember Craig Brathwaite as well, coming through as a schoolboy and like it being celebrated the amount of hundreds he would have scored, you know, coming through schoolboy cricket all the way up until first class. You know, it was known that this young man was a centurion.
Well, I first saw him,
a
Ali.
century maker.
I
more
first saw
often than not.
I first saw him at the St. Kitts Navy 13 Orlando as the Barbados captain. You know, he had the likes of people like Devon Thomas and
That's a shot.
yeah, he's comfortable there. He'll play that all day. Got to bring him onto. You got to bowl him full.
Yeah, gets up high on his toes as Joshua Silva. Gets on top of the bounce. Just a little too short from Pittman, but good batting that's from De Silva. Nice solid base. As we said, just hit it at the top of the bounce. Didn't try to hit it too hard, so ended up keeping his shape. Just timed it quite nicely. In the end, it ran quite close to that boundary, that extra cover. So he's seen the ball nicely. Just needs someone to stick in with him. I think the Trinidad Red Force looking for 200, 250. If they can get that, I think the West Indies Academy will be in a bit of trouble. Especially having this Red Force lineup 91 for 6. A very informed batting lineup. 91 for 6 yesterday. For me, maybe didn't make use of the conditions to the fullest of their ability. But you do understand that from these young players. They're going through their paces. They're developing in real time. Under the spotlight of, you know, the cameras and streaming. So it's high pressure stuff for them as well.
The ball tailoring in at the toes of Joshua De Silva. He kept his balance, didn't fall over. Made proper contact and picked up 2 runs in the mid-wicket area.
Yeah, just got the back down on that one. The nick of time, did Josh De Silva. As he said, maybe at times, especially early in his innings, has a high propensity of falling over. He does fall over quite a bit. Just gets that head position. As I'd say, maybe has a bit of a heavy head early in his innings. But he's on 59. He's faced 111 deliveries now. Looking very comfortable at the crease. No need for that from Pittman. He's just got to hone back in on that off-stump line.
Just remember, just pitch the ball up. How did you get a wicket? That's what you have to remember.
Consistency, consistency, consistency. That has to be his mantra at this stage.
Every now and again, the focus of wanting to bowl a short ball, you know, today is not a day for that. And if you're going to bowl one of them, then it has to be a good one. You got Anderson Phillip, you got to look to pitch the ball up.
That's it right there. Just on that off stump. Bit of movement away, bit of seam movement this time. Bit of bounce as well. Well played in then from Anderson Phillip. This one just bounced a bit off a length. In the end, just took the glove. Played with soft enough hands. Didn't carry through to that second slip there, skipper Akeem Ogis. But that's the area, Vernon. That's the area Pittman has to hone in on. Another good delivery, this time tailing in. Taking the inner half, but Phillip looks to play straight. Ends up surviving. End of decent over that from Kelvin Pittman. His figures now 8 for 36, the 1 wicket. Big wicket indeed, breaking that 82-run partnership between Joshua De Silva and Gary Peer.
And I think it would give him some confidence in terms of getting into that wicket column. Because, you know, too many times you come into a game, Ali, and, you know, everybody else gets wickets around you and you don't get anything. And then, you know, somebody says, well, you know, he was pretty expensive. But if you got 2, 3, you know, it makes a whole difference.
Exactly, and that's the key with Kelvin Pittman. Maybe not the most economical of these West Indies Academy bowlers, but he's got genuine wicket-taking ability.
Yeah. Working, man.
Yesterday at times it was unsure. There was a period there where he went past the outside edge of Joshua De Silva yesterday looked like he was working into a good groove and then just lost it. Lost his line, lost his length. Started bowling a bit too short. But as we said, these are young players. We're going to watch them make mistakes in real time. Oh, this one's peeled away off the outside edge. Will it get close to the boundary? Jordan Johnson does the chasing. Are they going to come back for 3? No, they don't. So Anderson Phillip gets off the mark with thick outside edge off Bishop. Was in the vicinity of that first slip. Rivaldo Clark there, but too high, bit too wide.
No.
2 runs added to the score, so inching up towards 200 now for the Red Force.
Working man. Right, Bish.
182 for 7s and 22 boundaries and 1-6 have been hit so far in this innings.
Right,
Anderson Phillip, he's got a first class best of 63, just a 1/2 century, but we'll be hoping he can put in a performance similar to that in this situation. Just hang in. Done even better than that. He's gonna cross the line here. A bit agricultural, but 2 runs nonetheless. End of another Josh Bishop over. He gets through these overs really quickly. Does the left arm spinner from Barbados. Trinidad Red Force 184 for 7 after 61 overs.
Terry having a cup of tea.
If you're hearing the chimes in the background.
A lot of noise taking place there. Ting, 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 ting. We don't expect you to. Kelvin Pittman lining up again, getting ready for his 9th over.
Yeah, the young man hailing from the village of Bethesda, right here in Antigua.
Anthony I. Roots Martin, name that you would notch up.
Following a long line.
Gavin Tong.
Yeah, fast
Devon
bowlers.
Thomas.
Oh, first class cricketers.
Yeah,
let's say.
yeah. Well, you know, one time Devon used to feel that he was a fast bowler as well, too.
Yes, of course. He's bowled. I remember him taking the gloves off and bowling for the West Indies. I think he's picked up a fight.
Yeah, so, you know, things have happened.
I mean, the last time, previous to the last tour of Australia, I think I remember Devon Thomas bowling in a test match.
Yes, he did. He did.
He's a guy that could do everything. Wicket keep. Premier League striker as well.
Well.
That's a good shot.
Yeah, but the man has to be straight.
That's international quality.
Yeah.
We've seen it a few times from Joshua De Silva in this innings. That right there, solid base. Long half volley, but it has to be put away nonetheless. Have a look at this. Straight bat down the ground. Mid-off had no chance. He just turned and watched it race away to the boundary.
I just think that Blades needs to come straight to Mali.
Yeah, I think so as well. Force De Silva to try and hit the ball a bit squarer. Maybe bring the outside edge into play. Just angles. Play the angles a bit more.
Something I think that they've really not mastered at all. It's a good comeback delivery.
Yeah, a bit shorter in length, that one.
And simply because he doesn't want to be driven again. Got a sweeper on the offside.
It's a real opportunity for me being missed here to force Pittman into finding that groove outside the off stump. For me, I'll take out the deep backward square at this point.
Yeah, that's a wasted feeder.
Just there. Just there. Did that carry? It went low. It went fast. Jordan Johnson has a look at the ground. For me, I think it did.
I think it did.
Carry to him. It would have been an absolute screamer. Went to him rapidly there. Not quite going to see that one, but in real time, I think that must go down as a chance. He's looking quite disappointed, is Johnson.
Yeah.
We know he's a live wire in that position. That's why he's there.
His body language is indicating that he should have caught that. Sort of squeezed out. Shot. Oh, gosh. They're falling apart now, Mali, in terms of the field placing. Because you just have fielders just in no-man positions, really.
Yeah, I think they could really add another fielder to this offside field. As he said, just good batting that day. Not a bad delivery from Kelvin Pittman, but just using the pace. Joshua De Silva, bringing all that international class here with him to this innings. He would have faced a lot quicker deliveries, so the margin for error for Kelvin Pittman is just a bit smaller while bowling to a Joshua De Silva as opposed to the average first-class batter not exposed to international cricket.
He has to get back on the money.
Has to take that into account.
Yeah. How did you get your first wicket?
Got to bring him forward.
That's much better.
Just see him starting to grow in confidence, just that fluidity starting to come more consistently now for Josh De Silva. Moving on to 71.
I think he also reckons too that 194 for 7.
Exactly, running out of partners, isn't he?
So he has to really, he being the senior batsman in this team, has to really start to up the ante, not get reckless, but at the same time, I think it will also give the academy a chance that they can also get him as quick as possible.
See a man up on some scaffolding, a painter actually, doing some work just across the CIU road there. Was that the former Stanford Bank?
Yeah.
Is that a job you would do, Vernon? Yeah,
No.
just sitting on the scaffolding. No ropes, no harness,
No helmet.
no helmet. A strong gust could blow you off.
No, I'm concerned, Mali, in terms of
Definitely
these guys.
no insurance.
I'm very much concerned about these workmen. It's when you go on the construction site, Mali, and you see these guys working in flip-flops, steel. You'll be like, oh my.
Health and safety, health and safety.
Yeah, you know. Contractors are telling me, boy, the guys them say that they're comfortable. I'm saying, yeah, but what happens if something happens to these guys?
Yeah, well, we saw there's a watchtower just opposite us here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. Would have been built by Alan Stanford. We saw controlled demolition. Well, they tried. Controlled demolition. Was that about a week or two ago?
You're talking about solid engineering there, Mali. I wish him the best of luck.
If my eyes are serving me correctly, it's still standing.
It's still standing. You'll be standing for a long time too, Mali. I can tell you that. The engineering work that went into that.
So they'll have to go back to the drawing board.
They'll certainly have to go back. And there was a public outcry too, of saying, hey, why take this down? Why don't we just leave it?
I think it could have been repurposed.
So, come up with a different plan. So maybe they've gone back to the drawing board. Let's see what's going to happen.
Yeah, man, yeah.
Small drive-in cinema with a watchtower
yeah.
something, just try and be creative. End of another De Silva over. 195 for 7 now, Trinidad Red Force. Joshua De Silva 29 runs away from what would be a third consecutive 100 here since coming back from the West Indies tour of Pakistan. Tour that the West Indies would have drawn 1-1. Fantastic performance from the Windies in that second test.
And we might not have won a number of series, Mali, but every now and again, that sort of glimmer of hope. Even when Bradford took the team to Bangladesh, and you could always see that. And then there's a disruption. So he's working into something, and then everything just gets thrown off. You have some of the senior players that come back in, and then the cohesion is just not there. Every time he's working on something, they're going to come back to the Caribbean now. They're going to have a new disruption again, based on what you're hearing from Darren Sammy.
Yeah, changing management structure of the West Indies Test team. Darren Sammy now head coach in all formats.
I think we have to work out that there are going to be some people that are going to play Test cricket, and there are going to be some people who are going to play white ball cricket. We can't try to, and you made a very important point yesterday, Mali, on broadcast. So you're saying is that we have to start thinking about building cricketers.
Yeah.
I think the alignment of saying, oh, well, Mali Richards is a red ball player, or this person is a white ball cricketer. You have to be a cricketer. It doesn't matter.
Cricketers have to adapt to situation. I think that's something that made someone like a Shiv Chandapal so special. You know, he just played the situation, whatever the situation required. He had the capability. If it meant scoring at a runner ball, he could do it. If it meant sticking around, absorbing pressure, and then looking to apply it back onto the opposition, he could do that as well. He could bat in spinning conditions. He could bat in on bouncy pitches. He could bat on low turners. He could, you know, he's just a man for all seasons. I think if you apply that across the board, full wide this time, just missing out was Anderson Phillip. Maybe just looking to hit that a bit too hard. It was there.
Even if you look at the world game, Mali, of most of the international teams, that is something, that culture, you don't see that graph from some of the top players. If it's not going their way, that's it. They're back in the hut. But as you rightly said, you got to put a price on your wicket. And Chandapal put a price on the wicket. It didn't matter what cricket he was playing.
There was a change in mindset, definitely, and not just from players, but also from coaches. Once again, Yorker length. This time the silver scampering through.
I think he's run out. He made it? Wow.
He was quick onto that. The silver wanted to get through for a single. Maybe Pittman was just a little bit slow to recognize.
And react.
As you said, didn't anticipate that.
You got to get the ball.
Look, he was looking to appeal. He had a head start, but just a bit slow, really. Maybe it would have been best served just looking to play a bit of football with that one.
He might have, because the hand to go back to quickly, football skills would have really come through. But you made an important point there, Mali. The mindset in the backroom staff, where the coaches have now come up with a new concept, is you realize England, McCullum is coming under some real heat. Because if you listen to their tone, and that's something Michael Atherton and Nasser Hussain have been saying, okay, yes, you want to go hard, you don't get to go hard, but why don't you graph?
Yeah. Yeah, there's a freedom that was a bit different from, I would say, from my generation growing up playing cricket, where there's a freedom being expressed by players, but also being encouraged by coaching. And it's like, this is the way I play. If this is the way I play, this is the way I play. But at times, that can be a bit selfish. If you think about the team concept, it may be the way you play, but what's required at this point in time isn't the way you play. You may just have to adjust. And I think we're seeing that as well. We're seeing more multi-format players. We're seeing the likes of a Steve Smith really pushing to play T20 cricket, trying to say, you know what, I can do this. I can adjust my game. I can play ODIs. Yes, he's just retired from ODI cricket. We know how great he's been in his career in test matches as well. But we're seeing players looking to play most formats now.
Every now and again, when Pittman gets it right, Mali, you could see the ball tailoring in there, in swing there. Joshua De Silva had to watch it right onto his back there.
Yeah, just bringing a few T20 skills. As we said, he would have played in the CPL over the last couple of seasons. Kelvin Pittman would have made his T20 debut, I think, before actually playing first-class cricket. So
that's when he would have burst onto the
the
scene.
scene, yeah.
Trinidad approaching the 200 mark, 199 for 7.
And yesterday, 200 looked so far away.
Impossible, yeah.
For this Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. But this pitch as well is just, well, conditions overall, not quite as seam bowler friendly as it was yesterday. That's why it's so important. You've got to take your opportunities and make use of the conditions when they suit.
Especially with this academy team not batting well at all this season.
I did say that 200
No.
Even if they were to bowl out Trinidad and Tobago, Red Force here for 200,
Encouragement.
the Red Force would
Come on,
be
JB boy.
pretty confident going into their bowling innings, knowing that this West Indies academy have struggled for runs.
Hey, JB boy, JB. Working lads.
Jaden Seals must be,
Come on,
can't
boys.
wait to get the ball into his hand and get out there. Tinge of green on this track here, track number 6.
Yeah, press. Make good press for two.
You mentioned Pakistan as well. Jaden Seals, I think he's come on leaps and bounds,
Oh,
hasn't he?
He
In
certainly,
terms of his skills, his fitness. I would have spoken to him in St. Kitts during that West Indies Bangladesh series, and just telling me in terms of, just how beneficial county cricket would have been for him in terms of the everyday learning the rigors and the requirements of being a professional every day, playing 5 to 6 days a week cricket, managing the body, especially being a fast bowler,
Hey, JB boy.
bowling against top batters, maybe at times in not the most helpful conditions, slow pitches.
the Cardinal, you've always heard this rule, Mali. If you want to learn cricket, the place to be, got to go to England. It's always that encouragement. Trust me, it's an eye-opener.
Definitely, it's one of, I think, England and the subcontinent in terms of really playing spin and mastering the art of playing spin in those conditions as well. I think that's a must and it's a requirement. We've seen the West Indies have this initiative recently of sending young players to India, Joel Andrew being one, Hakeem O'Geese as well, the captain here for the West Indies Academy. It's definitely a different experience and one they would benefit from.
It's the hunger now and what they've learned now to come and put back into practice, along with their own flamboyance of their own game. Got to be hungry and willing to put in the work.
Yes.
201 now up, 200 up for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, coming up in that 64th over. 201 for 7. So the Academy have let Trinidad and Tobago just escape their grasp. They were very much on top yesterday.
91 for 6.
Yeah, came in today too with intentions of rolling over this lower order, but it hasn't come to pass. That 82-run partnership, 6-wicket partnership between Kari Pierre and Joshua De Silva would have gone a long way in blunting this West Indies Academy attack. De Silva still at the crease. Looking good, looking set for another 100 here. And as you said earlier, I was listening a bit earlier, you were speaking about De Silva being disappointed. Well, Red Emirates speaking about De Silva being disappointed to be dropped from the test team, but it's the best way to respond. Let your game speak and respond with runs. But he's through the gate. Jediah Blades just brought back into the attack from the pavilion end. Breaches the defenses of Anderson Phillip. The 8th wicket down now for the Trinidad Red Force. Blades produces a beauty. Tiny gap. He finds it. Anderson Phillip, his innings comes to an end. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 201 for 8. It looks like we'll have a drink. So we'll take a break. We'll be back in 5 minutes or so.
So, Brian Charles has come out for Trinidad and Tobago. Captain Joshua De Silva is on the non-striker in on 74. Full toss, missed by Charles. And maybe trying to be extravagant. So Blades, 2 for 45, is into his 19th over. Trinidad and Tobago, 201 for 8. After closing out day one, 129 for 6, or 44 overs. So good morning to Right Excellency Basil Morgan in Montserrat, all of the Basils, all of the folks all around the world, wherever you're listening to our coverage. We thank you very much for supporting Cricket West Indies. Blades, first spell from the media center end. And Charles comes quietly forward, steers it down to the backward point fielder in Joshua Bishop, who is yet to pick up a wicket in this game. And normally he's the one who is carrying the wicket column, but not today yet.
I think it's been the least threatening we've seen from Joshua Bishop so far in doing games here over the last 2 seasons. It's just not really getting any revs on the ball. The conditions really haven't suited him. He's done a pretty good job in terms of that economy. He's kept things relatively quiet.
Charles North picks up the line.
So Jediah Blades picked up his second wicket there, bowling Anderson Phillip. Remember, would have debuted not too long ago, just a couple of months ago for the West Indies in ODI cricket versus Bangladesh in St. Kitts.
Yeah.
Was a struggle, both 6 overs for 72 runs.
That's what you want. You have to get that
At
experience.
least he was exposed, and
Yeah. He will know what he has to go on.
yeah, that's
the
just a
work that
part
he
of
has to
his
put in.
cricketing journey. Inside Ed saved him there.
Yeah, he did. So, a successful over, maiden wicket. Charles just getting an inside edge there. Let's look at it again, Mali. Biomechanics complete. Oh, on the money.
Going around the wicket, honing in on the stumps, on the pads of the right-handed Charles. So his rhythm looks a little better here from
this media
from
center
this
end,
media
as
center
compared
and
coming
Jediah
from-
Blades, yes.
From the CIU road end.
We've seen a few bowlers just struggle for rhythm. It's slightly more downhill a bit from that CIU road end. So maybe the bowlers just arrive at the crease a bit too quickly.
So
You think Nathan Edward in particular?
I just think that, and so I was saying that to Terry this morning. Maybe if he accelerated his run some more, maybe take another 5 meters, because he was getting up real quick. Really, and because of that, I think he was cutting the line that close.
Constantly pushing the line, especially when you strive for that extra pace. I think you generally want to be half and half, and if you do strive for that extra pace, it takes you up, to the edges of the line, as opposed to just constantly towing that margin.
Couldn't overemphasize what you were talking about, Mali, in terms of his aggression as compared to how he bowled before. He's got fitter, he's got stronger. You could see him, his stride pattern. Now it's interesting now, Mali, because
De Silva looking to
Silva-
farm the strike.
so he's
Not trusting Charles in the same way, is he?
I'm a little surprised.
A little surprised by that too.
Yeah, Charles to me looks like he can organize himself, but maybe De Silva's got other plans. Maybe he wants to face most of the bowling. Now he takes a singer. So what's the difference between number 3 and number 4?
I think we should ask him at the end of the session, or at some point today. Chose to take the single on the 4th delivery. Maybe just trusting Charles with 2 deliveries. Doesn't want to expose him to the pace. Maybe more comfortable with Charles facing the spinners in these conditions.
It's pretty amazing. I think when we saw Charles here in Mali, there was a practice game, right? Was it
Was the best of the best, wasn't it?
No, he got 5 wickets against England. Remember that?
Oh yes, in the President's
in the-
match.
in the
yeah,
President's
yes,
match.
Yes, it was.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's even
Seemed like a long time,
time ago.
right?
Yeah.
Yes, bitch, get the ball, man.
A little casual there from Joshua Bishop. What do you thought about that, Mally?
I think Jediah Blades agrees with you. Based on his reaction.
Well.
He's like, why didn't you dive? Why didn't you go for that? At least
It just looked so casual.
have a try.
No, serious. I mean, Joshua Bishop just bowled the ball and the ball was played in the air. Let's look at it, Mally.
Let's see how close. Let's see how close. Yes, you've got to at least have a small dive. As you see Jediah Blades there. What's he saying? Catch the ball.
It was
At
there.
least have a go. A little too casual
It was there, Mally.
from Josh Bishop.
And it was airy. He played the ball in the air. You got to come up with that.
At times you don't like to see players looking to show up their teammates on the field, but there you can't fault to Jediah Blades, especially with the exuberance of youth. This West Indies Academy, if anything, energy should always be top.
Always. Always. And
That effort should always clearly be visible to everyone viewing.
as you rightly said, the body language of Joshua Bishop is as if he's really...
It's almost as if he didn't expect it.
Yeah, but if you're bowling, Mally, you got to expect anything. You couldn't hit that in the range of a Roger Harp or those guys. No, you'll
In
be
your
going
follow
back.
through, you've got to be ready to spring either right or
Or
left.
left.
And it's that anticipation, that it's an almost crouching position, something similar to what Ogis is doing now at slip. It's just there, crouching. Nick, looked like a big nick there, a bit of swing. That one did deviate, and we know Jediah Blades, not the biggest swinger of the ball in terms of taking it away from the right-hander.
But Joshua De Silva is not interested.
Have a look at that. It was a bit of deviation indeed.
Well, I
De
don't
Silva doesn't think he hit it.
I don't think he got a nick onto that.
The slips, the wicket keeper, they're convinced.
He looks very much unconcerned. Nigel Duguid. Vivaldo Clark is having a
Look
go.
again. Let's have a look again. Jediah Blades, he's disappointed. Carlin Bowen tuck it. Akeem Ogis, he's got the double teapot on. Have a look at that. Keeping that front foot out of the way. That open stance. Close up.
Missed it.
Did just miss it, but there was a bit of
I think
deviation
the
as
bat-
well.
I think the bat hit the ground, and that was what maybe caused the excitement.
The ball just moved
Moved away
after
after.
going past the right-handed De Silva.
Good decision. Clipped away. Lovely on drive for 4. Lane to retrieve. Balance was there.
Just overcompensating on that one was Blades. Didn't get the decision on the previous delivery. This time, opting to go fuller and straighter. Can't bowl that to Joshua De Silva.
He's very strong. He's very strong in that area
That's 4 more.
because his bottom hand comes into play. He's got a very strong bottom hand.
Yeah, that
Anything
plays
between
into
middle and leg.
natural swinging arc.
out. Yes.
That shot.
Slip go down. Short. Too easy for him now.
Into the 80s.
I think Blades now just has to put that behind him. He sort of lost focus. He's got to come back on the money. He has a chance now. He's got 2 deliveries to Charles.
And that shot in which De Silva would have been beaten outside the off stump, very similar to the shot that was played by Jason Mohammed yesterday when he was caught behind off Johan Lane. No feet, maybe just a bit of swing away from the right-hander. All hands, no feet. Luckily for De Silva, he didn't take the edge, or at least the umpire didn't give the decision. Has played competently from Charles. They're going to look for 2. Should get back comfortably.
Too easy. Too easy. I think that man is wasted. For Charles Malley, you got to be thinking about bringing up Joshua Bishop into that run-saving position. That was just too easy.
Got deep backward square as well.
Yeah, they got a deep backward square.
How many balls has he fielded in this match? Not too many.
Gotta get the sweeper up. Messages was sent out to Kelvin Pittman to convey to the captain. He's gone down now to tell him something.
Definitely a message as opposed to Kevin Pittman being added to the slip cordon. I was getting a bit worried there as I saw him jogging. But maybe just a bit of a message coming off the field.
Yeah, yeah.
Coaching staff sensing.
That deep backward square, you can't give away runs.
Oh no.
See, just get an easy run there. I mean, in fact,
They choose not to
they
take
choose
it.
not to take it. Oh, interesting.
Very interesting indeed. So we did think that maybe De Silva was more comfortable with Brian Charles facing the spinner, but it seems that he's more comfortable with him only facing the spinner for a maximum of 2 deliveries and over. Let's see how this over plays out, but he's obviously looking to farm the strike and face most of the deliveries here.
Come on, lads. Come on,
It's
lads.
going to be Bishop to continue into his 12th over now. So he's done a pretty good job in terms of playing that holding role. It's more of a wicket taker. This one swept. Free hit almost.
It's going all the way for 6 now.
6
Going all
runs.
the way for 6.
Yeah, big shot that.
Yeah, the body,
Easy power.
yeah, the body language of Joshua Bishop is, I don't know if he's injured, but he's normally a bubbly guy. He's normally the energy guy. Just roll his hand over right into the arc there. And that's almost a free hit for Joshua De Silva.
And I think maybe it's a good point that you pick up on the body language of a Josh De Silva. I think
Come on, lads.
he's
Come on, lads.
just showing that he's not enjoying bowling in these conditions. It's pretty clear to see. This one's dabbed away. It's going to get to the boundary as well. So back to back. Well, 6 and 4 off the first 2 deliveries, 10 runs. Bishop under pressure here. De Silva marching towards the 3rd consecutive 100 in this 2025 4-day championship. Just keeping his team afloat. Josh De Silva. 10 away now. 90 off 137.
Windward Islands, Mali, 410 for 7. Jeez. Leeward Island Hurricanes like this, they're going to sleep.
The wheels have fallen off for the Hurricanes.
I'm telling
Things
you.
started oh so well yesterday on day 1.
Yeah,
400. Wow.
Eat now. Let me eat now.
jeez.
So the Leeward Islands attack back to back pastings. If you think back to the last round versus the Trinidad and Tobago Red Forces, were scoring
one
over
of that.
500
Yeah,
in that first innings.
that's a lot of runs. Remember in the second innings as well, too, Joshua De Silva came and got a quick 500.
So I think there's nearly over 700 runs scored by Trinidad and Tobago alone in that match.
And now you have 400 runs there. That's just... In
So
fact, Ryan John Mali is on 92 not out. 9 fours and 3 sixes.
I think he's threatened an innings like that has been on the cards for Ryan John, especially seeing him last season.
He's on 39 not out. So, like you said, the wheels are falling off there. 44 extras for the Leeward Islands.
Yeah, I think Ryan John had a fantastic season, all-round season last season. Hasn't quite been the same with the ball so far this year, but as we can see, that lower order batting still coming to the fore.
And if you want to hear some figures, Mali, Alzari Joseph, 23 overs, 5 maidens, 102 runs, no wicket. O'Shane Thomas, 18 overs, 4 maidens, 57 runs, 4 wickets. Justin Graves, 18 overs, 2 maidens, 62 runs, 1 wicket. Raheem Cornwall, the least amount of overs that he has bowled, 16 overs, 1 maiden, 60 runs, no wicket. And Cameron Pennyfeather, 15 overs, 1 maiden, 63 runs, 1 wicket. Kareem Agor, 6 overs, 1 maiden, 19 runs, 1 wicket. And Kadeem Henry, 2 overs, no maiden, 16 runs, no wicket.
Yeah, it's been a tough bowling effort that for the Leewards Hurricanes.
And we're supposed to be playing on one of the fastest tracks in the Caribbean, right?
I saw a bit of it early yesterday. Wide call there by umpire Duguid. Jediah Blades, he's not impressed. I thought it was a bit harsh, really.
I thought so too, especially in a
4-day.
In a 4-day.
Didn't quite get up as high.
Yeah, I could see him maybe saying 1 per over, but the wide, nah, not today.
I'm with you.
220 for 8. In fact, 221 because I think he was called a wide.
Top edge this time. So opting to go short now is Blades to the Silver.
Yeah, but no pace again.
No, it was short. It was slow. The Silver was almost through the shot a bit too soon. Ended up taking that top edge.
No pace at all. No pace at all.
And there's been no real pace in this pitch. I think that's just because of the amount of rain that we've had here in Antigua in the build-up to this match. Even yesterday, rain short in day one. Just 44 overs.
Yes.
Bowled yesterday.
So even in the Leeward Indians so far, Mali, Windward Island Volcanoes have hit some 51 boundaries. 51 already in a total score of some 413 for 7. Played by Brian Charles, soft hands. Just going down to the second slip.
So interestingly enough, De Silva took the single, giving Charles 4 deliveries now to face against the pacer. I'm not quite sure what he's up to in terms of how he's looking to manage this situation. He seems to be just making it up as he goes along.
Looks like that. Well, he's 92. He's 8 away from another 100. So he might be thinking
Maybe
about
that's
his
the
100.
reason why
Maybe.
he's taking the singles now.
Yeah.
I don't know. Good delivery that. Well played from Charles. Good cricket all round.
Yeah.
Definitely not a bunny or a rabbit with the bat, Brian Charles.
I think he's quite capable, Charles. If I'm not mistaken, Mali, I think he's got his high score is you putting that one up? All right, you go for that. Barbados Pride 104 for 2 in their game against the combined campuses and colleges, who scored 262.
Playing a miss.
Yeah, go and pass him in a hurry.
A lot better spell this from Jediah Blades from the pavilion end. It's gone past the outside edge at times.
Yeah. Barbados have lost their captain Bratwit for 38, McCaskey for 20, Jonathan Drakes, who's been in rich frame of form as well too. He's on 6 not out, and Kevin Wickham, who we haven't heard for quite a long time, Mali, he's on 27. But I just need to just sort something out, Mali, because I'm trying to figure out if I didn't see sure. Oh, he's not playing now. Kyle Mayers. I sure did see Kyle Mayers' name.
Nah, he's not playing in this
round.
round.
Not playing in this round.
No, it's Jason Holder, Rustin Chase.
Yes, Warwican, Roach, Buncher.
Yep.
Chase, yeah. So, Barbados still got some firepower in the hut. Matthew Ford is also, he's batting well as well too. It's going to be a long day for the CCC team.
That's another peach.
Oh gosh, that's gone past him.
Not quite sure how that's missed the off stump there from Jediah Blades. Changing the angle to over the wicket. Gets close to the stumps. Oh, that's just pitched on that off stump. Just left Charles slightly. Going past the outside edge. 70 overs completed now. Trinidad Red Force fighting back. Started day 2, 91 for 6. 222 for 8 now. The highlight of the day, you must say, that 82-run partnership. Well, it started yesterday. The 82-run partnership between Josh De Silva and Gary Pierre.
They've only lost 1 wicket for the day.
I think you've gotten your wish. Johan Lane coming into the attack from the CIU road end. So he's hunting what would be his third 5-wicket haul.
Today, Mali, is the birthday of Kyron Powell. Took a catch, McCaskey off Shem Holder.
I actually didn't know. Happy birthday to Karen Powell. A good friend of mine there, former teammate in Leeward Islands. But also, I didn't know that he was actually back playing for the CCC.
Yeah, I think this is his third game.
Yeah. I didn't realize that he was back. I knew he had a hamstring injury, thigh injury. Picked up in the regional Super 50, where he would have scored 100.
Yeah.
So it's good to see a veteran batsman back.
Played some 44 test matches for the West Indies, 46 ODIs, well over 8,000 runs in first class cricket. And one of the divisions have gone on bone maroon colours. Also a former Leeward Island Hurricane captain as well. So we've had some captains, Mali, who've come through a whole lot. Powell, Cornwall, Munson Hodge, Liebert, Jamar, Hamilton. Been a whole lot. Devon Thomas. The list is long. Alzari, Rakim. And I think if you're looking ahead, you have to start to have the likes of Casey Carty coming into conversation, Joel Andrew, and I'm talking about 5 years down the road looking, those are going to be the ones. I always feel, Mali, that they were trying to get Casey into the leadership role, but I don't think Casey maybe was worrying about that. But sometimes you just need some responsibility sometimes to take you over the hump to the next level.
Strange shot that from Josh De Silva. 1 run nonetheless. I think Colin Bowen took it as well. He's got some leadership qualities.
Well,
leadership.
He won he was the last successful under-19 captain. Remember, we had not won for a long period of time. So you're talking about in that squad they would have had Michael Graves, Colin Bowen Tuckett.
Well, what I'm saying is he's getting a lot of good experience here at the first class level. Especially from behind the stumps, you see everything going on. You're the one that has to concentrate almost on every delivery.
It's an interesting point that you're making there, Mali, because even in the makeup of leadership around this academy team, for some strange reason, he was maybe not even considered as one of the potential folks. But you're certainly making an excellent point there.
Yeah, you can just see it. He's the one that keeps everyone G'd up. He stays well engaged. He's got a good head on his shoulders. We've seen the improvement, not only mentally but physically, especially with the bat. He's improved leaps and bounds with the bat. What we was 14 to 18 months ago, he's markedly improved as a player. That's a good sign as well. Comes from good stock, That also plays into the equation.
And investment by your parents is also key. His mother, outside of his father, his mother's really taken the mantle to make sure that Colin gets all what is required, And
I think one of the knowing his father and Carl Tuckett, West Indies umpire now, but former West Indies all-rounder as well, is that cool and calm nature to him. Someone that doesn't really get flustered, deals with adversity well as well. And that adversity is going to come. It's the way you deal with adversity.
He's
really
calling that wide again.
He is. This one, I think, was wide. to be fair. I think this one was wide. It's a bit shorter. Very high indeed. Yeah, I think so. But you think it's a bit harsh? A little harsh for the cricket.
Yeah,
Mm.
yeah. We've seen higher than these in Test cricket. So, De Silva is ominous, Mali. He's looking for his 100 now, so he's really not going to take any chances.
Yeah, but he chooses not to take a single there, whereas in the last over he took
the single.
on the same delivery, second delivery as well. So that's what I'm saying. He seems to be just making it up as he goes along. You would expect him to do most of the batting in this situation. Look to farm the strike. Face most of the deliveries. 2 men back now on the onside. Rivaldo Clark maybe about 10 to 15 yards off that mid-wicket boundary.
I still would like to see Blades looking to pitch the ball up, Mali.
Yeah, still looking to get him out.
Yeah. You got to look to get
Still
Joshua De
looking
Silva.
to get him
Just
out
don't
here.
give him,
Mm.
just don't spread the field and say, well, you can just have 100. Surprise him with that delivery still. Still feel that if he lands the ball in the right area, he can go to, can get nicked off.
Yeah, you've got to bring the slips in play. You've got to be looking to bring Joshua De Silva forward, especially from this angle. He can get that ball to just go across De Silva, like we saw from around the wicket previously. Similar to that, but that's just a bit too short. De Silva gets on top of that, runs it down to that backward point fielder on the boundary for a single.
And he's very comfortable in playing off of his back foot.
He is.
And you made a very important point. If you played at international level where you would have faced Hoggard and company, Mitchell Stark, you don't have that pace. So De Silva will say, well, listen, I can advance to you because you really don't have that pace.
That's for sure. We come up against that Australian attack. Anderson Cummins, Mitchell Stark, Josh Hazelwood. Not Anderson Cummins.
Well, he would have
Pat
faced
Cummins.
he would have faced a Cummins.
Anderson Cummins. When was the last time you heard that
Boy,
name,
that's a very long time ago.
Jesus. Maybe I'm just showing my age at this point in time. Andy Cummins, former Barbadian medium fast.
Medium fast.
It's a medium fast.
Yeah. Came to at a particular time there. If you remember the South African
Yes,
test.
a bit of controversy.
The Barbadians decided that they were going to protest for him
His
not playing.
non-selection, yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
A lot of things have happened in West Indies cricket, boy.
Yeah, in Barbados as well. I remember the Sherwin Campbell incident.
A lot of things have happened.
Watching that live.
Some strange things have happened. And will continue to happen. He's nicked him off. No, missed it.
Pretty
Well,
similar. That's what we were talking about. Pretty similar to what we saw in the previous over where De Silva would have played and missed outside the off stump. It was Brian Charles on this occasion finding that angle, Jediah Blades, from over the wicket, just across the right-hander. And I'll tell you what, most coaches will be saying, yeah, look to hit the ball straight, look to hit the ball
Right,
straight.
but
But why do you think Brian Lara was so good, especially in England? He went with the swing. So when the ball was going away from him, he wasn't presenting a straight bat, looking to hit it down to mid-off. He's going with it to backward point.
Backward, yes.
And in front
Under
of
the
square on the offside.
That's true. But I think it's an important point that you made, Mali, because you can't play that straight.
Exactly. Especially when the ball's
moving. You
all the time, yep.
If it comes between wicket and wicket, then it's a different ball game.
Right.
But if it's going away, then you
have to go with it.
You have to go with it. You have to go with it. That's the art of batsmanship.
And that's why Surveyor and these players as well were so successful in English conditions. It's that they bucked convention.
Yeah.
It's that unorthodoxy per se. Of course, he had that textbook defense. He could play as correct as anyone.
Something which I think is missing even from our cricketers, Mali, the way in which most of our cricketers get out bowled. That was like a cardinal sin to those guys. Those guys didn't want anybody to hit their stump at all. You know what I mean? And I find that a lot of our modern day cricketers, somebody just knock you over. It's just like, oh, I just get bowled. I just come out. True. You know, you got to put a price on your wicket. Your defense has to be so solid that he has to make the bowler think like, how am I going to break down this wall? The Silver, 94. He's advancing. There's a P for leg before. Hit outside the line of the off stump. Good decision by the umpire. Let's see that again. Mali, I hope I got that right. Fuller length?
He did get quite a fair way outside that off stump. Hit outside off stump. Bit of bounce as well. Maybe going over the top. Strange shot that from the Silver. 6 away from 100.
But I think the West Indies Academy need to make him fight for the 100, not just give him the 100. Make him fight. That field on deep backward square, that's a no-no to me, really.
I think Charles is playing competently enough, though, for the Silver to just still play normally. Chooses not to take a single there once again. So 2 deliveries now in this lane over so far.
If you're in this situation, Mali, what you would do?
In terms of,
You gotta trust your partner, right? Because
especially in this situation, he's shown a good defense. Brian Charles, he's got a best first-class score of 43, so he's definitely not a complete bunny rabbit.
Trinidad does inching away, 225 for 8.
And we did say if they could inch up to 200, 250.
Yeah, could put some pressure on this West Indies
Could
Academy
definitely
team.
put pressure on this West Indies Academy batting lineup.
But
And
they'll be thinking about getting 20 wickets. That's the objective.
you think Jordan Johnson, he's playing his first match of the season.
Season.
And Becky Joseph as well. They lean heavily on a Carlin Bowen Tuckett. Obviously the lower order, Josh Bishop, Rivaldo Clark. No, he grows in importance as well. This one's aerial. Choosing to take a single this time.
So you'll give him 2 balls again.
Just pushing outside that off stump was the Silver. He gives Brian Charles 2 deliveries to face now to Johan Lane.
And this is where they have to get aggressive now, Mali. So if we got 2 deliveries to Charles, the Silver is off strike. You got to be thinking about how you're going to prize out.
Second slip comes in. Rivaldo Clark. Mid wicket comes off the boundary, comes into the circle, as they'd say. More of a ring field on the offside. He's just squeezed away off the inside edge down to fine leg. But they choose not to take a single. So De Silva, he's hoping to be on strike next over. Charles just has to survive here. He's faced 22 deliveries already, not really looking to score. Partnership 25 or 45 deliveries. He's only contributed 2 runs. As Brian Charles. He's just looking to occupy the crease. And there again, bit of swing. Lowering Charles into the foul stroke.
But he missed it.
Luckily for him. Unluckily for the West Indies Academy. End of 73. It's 226 for 8.
Yeah. It's all happening here. Still some 12 minutes to go before lunch in the academy. It's been a long session simply because of bad light stopping play on day 1.
And rain as well. Rain
Rain.
shortened.
Kelvin Pittman is warming up before lunch. And maybe Terry, Mali, I would have maybe gone for a Rivaldo Clark just before lunch. Might have just been able to get one, hold its own, skill through.
I think what we've seen, we saw him actually get a bowl for the first time. And since then, he's just starting to bowl a bit more and a bit more as the games go on.
He understands.
He understands what's going on. You can see him just improving as well.
Yeah.
So it's something for him to work on. Just another string to his bow. We know he's a wicket keeper. He's a wicket keeper batter.
So, again, De Silva deciding that he's not going to take the single.
No, he's
And he's
not.
now having a little byplay here with Blades and maybe saying to him, I'm going to hit you over cover.
See what Blades is trying to do. He's just trying to get De Silva to lose concentration here. Just a few mind games being played, as they'd say.
Yeah, but De Silva is concentrating on making sure he registers 100. You could see that is his intent.
Yeah, mind games, RTM. If you know, you know. Realer than most.
They got to be on the alert. I don't know if you needed the mid-wicket, Mally. Do you?
I think they do, especially if he's going to bowl short. He's consistently, in the last 10, 15 minutes or so, gone short to Josh De Silva. Silva's looked to play that pull shot. It's top-edged on one occasion, but no fielder in the vicinity. Goes short again, just there, hammered. So, you got your answer there. That would have been 4 otherwise. Still, once again, not choosing to take a run. 5 away.
Charles almost looks like a spectator on the non-striker's end. He's just waiting for instructions to react to say, let's go.
He's doing his job. Just be there. Occupy the crease.
23 balls already. The academy has to believe. They have to believe. Can they get Joshua De Silva early? All right, so let's see what's going to happen now. Well, 4 deliveries, 4 dot deliveries. And can he contain him?
The question is, does he play a big stroke?
I don't
Or
think
does he
needs
just
to.
look, or does he just look to knock it into the gap, get down to the other end, give Brian Charles 1 delivery?
9 minutes to lunch. He certainly would want to get his 100 before lunch. He needs 5 singles.
From Blades here.
Yeah, Blades playing real mind games, man.
Yeah, they're gonna go wide. Looks like they're gonna go wide here, outside this off stump to De Silva. No, he doesn't. Jumps wide of the crease. Poor cricket that for me.
Yes.
Got to try and keep De Silva at that other end.
You have to. That's what I'm talking about, game awareness. Caught on the heels again.
One delivery remaining. In fact, I jumped the gun a little bit. I thought that was the final delivery, but nonetheless, you still got to try and keep Josh De Silva at that end. You've got that short ball option. At the same time, you still got to be looking to get De Silva out. 227 for 8 in the grand scheme of things. This is a good performance from the West Indies Academy. But if you think of the score yesterday, coming into day 2, 91 for 6.
Well, they had them 91 for 6.
Yeah.
They ended up 129 for 6.
Mm.
So that revival partnership with Pierre and Joshua De Silva has really propelled them to where they are now. They now got 2 slips now for Charles. Could this be the money ball? He's well left.
That's the delivery you probably were looking to bowl to Josh De Silva. Well left in the end from Brian Charles. So things going the Red Force way here on day 2. Josh De Silva, he's played quite serenely. Shown all his class here. For 96 from 155. Played shots all around the ground.
I think it's noteworthy, Mali, to indicate that before the test players came back from Pakistan, Brian Charles was the captain of the Trinidad and Tobago team.
Yeah. Well, he would have had quite a few
So,
captaincy changes
Yeah.
with the international players coming back into the fold. Think of Barbados as well.
So he is also being earmarked as a potential leader as well in the Trinidad and Tobago setup. Lane fancies himself. Pretty interesting scenario. 6 minutes to go before lunch. Joshua De Silva needs 4 singles to record his third 100. Elaine Turner joining her mother. You're talking about support for any cricket. The Turners have always been around. They don't have a big crew today. Does he get it here?
Who knows? The crew tends to just build as the day progresses. But Josh De Silva brings up his 8th first-class 100 here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground.
157 balls, 12 fours and 1 6. A strike rate of 63.69. 100 to Joshua De Silva at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. A remarkable knock, Mali.
Yeah, he's answered his critics, his detractors in fine style. He's come back into the first-class game, and he's just let his game speak. 300s on the trot and counting. 100 off 157 deliveries, as you said, Vernon. Twin hundreds in the previous match versus the Leewards Hurricanes in St. Kitts. And here he is in Antigua following it up with another 100. This 100 coming just when his team would have needed it most. Approaching lunch here on day 2. Came in at a perilous time yesterday, did Josh De Silva. Under pressure, ball was swinging around. But he got through that period, got here into day 2. And he's just pressed home his advantage. And he's looked every inch the test player in this innings. 100 off 158.
Came into this game with 252 runs, 329 balls with 2 back-to-back hundreds, as you rightly said, Mali. 152 and 100 not out against the Leeward Islands Hurricanes at the Warner Park Stadium. And now he's 100 not out. But he's going to maybe need more than 100. Because this academy team, they maybe fancy themselves that, hey, we could maybe put up a strong batting performance against this Trinidad team. 100 now goes up to 101.
Just there, Johan Lane still showing his ability to swing the ball, getting that ball to swing away from the right-handed batter.
Searching for that fifer.
He is. I think he's just got to really take a good look at his approach to the crease and where he lands. For me, he's just consistently a bit too wide of the crease.
Needs to get a lot more closer.
Just a little closer.
Especially with his height as well, too. Give the batsman something to think about. Get that ball to slant in. Good take by Colin Boyne Tuckett. That took off. Charles survives.
He has. But Johan Lane as well, he's put on a couple of yards of pace over the last couple of seasons as well. He's gotten a bit stronger. That ball's just carrying through with a bit more intensity more consistently for him. So this West Indies Academy system has benefited Johan Lane once again. You see the Turner family decked out in their Antigua Falcons gear. Antigua flag as well. Always repping regardless of who's playing.
31 overs bowled so far for the day's play, Mali. After 44 was completed on the first day. Kelvin Pittman comes back into the conversation just before lunch. This could be the final over.
He has. He probably saw the best spell of bowling we've seen from him in first-class cricket in his previous spell. Kelvin Pittman starts with a good delivery here again.
It's not been a hot day here, Mali. It's been windy. not overcast as compared to yesterday.
But not overly sunny either.
Yeah, no.
Mm.
So it's not a given the bowlers, the West Indies Academy bowlers, a little chance. It's not been beltering out with the heat. Thought it was going to be hot today.
English summerish kind of conditions.
Yeah. And you know, spring is just coming back in, as they would say. Oh, here's a ball being steered in to the offside, but Joshua De Silva refuses to take the single.
He does, once again. So
How many singles?
He's continuing to bat in the same way.
How many singles would have missed?
I think everyone's crucial in this situation. Still only 232.
We got a Charles and the Seals to come.
Yeah, that's an interesting batting position for Jaden Seals, coming in at number 11.
Yeah. Something has to be wrong with
Yeah, maybe.
Can't see Jaden Seals batting at number 11.
No, he's improved as well. That's another area where he's improved his game.
Yeah.
In
Can't see
county
him.
cricket, you got to give that county cricket circuit as well a lot of credit for that, facing top bowlers, tough conditions.
I look into the dugout and I don't even see him outside, saying, well, maybe he's likely to come next.
Kamar Roach as well. His batting has improved. Bit of extra pace that time from...
Yeah, and that took off as well.
It did, from Pittman. Good pace and carry.
I think that might have been one of the quickest deliveries we have seen for the day.
How come that one wasn't wide then?
Okay, thank you.
How come that wasn't wide? If Blades is being called for a couple wides on his bouncers that just creep down the leg side. This one is that one was even higher than any of the deliveries that Blades would have bowled, so consistency. That's a good shot delivery again. Just hustling Josh De Silva, cramping the arms.
Better rhythm here so far from Kelvin Pittman.
Yeah, it's been a better performance from him here on day 2. He's come back really well. And as we were saying, these young academy bowlers, what we're going to see more often than not is glimpses of what they can potentially be at their best.
He just has to replicate that, as you continually keep saying all the time, Ali.
But it's on film. That's the brilliant thing for him as well. This is something that he can watch over and over. You can go through it with your coaches. That delivery, though, brings up lunch. The end of the first session here on day 2. What a session it's been for Joshua De Silva in particular, bringing up his 8th first-class 100. He goes into lunch 102 not out of 165 deliveries. He was supported quite well in that 82-run partnership by Carrie Pierre as Trinidad and Tobago, after 76 overs, a 233 for 8. Kelvin Pittman 1 for 51 off his 11. Yogi Lane going wicketless as well today. Kelvin Pittman picking up the only wicket so far. Actually, and Jediah Blades actually as well picking up the other. 2 wickets to fall today in session 1.
And the game has been set up nicely. The Trinidad and Tobago dugout, they will be feeling very, very, very relaxed. The captain scored 100 and Charles did his job. 2 from 26, 233 for 8 here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. We will take our luncheon break, and when we come back, we'll come back under maybe 35 minutes time.
But to play 85 test matches in a row, you know, it means a lot. I have to be extremely thankful to be able to be fit. Obviously, God bless me, you know, for no injuries in that period. But to play 85 games in a row is hard work. You know, you got to be mentally tough. it's knowing where you got to improve, because oppositions always come, you know, at different ways throughout your career. And it's just knowing what to do, how to improve as a player, you know, through, I mean, up to this day is the same thing. But hard work for sure, and dedication and discipline is very, very important. And obviously to pass Sir Garfield Sobers, you know, that's almost unimaginable, to be honest. You know, it's a sense of honor. You know, I mean, Sir Garfield Sobers is a legend of the game. He always gives, you know, his advice, you know, whenever we see him. And, you know, obviously you could see why he was great, you know, from obviously the way he moves and the way he talks, how confidently he says about, you know, certain situations of the game and certain shots that, you know, he would have played. Obviously injury could happen at any point for any player, albeit batting is a lot easier on the body compared to fast bowlers. You know, so to be on the park for all 85, I've got to be thankful, you know, for being blessed with, you know, the strength to be fit for every game. That's one. And then obviously performance, you know, comes into play.
A win that has come swiftly and appropriately off the bat of the West Indies captain and leader. And he has given them a series victory.
Would have loved to be playing, you know, T20s and stuff around the world, but, you know, that's not how it worked out for me. And everyone has a different way of going for their career. But for me, it's been easy, you know, just, you know, doing to be a successful Test cricketer. And, you know, and the ups and downs. I think that's one of the biggest challenges. And I will always tell any younger guy, any guy aspiring to play as a batsman, yeah, it's good to come in and get a debut 100 and a maiden 100. That's lovely, and your average looks nice. But it's when the failures come in, you know, it's how you deal with it. And I think that's what makes you a Test cricketer, if you can deal with those pressures around. And that's my advice for everyone. You know, everyone aspiring to play. It's obviously the greatest format. You know, it's where legends are born, and I would say I'm extremely thankful to have been playing for this period.
A landmark of the highest order for Craig Brathwaite. Test century number 9, he becomes the 18th West Indies Test captain to score one.
I remember the 100 I made against South Africa when they were number 1. You know, at that age as well for me, you know, being 24, 25, I mean, for me that was amazing. The 100 in Australia, you know, a couple of years ago, I mean, they were number 1, and for me that was amazing. But for me, I'll say, you know, the Headingley 100, unfortunately, I get the double 100 off, you know, out for 95, foolishly, but that happens. You know, we won the Test match, and you know, they won like South Africa and stuff, but that game was drawn through to bad weather. But we lost the game in Australia. So for me, like, I feel better with 100 that we won the game. And you know, for me, the Headingley match meant a lot for us. You know, coming off from a massive defeat in the first pink ball Test, so to come at Headingley and to be able to contribute to the team, you know, getting 100 there in that game, that one meant a lot. Majority of my 100s I really loved, really enjoyed. But beating England that day, I think that was very special for us as a West Indian group. And for now, I would say that's number 1, but it's very tough to choose one. It's 12 now, hopefully it'll be 12 more, you know, in my career. But I tell you, every one of those 12 has been special to me. But the one in Sharjah, that was nice as well. I remember, you know, for the spinners, I used my feet a lot. One of the most times I used my feet in a Test match. I'll never forget that. And you know, that was a great feeling, man. We were down 2-0 that series, and obviously winning the last game, you know, was obviously a nice feeling. You know, after obviously Pakistan had us 2-0. And being knocked out in both of those innings was special as well. So I mean, to be honest, All 12, I could say all 12 are special because the feeling hadn't changed. So, obviously you ask a question and I'm trying to answer it, by choosing one, but really, I don't really think I could choose one. Like I have a friend back home, he has his idea, which is my best, but then I don't agree with him. So it's, both of them were special. I must say all 12 have been very, very special to me because it takes a lot of hard work to score Test 100. Unfortunately, you can't make it in 30 and 40 balls to make it easier. You got to grind for a couple of hours to get 100.
Now this will do very nicely indeed. Very deftly, very sweetly, tucked away behind square on the offside. And this is the reward for monumental effort and concentration and a lot of skill as well. This is what's known as leading from the front.
I mean, as any batsman will say, but obviously for me in my journey, if you come on tour and you're now looking to play work, like we said a week before and stuff, it's too late. So I'll say one thing I've learned is, you go through a series whether you do well or not, and you got to understand what you got to work on because the guy's going to keep coming with something different always. And the key is to do it in your off season. Make sure you put in that work, before you get to the next tour. Don't wait till the next tour then to start, and that's one thing I've learned and obviously continue learning because as I say, every series, every game is always different. One thing I'll say is putting in that hard work, off season before a series starts, putting you in a better position, to be able to score runs.
How you doing? You good? Nothing beats hard work, and what is important is doing the hard work always and not just when coaches are there. I think that's what will make you go to the next level. Well done, well done.
Test cricket is the ultimate test. You will be a legend from Test cricket. That's one thing I know. If you look at all the legends in world cricket, Test cricket is what they come from. And playing a simple defense is what the basic stuff. And once you can do that, then you can play any cricket in the world, T20, T10, T5, whichever you want to play. So once you have that foundation from playing Test cricket, it will set you up to play every cricket in the world. Alzari Joseph is one for me. He loves Test cricket. He loves Test cricket, and obviously he's being IPL and everything, CPL, everything, and he's still here. And that's one example that I could give the guys to follow. He does it, and obviously I hope he plays a lot more Test matches as well with a lot of success. But that's a great example that you balance both. You can do it. To play 100 Tests was my dream, and one thing I'll say, I can never be in this position without God. I must say, putting God first has helped me throughout my career from primary school, never forget. And obviously, my two grandparents who, are not with me now, but they've done a lot for me, through their prayers and stuff. I would never be in this position without them. And also, obviously, my father, who has been there, for me for cricket from a young boy. So, and my goal, and I'll never forget, my coach, Mr. Ashley at the time, and he never forgets that my goal was to play 100 Test matches, not to play for West Indies. I didn't just want to play and, or score 100 and stuff, and then it done there. No, I don't want to finish there, I want to play 100. So, to play 100, yeah, that would be everything. That's what my life has been, playing Test cricket. And yeah, it's very thankful to be in this position right now, to be captain and played 95 games. Obviously closer, to that turret. So I can't really express how I will feel on that day, God willing. But it's everything. Test cricket is everything to me. I can't express the feelings that I will feel towards, that special day, to be honest.
Not this trio. No.
Between the three of you, who is the funniest?
Between you and Jaden. Yeah, funny at all.
Yeah. Between Andy and I for sure.
Yeah.
And who take the longest to get ready?
Me.
Always waiting on this man to go for dinner. Always.
Who is most likely to be late?
No one really. Important things.
Important things,
Nobody late. But like if it's dinner,
Casual,
whatever,
I think me, for sure.
for sure.
Yeah.
Who lifts the most in the gym?
Then between Andy and I. Oh no, you look strong too.
Yes,
but
my legs. Where's your squat?
3.
You win.
Yeah, I think it's 3
I was
or 285 or something.
I was 275. Who's the most competitive?
It varies.
Depends on what we're doing.
Yeah.
Table tennis. These two can't beat me, so I just always win. I just always win anyway. If it wasn't cricket, what other sport would you like to play professionally and why?
For me, I'll pick track and field because that is what I used to do before. So for me, if it's professionally, I would always go back to that. It would be easier.
Football.
You're not good at all.
Yeah, I used to play football and
it wasn't good.
You mad?
We're mean on a game.
No, but all them mad.
Yes, fine.
Yeah, I have medals for football.
They give out participation medals too?
No. Squad banger from outside the box.
Right.
Top corner too. You.
I would choose football because I actually played football at a decent level.
Okay.
I played the highest school
Next.
football level. What do you mean next?
Hey, I have an intercol game, eh?
I played intercol final and like big sellout stadium. About 5,000 people watching.
Who do we think did the best at school?
Definitely not me. Not me at all.
Why that question?
Jaden.
I don't have a choice. Who is the toughest opponent or player that you have faced in your test career?
Probably say like Josh Hazelwood because of his skill. Yeah, I think he was one of the toughest bowlers I've had to face so far.
Can I say it's just about enjoying the battle this far for me.
Only one man I can call. Joe Root.
What Ben Duckett?
Nah. He only do it for one game. Joe Root do it for 6 games, you know. From the Caribbean to England. It have to be Joe Root. Joe Root.
Gives you nightmares?
Nah, he's not giving me nightmares, it's just...
He's making you think a little bit.
Yeah. He's making it hard work. Yeah.
Who is the teacher's pet?
The whole team. Alright.
Nobody.
Nah, if we go in batting coach, the teacher's pet for the batting coach is Kevin Hodge.
Oh yeah.
Full stop.
Yeah, my
Conversation done. Nobody else. It ain't nobody else. Conversation done. Kevin Hodge.
For sure.
For batting coach. Full stop.
This next one, real interesting. Who is the best dancer?
In the whole team.
Michael Louis.
Yeah, Louis has some moves.
Yeah,
Louis has some moves. Louis has some moves. Shema would say he has some moves too.
I never see it, so I can't say.
Shema would say he has some moves.
I see Louis play down.
But I see Louis dance.
Yeah.
So Louis.
Yeah.
Louis.
Yeah.
Who has the best fashion sense?
Sinky.
No. Done it. Cut. Nah, you're doing that for spite. You're doing that for spite. Casey has the best from dress.
Casey fresh when
Casey always fresh, yeah.
Alright, this one I can probably say Sinky. Who is the loudest?
We don't need to answer.
Sinky.
That's the man, that's the man.
Kevin Sinclair. Kevin Sinclair.
Come on, man. I'm gonna tell you out, man.
This is an easy one. Who has the worst taste in music?
Don't say me, eh? If you only say me.
So who else gonna call again?
I don't know, it's not me.
You are the worst taste. You listen to country music, bro.
What's wrong with country music?
Everything wrong with country music.
I listen to soca, I listen to dancehall, I listen to country, I listen to Afrobeats, reggae, you name it, I listen to everything.
When?
All the time.
Who would you call in an emergency? Anyone out of the two?
Yeah, anybody there.
Anyone out of these two?
Yeah,
Anybody there.
definitely.
Yeah. Anyone. And who deals the best with pressure? I think one name that stands is just Craig.
Craig for sure.
Yeah, Craig does
Yeah.
be real calm. You
No
can
matter
never
the
tell if he's
situation,
taking
yeah.
on anything or not.
Yeah.
Can't tell what he's thinking, he's just...
So yeah, Craig. Easily Craig.
What has been the most memorable moment in your test career so far?
You go first.
I would like to say my test 100, but I think beating Australia in Australia, It's probably most memorable. As a team, personally, it would obviously be Test 100, but I think beating Australia, especially in the Gabba, where it's their fortress.
For me, it had to be my first 5-wicket haul. And not even the 5-wicket haul, it's just the fact that we win the game. And how we win the game was close. That is the most memorable thing for me.
Yeah, I remember watching you jumping.
To become the youngest West Indian fast bowler to get 5 wickets, and he does so.
For me, it's my second ball of my first over. So that is something I cherish as well.
And we have a picture with that one.
Yeah.
Hands up.
Who is the most naturally talented cricketer?
Alec, boy.
Yeah.
Alec.
Gifted.
Alec just look the part all the time.
Discuss the friendship that we have with each other on and off the field.
Well, I can speak from when I didn't know any of them personally when I now started. I started playing probably 19, 20 years old. And then we all came together with West Indies, and the friendship just grew and breakfast or dinner, we moved together and we sit near each other on the bus as well.
Yeah.
Natural. It was, we say we go to war together, so we always just lean on each other when it's that time. But it's something that's come natural.
Each other, so like on the field, I would know Jaden bowl a bad over or something. A nice feeling to have two of your best friends on the team at the same time. So.
Off the field, you can't beat me in FIFA though.
What?
Next question.
I was playing FIFA and see how much I scored 19 with Haaland. What is your favorite thing about playing for?
I get goosebumps, yes. West Indies, and then obviously playing in the national anthem.
I think for me it's about representing. Not everybody gets it, not everyone gets to do it. So I think for me is something that you cherish forever, and to get that, never take that away from you.
Feeling, to represent the region, as just said, and friends who used to play cricket, was the one who actually wanted the time, because I used to do track and field. So I'm actually living their dream for them.
You're the proudest of each other.
I think we were all there when we beat England, right? Yeah. We were all there when we beat England in Grenada. Jaden and I played, Andy didn't debut as yet, but I think just all of us being on the team and then being there to do something historic like that was a special moment for sure.
Goes down the ground.
And enjoy each other's success.
For me, when Andy made his debut, I was very happy for him. And then obviously getting the first test wicket. I know how much that would mean to anybody. So far more getting the first, he could push on at some stage, and he did it in that last game, in the most vital game of the series. And he got to that triple figure mark, and so I was very proud of both of them in those. What are we expecting from this test against Bangladesh?
I would say definitely a series win. Definitely a series win.
Yeah. Not much, not too complex.
Just to win the series.
Yeah, do the basics well and make Craig
500 runs in the first class season, most runs at finds himself sitting here in St. Kitts ahead of the One Day International Series. Amir, this must be special. What makes it special to wear that emblem?
It's everything I've dreamed of. Obviously, growing up, the only reason I started playing cricket was watching West Indies cricket. So a dream come true, and I just can't wait to get going.
Take me back to your past. Growing up in Trinidad, who did you idolize? You're obviously left-handed. There's a very great left-handed to come from Trinidad and the West Indies. Who are some of the key figures in inspiring Amir Jangu?
Obviously, definitely the great Brian Lara. I remember I have some pictures at home growing up, just going to watch Brian Lara batting in nets at the Oval. I always used to go watch him at matches. Two special players that I have kind of replicate my game too, being a wicketkeeper batsman. But yeah, definitely at the top is Brian Lara.
And there it is. You got another 100 for Brian Lara.
Let's go back a bit. St. Kitts was actually a special place for you. Tell us why it's a special place.
Obviously, I started my career, my first class career playing for CCC, then Trinidad and Tobago, and then actually got contracted to Leeward Islands for a couple of years. So St. Kitts was my home for 2 years, for 2 seasons, and I think that's when my game drastically changed. I think I understood work ethic better. Working with Stuart Williams as our head coach, he really made me understand batsmanship and explaining batting to me more and understanding my game as well.
And when I look back at your career, right, 9 years ago you played your first professional game. You've been in the West Indies under 19 setup with guys that in this team, Casey Carty, Al Zari. What do you remember about those days?
Just having a lot of fun with them, to be honest. Obviously it was a special group of players. Those guys went on to win the World Cup. But yeah, funny enough, obviously playing for Leeward Islands, me and Casey, we have such a close relationship along with Alzari as well. So being in this setup with these guys from under 19 level and meeting them here now, it's truly special.
Did the disappointment of not being in that final squad for that 2016 World Cup help drive you when you reflect?
Definitely. Obviously there's always disappointments along the path of being a professional sportsman. But obviously missing out on that World Cup, yeah, it did hurt a lot. But having said that, going to university and meeting up with Frederick, who's even a coach here now, it's really special because he's the one who saw me and got me into the CCC setup, and that carried on my district career and actually took my cricket to another level as well.
And let's talk now about this year, 2024, because life's changed for you. First of all, start of the year, as we said, maiden first class 100. Not only was it 100, a double 100.
There it is. That's his double 100. Amir Jangu pulling this one in front of square, past that man at mid-wicket. Celebrates out there in the middle, takes his helmet off. Proud moment for the young man from Fatima College.
And then, of course, maiden list day 100 in this year's Super 50. What changed?
To be honest, there was just a big hunger for me. That really clicked in my mind. I was reaching a stage in my career now, 27 years old. I want to take my career to another level. And obviously, I didn't want to just be a first-class player, just a regional player. I want to be an international player. I want to represent West Indies. And the only way I could have done that was putting numbers on the board. I think before that first double century that I scored, I had like 490s in first-class cricket. And that was the change right there. I know I had to get that 100 mark, and luckily I did. And it went on to Super 50 as well. I know that once I have 2 good back-to-back tournaments, it'll put me in good stead to play for West Indies. So lucky enough I did that, and it's just about hard work, preparation.
I saw some pictures and remember watching live when you got that maiden list day 100. Tell us about the emotion you felt.
Really special, man. Obviously, I think a couple of games before I scored 96 against Leewards. Pretty disappointed with that. But obviously, everything in sports and in cricket is learning. And obviously, from scoring that 96, I knew when I reached in that position again that I would have made it count. So obviously, against Guyana, top bowling lineup as well. It wasn't the easiest of starts for me in that inning as well. Had some tough periods, but I fought through it. And lucky enough, I did get that century. But having that monkey off the back is a special feeling.
Let's talk about that crest. Now you're in the West Indies shirt. When you got the call, where were you?
I was actually not about to shower. I saw a strange number calling me, to be honest. And when I answered the call, then I saw the display picture. I saw it was Darren Sammy, and then he told me that I was selected, and he saw me batting at the list level, and he was really impressed. And I think that after that, I just ran straight to my parents' room and I told them the news, and it was such a special moment for us and something I'll remember for the rest of my life because this is just a dream come true for me.
I was just going to ask you, who was the first person you told when you got the news? What role has your parents played in your life?
They supported me throughout everything, and I owe everything to them, to be honest, my parents, because they're the ones who saw me through all the hard times and keep supporting me throughout.
Now, completely away from the cricket field, this man has another side to him. That is the social media side. He's one of the very few cricketers I know who have taken social media seriously.
Hey guys, so this is the day in the life of a professional cricketer during the month of Ramadan.
Before I even get into any detail, why? Why do you think social media is important?
To be honest with you, I think that it's branding, you know. Obviously, when you go out in public and being a public figure, playing cricket as a professional sport, people know you. So I think as though I use my social media to just actually show the public how I really am. And yeah, that's really it. I really enjoy it. I enjoy TikTok. I enjoy using Instagram as well. So yeah, it's all about just knowing, letting the public know how I really am as a person.
Roti.
Up
One.
top.
How roti can be one?
What do you mean?
Are you mad or?
Pulori. 7 or 6?
7.
7. Alright, there's your number 16. Wait, it's on your head. No more.
Chinese.
Is that sort of a good release to have fun off the cricket field and also help the bonding of the team?
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, I think that's my role as well, not only just being a wicketkeeper batsman on the team, but always bringing that positivity, bringing that vibe to the team. And I think adding that to my teammates, and they really enjoy it as well. They open up, they're always open to it.
Which video stands out? Which one do you absolutely love? You always watch back a few times.
I think with the Red Force team, I did the lock screen. I wanted everyone to see how the wallpaper of the guys are on the phone. So I think that's the favorite one.
I saw that actually. That was fantastic.
Alright, what's your lock screen there?
Why feed up?
You're done. What's your lock screen? Oh wow.
What do you want to learn the most being around an international setup for the first time?
I want to learn the most how to be consistent, to be honest, at this level. Obviously, to have a really good example in Sheikh Hope here, probably the best ODI cricket in the region, if not internationally as well. So I think having him around, I absolutely absorb all the information that I can get from him, batting-wise, keeping-wise as well. It's a brilliant role model to have in the team as well for me. So yeah, just to learn how to be a consistent player at this level.
Saw you batting, I think with KC as well, in the net on the first day of the tour. What was the intensity like?
It was crazy, to be honest. Looking up Jaden Seals, Azari Joseph running down at you at full speed. I'm always up for the challenge. I really enjoy it. But yeah, that was a crazy experience, but I really, really enjoy it. And obviously at this level, that's the norm now. So just about getting accustomed to it and enjoying every moment.
I heard they had a few words to say as well. Jaden, I know you're very close to. So how does that friendship evolve in the net and then almost go back to being friends outside of it?
It's crazy, man, because me and Jaden were really close off the field. But as soon as we step on the field with each other, we're always at it. It's always a battle. It's really good though because we test each other at a high intensity, and that's what you want in training, obviously. So it's really good.
Who wins more of the battles, you or him?
I'll say me, for sure.
When you look back on your career, maybe 10, 15 years, how would you like it to be remembered?
I'd like to be one of the best batsmen to come out of the region, to be honest. Obviously, it's a dream come true being at this level, but at the same time, I just want to keep taking my legacy more and more. This is just the beginning for me.
Why do you believe you can do it?
Because I feel as though I have that self-belief now. I think looking back, as you said, 10 years ago, the self-belief probably wasn't there as well. But as I said, like, something just clicked to me and I just have that hunger now to go to the highest level, which I am now, but it's about dominating as well. So I firmly believe that I can do that. All about preparation, all about putting in the hard work, and as well as being a humble person as well.
The journey began in Trinidad, it stopped here in St. Kitts, went back to Trinidad and looked at life. Full circle, we're right back here at Warner Park. Amir, all the best. We're excited to see what you can produce and enjoy it.
Thank you very much, man. Appreciate it.
Cheers.
Welcome back to the Coolidge Cricket Ground here in Antigua for the start of the second session of the CWI West Indies Championship Round 4 clash between West Indies Academy and Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Trinidad and Tobago resumed this morning on 129 for 6, and they took lunch on 233 for 8, and is the current score here at Coolidge. Joshua De Silva completing his century. He's on 102 not out, and Brian Charles is on 2. And it's going to be Johan Lane to commence proceedings. Bowling to Joshua Bishop. As I say, a very good afternoon to Vernon Springer.
Good afternoon to you, Terry. Some 361 dot balls in the innings so far. 200 came off 398 balls. So it's some 24 fours and 1 6. Lovely 100 from Joshua De Silva. 157 balls, 247 minutes at the crease. 12 fours and 1 6. And Trinidad and Tobago will be looking to now pile the pressure on the West Indies Academy.
Yeah, he's done well. He's played a very patient knock. Saw him through a tricky period, and now looking to build as big a first innings total as possible, as Vernon just said. It's his 8th first-class century that he completed today. And he's gone back to back to back, because the last match against Leeward Islands, he made 152 and 100 not out. So he's got 3 centuries in a row, emulating his teammate, the veteran, Jason Mohammed.
Still early days in the competition with the big guns coming up soon after this next round. It's a beautiful delivery there from Lane. Just thought that in patches, the West Indies Academy could have been more patient, more consistent, landing the ball into the right areas, bowling a more fuller length. I thought they were just guilty too many times of bowling too many short balls. Something that they're going to have to work on. I know it's an academy, but you got to learn on the job, and you got to learn pretty fast. You got to learn very quickly. Been around the system for a long time. There's so much education and videos around.
Great take there by Colombo and Tuckett. Rearing down the leg side, a full delivery from Lane. Yes, if they can get that, that they can be a handful.
And the senior pros in the team, pros step up like senior pros consistently all the time, because the entire world is watching all times. We're talking about success, an entire framework in terms of your teamwork and out. You know, what is being portrayed is what the folks who are looking at will be able to say, well, hold on, take it, you got to believe. So the luncheon period, the score remains. The Trinidad and Tobago Red Force captain Joshua 171 balls, and I guess if you add the centuries that he has scored so far for the season, 152 against the Leeward Islands.
Yeah, first class level, and he's told to make runs after being dropped. Earlier this year, Calvin Pittman will take up the attack.
Already, Terry, we've seen in this round. Evelyn Anderson,
maybe not indeed that. Leeward Islands. After being 58 for 4 at one stage.
That's a Biden Park in Jamaica. Ghana Happy Eagles, the defending bold. So they've fallen away. And Kevin Anderson scoring 100. Coming up with a
Brian Charles facing, trying to support his captain. It's possible.
Wasted, waste of energy, as you would say. Form of calling wides. Looked up for a while. I wonder what was going to be the call there. Fighting back at 7 for 2. Kevin Wick. So it's good to see.
Good to see Wickham make it.
Wickham. That's it. We would have seen the likes of Wickham, playing in this system. Maybe we could have still maybe.
Yeah, because you look at over.
This is a beauty. Aiden, his first of the day, and then the ball in the right area. That's what we were saying in the areas consistently with the conditions here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground.
Of the consistency that you're talking about, the Silva and Pierre. But yeah, I was saying the competition. I don't think he's played this season, or they say, you know,
can't make the squad. Amri,
right?
Nigeria, he's in the Leeward Islands. Amri, the players that
in the game, but it also
from Jamaica's squad,
right.
He was dropped,
and back and back here, you rates. West Indies batsmen are making. West Indies batsmen are making these days, or have once they get on them. Once they get on them.
Leave out Brian Charles Lara.
That's
West Indies. That is what is Brian Charles Lara.
That's
West Indies. That is what is lacking. So Richie Richardson, who came in at number 3,
He throw his hand away.
Over and comes now with
Pittman. His hand away.
Over and comes now with
Pittman in again. What works?
Now let's look at the field placing here, Terry. You got Joshua Bishop who's sweeping on a deep backward point. It'd be better to bring Joshua Bishop into a run-saving position, bowling to Charles, or to get a delivery. Oh, that's a wasted delivery again.
Now he calls one.
Call it a wide. There's no need for that. Just attack the stumps. No, there's no need for that. Just continue doing what you're doing all the time. Attack the stumps.
Especially to Charles, you say this is the one we can pick up. And again, wide, short. Poor bowling that by Pittman to complete the over. Is there? Or one more ball left in the over. The partnership has moved on to 39. And Brian Charles is very happy with these deliveries. He just watches them sail by. Needs to get it full, does Pittman. That's better. flies past the short leg though. They'll get a comfortable 2. Now the over is completed. How close was this to the short leg? But it was flying anyway. I think it might have been a bump ball anyway.
I know it's easy for us to sit here, Terry, but there has to be clear set plans. When you look around, I'm sure the coach would have laid out the plans, they would laid out the video analyst would have come and explained X, Y, Z. You yourself as a student or a cricketer looking at the game, you remember how you got your first wicket.
Mm-hmm.
And if you remember you got your first wicket, then that's all you have to do.
Right. And the second new ball is due. Johan Lane looks like he'll be taking it. 242 for 8, Trinidad and Tobago. De Silva's on 108. Brian Charles is on 4.
Umpire Bernard Joseph from Antigua and Barbuda coming out with the new ball. Some 62 overs remaining in the day's play, Terry. Expected to have some 98 overs to be bowled in today's play.
Yes. The truncated day yesterday where we only got 44 overs in. So it looks like the second new ball will be taken right on 80 overs. It's handed over to Johan Lane now at the northern end of the ground.
And I hope that Kelvin Pittman gets an opportunity to bowl that new ball.
Yes.
I'd really like to see how well he will go with that Jukes new ball. Lane searching for 5 wickets.
Yeah, he certainly is.
4 for 34 from 22.
Been the pick of the bowlers.
So Terry, if you take the new ball, you still need that man at deep backward square. Do you need this man at deep point?
So ball an extra slip in, 2 slips in a gully. Lane into the silver with the second new ball, and that one rises and played down into gully area. No run. Yes, I'd like to see them attack the silver a bit more than this. Deep backward point, deep square leg, and fine leg on the boundary. Need to be full. They should get some movement with this new ball. I'd like to see another slip in as well. But it remains 2 slips. And that's short and wide. Cut out to the deep backward point, but De Silva refuses the single. So he can remain on strike. 242 for 8. Trinidad and Tobago in their first innings after being sent in yesterday. By Akeem August, West Indies Academy skipper. Teddy Bishop is not in this playing 11. That's stroked out through the mid-wicket area, but again, De Silva.
You know, Terry, I don't like
the run.
You know, I don't like this cricket, right?
No, it's ridiculous.
I think you have to trust your partner. I think you have to play cricket the normal way, and you got to try and get runs. I don't believe in this. For Joshua De Silva and even for Team Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, got to look to run the runs, because you might need these runs.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, Vernon. This is not good cricket. That tucked him up, but I bring him up. As we were saying yesterday, too many teams, even the West Indies senior team, if a batsman's set and he's on 100, or even if he's on 40 or 50, and they need to pick up 2 or 3 wickets to finish the innings, they tend to concentrate on one end. And I don't agree with that either. I think that's negative cricket also. You still need to try and get the batsman out. That's punched through mid-wicket and it will roll into the boundary for De Silva. He goes to 112, 246 for 8. Short there by Lane, and he's back on his back foot. Just punched it nicely wide of the mid-on fielder. Easy boundary, easy pickings. Current partnership is up to 45. Ryan Charles is just on 4. He's been allowed to support his captain, who has hit that high, wide, handsome back over the bowler's head for consecutive boundaries. So the 250 comes up for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. They're 250 for 8. And at the end of that over, Josh De Silva moves on to 116. So comfortable for Trinidad and Tobago so far after the luncheon interval. Now we see Jediah Blades changing ends, so he'll be taking the new ball.
But this is the thing now, Terry. When you take the new ball, Pittman has bowled since lunch 2 impressive overs, but you've taken him out without giving him another opportunity with the new ball itself. This is what I was talking about. This is almost like Blades' 4th spell.
Right. At least 4, isn't it? 23 overs he's bowled, 2 for 57.
Yeah, give Pittman a couple with the new ball, especially with him getting the ball tailoring in and having Brian Charles on strike. It's almost like a register. Like we took the new ball, so we have to bowl Blades and we have to bowl Lane. Yeah, so try a new concept.
2 slips and a gully waits as it's a wide delivery by Blades to Brian Charles. Real loosener that one from Blades. But yeah, you got 4 seamers in the team. Akeem August sticking to his opening pair with this second new ball as they hunt these remaining 2 Red Force wickets. That's driven beautifully by Charles, back down past the bowler, chase the mid-off fielder. He can't pull it back. 4 more. These are good runs, good valuable runs for Trinidad and Tobago. He played that beautifully.
So, lovely shot. Positive straight. And again, we're talking about angles. Had Kelvin Pittman been a lot more straighter, he would have been able to cut that ball off. He was wide. And that's something, again, Ogisa has to get his angles worked out. You got to put your feelers in the correct position at all times. It's got to be straight. That's where he's supposed to be right now. That's where you got to work out. He's still going wide again.
And he comes again to Charles. That one wide, and that's caressed through the covers this time by Charles. Back-to-back boundaries for himself. The runs are starting to flow here at Coolidge for Trinidad and Tobago. 258 for 8. Charles moves on to 12.
Just to give you a 360 update, the Ghana Happy Eagles were bowled out for 339 of 109.2 overs. And Odin Smith, 22.2 overs, 3 maidens, 68 runs, 5 wickets. Tomorrow Redwood, 2 for 109 from 23 with 2 maidens. And Markina Minley among the wickets again, 23 9-36-2.
Short this time by Blades. Left alone by Charles. Often happens, either one or two things happen with the new ball. It picks up wickets, or run scoring becomes easier, but these are good cricket shots by Brian Charles. There's no edges or having the batsman in trouble and getting lucky runs. These are good, positive runs by Trinidad and Tobago. They're lower order, hanging round.
Kevlin Anderson top scoring for the Ghana Harbour Eagles with 116, 187 balls, 13 fours and 2 sixes, registering his fourth. Next best score in that game was Machu Nando with 61 and Kamal Savory with 48. So defending champions fighting their way. Jamaica, they won without loss at Sabina Park in Kingston.
Blades his ball, one ball around the wicket. Now he's back over the wicket to the right-handed Charles. Short again. Charles has nothing to do with it. 8 coming off Blades' over. And at the end of it, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 258 for 8. Joshua De Silva on 116. Charles on 12.
The Windward Islands still forcing and really taking it to the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. Yeah, Kenneth Demba is on 64 not out from 115 balls, 7 fours. And Ryan John scored 109. Shadrach Descartes 119, yeah. 462 for 8. So the Windward Island Volcanoes, trust me, they're really on a roll.
Turning
at the Darren
it on.
Sammy National Cricket Stadium in St. Lucia.
Punch down the ground. Lane's first ball of his new over by De Silva for a comfortable 2. 260 for 8. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. So the first 4 batsmen put on 58 for the Volcanoes, and the next 4 are put on 400.
I like how you suss that out, Terry. You said that, not me.
Not a good day for the Leewards.
It's not been a good day for a very long time.
Lane in again to De Silva. Silva's slashing at that. It's high over cover. Falls safely. And they come back for another 2.
That is right on 173 for 2, Terry. Kevin Wickham is on 72 not out. So he be thinking about getting onto the century board of this West Indies 4-day championship. And he might have looked around and realized, well, Ryan John got 100, Joshua De Silva, Kevlin Anderson, my colleague, Evelyn. I need 100 as well, too. So that's good. Gives the selectors some headache.
Definitely.
I don't know if they'll have any headaches, Terry, but we'll wait and see.
Well, we'll see. And this could be a headache coming up here with De Silva caught and bowled.
Well done.
Excellent.
Magnificent. What happened there? Pitched up again.
Pitched up, full delivery.
Full delivery.
He caught it on the full, but he steered it straight back to Lane, who took a very good catch in his follow through to see the dismissal of Joshua De Silva for a very well played 100. He was looking to get on with things in the last couple of overs since the new ball was taken, but Lane has picked up the wicket and he's 5-4, and that I think is his 3rd fifer in first class cricket, so well done to the young man. Took it well to reach down low. He's a tall, lanky lad. He took it very comfortably in the end to see the back of Josh De Silva for a well-made century, and I was just about to say that's his 3rd consecutive century. Tevin Imlak, of course, took his place in the West Indies team in Pakistan, kept absolutely brilliantly to that turning ball. It can be very interesting now. If De Silva, he's doing the right thing. He's making runs, force his way back in. So there's a headache for West Indies selectors when it comes around. 262 for 9 here though at Coolidge, Trinidad and Tobago, as Jaden Seals strolls to the crease.
And so Lane, 21 years of age, as you rightly said, Terry, is his third 5-wicket haul. His best bowling figures of first class have been 5 for 39. So in comparison, he's played 14 first class games, which is not bad for a young fast bowler. So he's got 50 wickets. In fact, that was his 50th first class wicket that he picked up, Joshua De Silva. That's a big one, as they would say. That's the big one, baby.
Most definitely. Yeah, he'll remember that one for sure. And he did it all by himself. And he comes again to Seals, and Seals is wafting at that. Misses everything, goes through low to the keeper, and no run.
Comes from Barbados. 21 years of age, so he's really got some potential. Had a stint in the CPL with the St. Kitts Nevis Patriots. Represented the West Indies under 19. What I like about him is that he's a cricketer. He's a natural athlete, and he can bat. Can hit the ball very, 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 very far. He's got 2 half centuries, 376 first class runs, a high score of 63. This young 21-year-old from Barbados.
Boy, that's a wide delivery that time. It's interesting, just prior to that delivery, who's that at mid-off? Is it Becky Joseph or Nathan Edward? But the umpire...
No, it's not Edwards. I think it is somebody's on for someone. I think so. It's Pittman. Oh, Pittman is on the field still, yes.
I think he was, the umpire Christopher Wright was just having a quiet word with him because we know how Jaden Seals is. That's an excellent delivery by Elaine, swinging back.
Late as well, though.
Very late. That Seals will tell you, well left. End of the over, end of a successful over. We saw the wicket. Ooh, that didn't miss by much. As we saw the wicket of Josh De Silva, who was caught and bowled for 120.
Bottom edge of the bat in the process, Terry, but good low catch.
Excellent catch.
And that's what you're talking about, the athlete.
Yeah, the athleticism.
In Lane.
So Trinidad and Tobago Red Force at 262 for 9. With the last pair of Brian Charles, who's on 12, and Jaden Seals, who's yet to score at the crease. Jediah Blaze to continue the attack from this commentary box end here at Coolidge. Bowling to Charles. And Charles is having a go at that one. Doesn't take the edge. Through to Bowen Tuckett and no run.
So good afternoon to Lionel Baker, first Montserrat player to officially play Test cricket for the West Indies. So much international stars would have come out of Montserrat. One prominent name rings a bell. Jim Allen, Alfred Corriott, Fitzroy Buffon, Owen Roach in his own right. Had a number of players, Terry, from Montserrat would have also played West Indies under 19 cricket. I could remember one person who I thought was a little bit unlucky and came at a time, Austin White. He's a big strapping fast bowler. Decent batter as well too. Tyrone Greenaway. Tyrone Greenaway was a former Leeward Islands under 19 captain, also played Lesroy Weeks.
Lesroy Weeks.
Yeah,
he was unlucky for me to be
Yeah, the politics. That's what happens.
Catch you every time.
Yeah, got a young guy like Jamel Kabe around here. He's not even been given a look in, and he's got some real potential playing in England. Stevell Rodney, Dino Baker, got so much talent. Even Quinton Boatswain. Remember Boatswain?
Right, yeah.
Boatswain had an expensive stint as well. But Montserrat have always produced some real big, strong, fast bowlers. Some guys who bowl some real heavy deliveries. And the last time we saw that, even Leslie Irish, Quinton Boatswain, he was a handful.
Right, yeah.
So good afternoon to Davon Williams.
Used to come over and play for Piggott.
Yeah,
too,
oh,
didn't
a lot of the guys. The Joshua Gantz, playing for Piggott as well. He was almost Stevel Rodney. He was complaining to me the other day as to how expensive the flights is.
Flights are these days, yeah.
So, and I think that is an assistance where, because no cricket is happening in Montserrat, I think somebody has to really pay attention for the guys that want to come to Antigua and Barbuda and play. There has to be a support system put in place to get those guys to come across to Antigua and Barbuda and hone their skills.
Yeah, long overdue, I believe. Vernon, surely the governments and the airlines, Cricket West Indies, can come to some arrangement where you get discounted prices, especially seeing that you're talking about a good group of tickets. You're not talking about your one ticket or two tickets. You're talking about a good group of tickets, and you're talking about it, a few times a year. So,
have you ever had a chance?
Really help out.
You see what happens in the summer? You see how many sporting teams travel?
Right.
That is supposed to be an indication to anybody how the power of sports.
Exactly.
It's not just only boys and girls traveling, I mean, the Carifta Games in Trinidad and Tobago this year is going to be massive.
Right. Yeah, and you got your coaching
I was thinking
staff and your
I was thinking about going to the Carifta Games, and the accommodation, I'll have to ask my friends from 360 if they can find a place for me, to stay. But what I'm saying, it is going to be busy getting into Trinidad and Tobago over the Easter weekend.
True.
Right? So we have to come up with creative ways to help sporting organizations and to showcase our talent in the Caribbean, be it boys or girls, because people just want an opportunity to just travel somewhere and play sports.
Yeah, most definitely. And they're good enough that they can represent their country. And something needs to be put in place, as you say, that, surely that they can come together and say, okay, it only costs you this much, we do it frequently enough, and put things in place and keep them in place.
Especially for cultural and sporting groups. I think if, the airlines, be it Liat, Caribbean Airlines, if you have a group of over 30, you get your tickets at a reduced rate or whatever. Or you might even get branding, if you come, you could be able to get branding on the uniforms for the teams, whichever be volleyball, golf, basketball. What I'm just saying, just come up with some creative ways that's right, that can help.
Everybody benefits, and they talk about sports tourism, and so that's exactly what that is, which is another arm of a booming industry. As Seals French cuts that down, and Pittman does well on the boundary. No,
I don't think
got through.
It got through. Inside edge there, as they would say, the French cut, and coming around there was Kelvin Pittman. I think he's in a spot of trouble. Just feel so. Think he landed on his right side. Maybe might have just bruised his quadricep. He's getting up. Rivaldo Clark is asking him if he's okay. The trainer and the physio is coming across, so there's a serious concern.
That's not good for the young man. He was just limbering up too. He was gonna come back on to ball, but he's up and walking about now. He says he's okay.
You got to be tough in this game.
True.
There are no babies that play cricket. If you're not tough enough, you can't handle it. Sometimes you just need that mental toughness to be able to, rough you up in your mind. Lane looking for 6.
He hit that
big
one.
shot. That's gone all the way.
The
For
other
6.
one might have been inside edge, but that was a booming shot. Straight back over mid-off by Jaden Seals.
And they dug out for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. They're having some serious fun with that big shot.
Yeah, and 10 off 2 balls. Score shot up to 272 for 9. These are good runs for Trinidad and Tobago. The last partnership between Charles and De Silva added 61. And these two are put on 10 thus far.
Gotta keep coming. He's gotta keep coming. He's gotta keep coming. Yogi Lane.
But talking about the French Cup, why do they call it the French Cup? Then I've never known a Frenchman. I mean, the Chinaman, I get that because Jamaican, Chinese, Jamaicans, Eric Chong used to play, right? I get all that. But who was the Frenchman that played the say French Cup?
You ever seen a cow in Cow Corner?
Excellent, excellent. What, while the game's going on, you've been down Rising Sun too much, eh?
I don't even call Cow Corner.
No,
so I've
not
never
at
seen
all.
a cow in Cow Corner. Right?
A mid-wicket to us, isn't it?
Yeah, we have a little break here. 272 for 9. Inspection of the ball. Just having a little banter in our studio. 360. Outside the line there of his body there. Jaden Seals. Kind of was looking at him, Terry, wondering if he's feeling 100%. Because I couldn't understand Anderson Phillips coming before him. Is that a promotion?
Anderson Phillip and Brian Charles. Well, Anderson Phillip has made a 50, hasn't he? At first class level.
You think so?
I think he has.
It doesn't merit him to bat before Jaden Seals.
No.
So-
Possibly not. But maybe he's just saving his energy because I reckon on this pitch, if he gets it in the right areas, he might fancy himself running through these academy boys. But we'll have to wait and see. At the moment, important runs are going on, and the umpire, Christopher Wright, just telling Johan Lane that you need to keep out of the danger zone and you follow through.
I know it's really nothing to shout about, but Jaden Seals' highest score in first class cricket is 33, but his capability and, you know, him as a person is quite capable of batting. Only 23 years of age. He's going to be around for a long time, quite easily. Already got 75 test wickets under his belt, 132 first class wickets. And 75 test wickets have come from 18 test matches.
Yeah, no, he's a true competitor, a real fighter, and a determined young man. So all good signs for Seals and for Trinidad and Tobago and West Indies cricket moving forward. Because as you say, 23-year-old, got the world at his feet.
It's best bowling of 6 for 61 at the test team. So I think once he's fit, he's already written his name down along with Alzari Joseph. They'll have to find 2 more.
Exactly. Exactly.
Certainly for sure. Kemar Roach maybe might be in the conversation still, but I think it is a serious conversation that the West Indies selection panel are going to seriously have to have in terms of the future for Kemar Roach.
Definitely. At the moment, he's batting like a young man.
Charles driving on the onside, picking up an easy 2.
As he moves on to 14, 274 for 9.
Are you in favor? I think I heard the head coach saying that he just wants another spinner. Our options based on our tracks in the Caribbean, what are we going to have? Warwick and Moti and somebody else?
Good question.
I thought we want fast bowlers.
I thought we did too.
I think we need match winners. We need
match winners for sure.
We need match winners.
Somebody that says yes, I can do it. Watch me. take the bit between the teeth, that type of attitude.
Seals has come on in leaps and bounds. You know, we've seen Alzari when he's on song. You know, if we could just get, we saw what happened in Pakistan. Warrican proved to be a match winner. Our next series is going to be in the Caribbean. I'm not too sure, Terry, that our tracks are going to be that comfortable for Warrican or Moti, but we'll wait and see.
Yeah, true. In the meantime, Blades is into Charles. Charles is turning that nicely down to fine leg for another.
Pitch the ball up. Gotta pitch the ball up. No need to trying to be banging in the ball. This is 10 and 11 batting right now. So why are you still trying to bang the ball into the turf? Just gotta be aiming for the toes. 275 for 9. Trinidad could just stay out there and just sneak their way and get up to 300 runs.
Very easily.
He wants a deep backward square for Jaden Seals. Can't understand this. Just mind-boggling. Can't get it worked out. I'd like to know what the thinking is.
Yes, and Seals is very good at mind games, so he can get under your skin, and so if they're not careful, you can start plastering them all over the ground. With this type of field, wide delivery again by Blades. He's had a torrid time behind the stumps, Bowen Tucker, but he's done extremely well.
He's kept his composure.
Excellent keeping.
He's got excellent footwork. He's really worked on his fitness. He's got a lot stronger. You could see that his power of concentration, his mind power, he believes now that he belongs in this arena. You know, that 100 at Kensington Oval will go a whole long way in his career.
Turned easily by Seals, back with a square for another one. There's no pressure on these two. They're just picking the ones and twos off, putting away the bad ball. I'd like to see the academy bring the field up, put some pressure on, put batsmen around them, and knock them over.
It's amazing, Terry, when you go through the amount of legendary players who would have come to the West Indies under 19 ranks over the years. The Kenneth Benjamin, the Chris Gale, the Marlon Samuels, the Winston Benjamin, you know, the Saar ones would have represented the West Indies under 19, and they've gone on to become world-class players. Lovely shot. Beautiful shot there by Charles. Charles is certainly growing in confidence.
He's a batsman.
15 from 50. He looks a batsman because Blades is all over the shop.
Exactly. Hasn't been a very impressive spell by him with the new ball, Blades, swapping ends. But he just cannot get the right line and length consistently enough to trouble these Trinidad batsmen.
.276 for 9, and 276 for 9 could become 300 for 9.
Quite easily.
If the West Indies Academy don't get a grip as to what's happening around them, it's like they're just sitting back and waiting. You got to take the fight. I mean, like I said to you yesterday, Terry, I've been saying it all the time. The Academy has to believe that they can bowl this Trinidad and Tobago team out. They were 91 for 6. They're now 276
for 9.
For 9.
Yeah. As Nathan Edward will take up the attack from the northern end, replacing Johan Lane. Bowled 10 overs, 1 for 45, but has had a huge no-ball problem. And he's bowled 10 in the match. He's into Seals. Seals is beaten outside the off stump. That year that they won the Headley Weeks trophy, that group believed. This is what this group needs. Some belief in themselves.
Yeah, but it was a different caliber.
Right.
Because you had the Andersons, the Wickham, the Machinando,
Mackenzie's,
it was a whole different creed of players there.
Good ball by Edward.
What a Jaffa.
Big Nolan's up there, Seals.
It's a little byplay going on between Seals and Edwards. You know, in the CPL they play for the same team. Edwards is into his 11th over, 1 for 45. Starts from the CIU road end. The ball to the left-handed. Oh, again. He didn't know anything about that. What I can say to you, Jaden Seals maybe can't wait to get out here to bowl on this track.
That's what I say. That's what I say. I think they were just resting him, saving his energy.
He maybe can't wait with a delivery like that.
2 in a row.
He maybe can't wait to get out the bowl. That's a Jaffa. How do you play that, Terry?
You don't. You do what Seals did and hope the hell it passes you.
Here goes Nathan Edwards. Arms pumping. Squeezed away down to the deep gully, backward point area. 276 for 9. Seizes 11. Brian Charles seems like a long time. He's 15 from 51. Just for a moment, Jaden is maybe wondering, am I playing at Leicester? Sorry. Nathan Edwards swinging this ball around. And a brand new one as well, too. It's good that Edwards has got the new ball, too. That's great. Played in the end. There's been a much better control over here so far from Nathan Edwards.
But I'd like to, if they don't pick up the wicket in this over, I'd like to see Pittman have a go with the new ball, because Blades has been a bit all over the shop with it so far.
Well, originally Pittman should have been bowling the new ball.
True.
Originally. In fairness to him, should have been given an opportunity to run in with that red cherry. Bang on target again. So a maiden over from Nathan Edwards and a good comeback with the new ball.
And it looks like it's going to be Pittman. In this end, 276 for 9, Trinidad and Tobago. Charles is on 15, Seals is on 11. It looks like Calvin Pittman will take up the attack, replacing Jediah Blades from the commentary box end. As West Indies Academy hunt down this last wicket. Pittman's bowled 13 overs, 1 for 59 so far.
He's got to pitch the ball up. He's got to bowl the ball on a full length. Aim for the toes of Brian Charles. That's what he has to be thinking about right now. The poles. That's what he needs. Yon Lane giving him some encouragement.
Yeah, good encouragement. In he comes. That's easily turned backward of square for a leg by. 277 for 9. Brings the left-handed Jaden Seals onto strike. He's on 11. Two slips a gully, backward point, cover mid-off for Seals as Pittman over the wicket. And that's cracked through the cover region, racing out to the boundary, and well stopped with his boot.
Beautiful. Good football skills there. That's the athletic ability of that big man, Yon Lane. No, I think he stopped it.
He did stop it.
He signaled for?
He shouldn't have, because he definitely stopped it. Watch the replay. He stopped at about an inch inside the rope. Look at that. Stopped dead.
I guess the umpire is maybe trying to say that his toe touched the rope. I'm not too sure about that.
No. Because it was Seals who hit it.
Oh, so he got three.
Yeah.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Because I was wondering there for a while there. Because I know that was a big save. The
Excellent
Trinidad
save.
dugout was saying that it was 4, but I don't think so. Catch him.
Quick.
Yeah, it's all happening here.
Lane's in the action, that's for sure. He put his body on the line there, just dropped before him. And then the ball ballooned off him and he wasn't quite sure where it went, so they snuck another 2.
He maybe can't wait to get off the field to get a good massage.
Don't blame you.
Get on that table.
He's put in some good hard yards yesterday and today. 282 for 9. Charles has moved on to 17. Seals is on 14. It's Charles on strike to Pittman. And that's cracked a mile. High, wide,
Easy bowling
handsome,
shot.
pulled over the mid-wicket boundary for 6. He certainly middled that, did Brian Charles. Short by Pittman, and he was onto it like a rocket.
There's no need for you just to look at the stumps. That was a nothing delivery. And it got smacked where it deserved.
Yeah.
It's almost like a long hop.
288 for 9. Charles moves on to 23. Big runs these for Trinidad.
See what I was telling you, Terry? The
Mhm.
score is now 288.
Yeah. Approaching 300. Pittman in again, and this one is flashing outside the off stump through to the keeper. No run.
I think he was beaten. Turned him right around, squared him up completely. Again, he was looking to put the ball down to backward point. Gotta look, get the ball to tailoring in at the stumps.
Partnership worth 26 of 32 deliveries. He's a good run, 61 for the 8th wicket. For the 9th wicket, I should say, and now 26 for this last 10th wicket. Short and wide again. Charles has nothing to do with it. Over completed, and at the end of the over, Trinidad and Tobago 288 for 9. Brian Charles is on 23. And Jaden Seals is on 14 as the players take a water break. And we'll take a break on Cricket 360 and be back in about 5 minutes.
So, at lunch, Trinidad and Tobago were 233 for 8 of 76 overs in the first hour of play. After they are 288 for 9 of 88 overs. Some 55 runs, Terry, being scored in the process.
Yes, 55 good runs for the loss of just 1 wicket.
For the folks who are following, 360 roundup. The Windward Island Volcanoes are bowled out for 480. 51 extras, Terry. 26 byes, 14 leg byes, 5 wides, 6 no balls. O'Shane Thomas finishing with 4 for 66 with 4 maidens from 21 overs. Nathan Edwards.
And that's hooked high in the air. Pittman coming round, misjudges it, and it falls over the rope. Another 6 to Jaden Seals.
I don't think he would have been able to
flick it back anyway.
I don't think so. That's one of the balls that will sky around on you. He had no way in terms of what's going on. Edwards himself trying to bowl short as well too there. So
Yeah, these are good runs for Trinidad and Tobago as they inch closer to 300. Too short. Too short. Too short by the West Indies Academy boys. Seals goes up to 20. 294 for 9. Edwards in again to Seals. Pushes behind square for 1. They're coming back for the second. Good run in. But these Academy boys are not switched on. They have to realize that every run is vital.
Another no ball by being called by the umpire.
That's his 11th, I think.
11th no ball. He has to check that. He has to work on that, Nathan. Cutting that line. That look a little bit close there.
Yeah, that
looked close.
That was a very close call.
He can't be landing that far up. There has to be something. Got to keep his foot behind the line. The last thing you want is to get a wicket with a no ball.
That one's pitched up. Seals could only push it to a mid-on.
Justin Graves picked up 3 for 102, Terry. 26 overs, 3 maidens. Kareem Ago 1 for 19. Pennyfeather 1 for 63. Cornwall 1 for 66. Those are the wicket takers. So,
chasing another huge first inning score.
Yeah. Like they would say. Sanford would say, this is the big one, baby.
Hesitation there as it's pushed into the cover region. They decided against the run.
It's going to take some batting. That's all I can say to you.
Most definitely.
But
and they'll be down on themselves.
Mikael Louis and Kadeem Henry, they've shown the appetite for getting big scores. If they can get off to a good start and the platform could be laid, then we just never know what could be happening. They're already 2 without loss. Edwards trying to prize out Seals. Clipped away into the leg side area. We'll only get 1 in the process.
Yeah, good work by Elaine again. In quickly off the boundary. Restrict the scoring to 1. 298 for 9.
Or 360 roundup. Barbados 201 for 4. Kevin Wickham fell 5 short. He was bowled by Akeem Jordan for 95. Wow. 108 balls with 15 boundaries. So I can imagine I would have seen the celebration from Akeem Jordan. Remember, combined campuses and colleges scored 262 all out in their first innings. So that's an interesting game.
Edward into Charles this time, wide of the off stump, left alone by the right-hander. Brian Charles 23, Jaden Seals 23. Partnership worth 36. Previous partnership was 61, so almost added 100 for the last 2 wickets, and still going as they approach 300, 298 for 9.
Remember, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force are the leaders.
Bouncer by Edward. Through to the keeper to complete the over. So Trinidad and Tobago Red Force still going on, 298 for 9. Both Charles and Seals on 23 apiece. That's after Joshua De Silva's 189 ball 120. His 8th first class century. And Johan Lane picking up his 3rd 5-wicket haul. 25 overs, 5 for 56. As Calvin Pittman will continue from this the commentary box end. Be bowling to Jaden Seals. In he comes to Seals, and short, and Seals is hammered that high, wide, handsome, over mid-wicket, all the way for 6. Every single time they drop short, they get punished. The 300 is up for Trinidad and Tobago. They move on to 304 for 9. Seals moves on to 29. Too comfortable. There's no real pace in this pitch. Tennis ball bounce sat up nicely for Seals, and he cracked it straight over mid-wicket. Pittman tries again. This one's nice and full. Goes right along the ground to the only slip. Makes the stop.
I'll say something to you, Terry, because if I was his coach, trust me, he'd be broke every payday.
Right. Good thing you're not his coach then, huh?
Come on. Gotta learn quickly. Read, assess the game. I guess the game awareness.
Pittman down the leg side. Seals misses out on that one. Taken well again by Bowen Tuckett.
And that's because there's a lot of banter that takes place, Terry. They're always going after each other. Oh, I'm going to bounce you out.
Yeah,
Oh, I'm going to...
Yeah, and they get carried away from it.
Yes, but Seals would have faced faster than Kelvin Pittman.
Much quicker.
You know, he
much more hostile environment.
He's faced McGrath and company. You don't have any pace at all.
Mm-hmm.
You're maybe just down to about 60. You're almost like a medium pacer, more or less. You're not a fast bowler. Stick to the basics.
Full delivery, and guess what happened? He's bowling. Disgust with Seals, he slams his bat on the ground and begrudgingly walks off, but that's the end of the Trinidad and Tobago innings. Finally, Pittman pitches it up. It was a full toss, caught the inside edge, takes out Seals' leg stump to complete Trinidad and Tobago Red Force's first innings. They've been bowled out here at Coolidge for 304. We'll take a break on Cricket 360 and be back with West Indies Academy reply to Trinidad and Tobago's 304 in about 10 minutes.
Welcome back to the Coolidge Cricket Ground. First delivery from Jaden Seals is played down to backward point. Amir Django cutting that one off. As I say, good afternoon to my colleague, legendary Marley Richards.
Good afternoon, Vernon. Good afternoon to the listeners in the region and around the globe. Jaden Seals, West Indies spearhead here, charging in from the pavilion end. It's going to be a testing period this for the West Indies Academy. Batting lineup short of runs in this season so far.
2 slips, a gully, backward point, mid on, mid off. Short mid wicket, square leg, and a fine leg. Seals. Joshua De Silva opting to start with 2 slips instead. And Trinidad and Tobago, just in case you've just joined us, they were bowled out for 304. 89.4 overs, 421 dot balls, 33 boundaries, and 6 sixes. Main feature being Joshua De Silva scoring his 8th first-class 100, 120, 129 balls, 15 fours, 1 6. And Ewan Lane, his 3rd 5-wicket first-class haul, 25 overs, 8 maidens, 56 runs, 5 wickets. Seals, 2 geese, pitched up. And one thing for sure, I think the West Indies Academy, they're going to have a torrid time with Jaden Seals, Anderson, Phillip and company.
Well, the encouraging thing from the West Indies Academy perspective is the conditions here on day 2. Vastly different to what we saw yesterday. Majority of yesterday was overcast, seam bowler friendly conditions. But here, maybe just suiting batting a little bit more. You could probably tell with that Trinidad score, 91 for 6 coming into day 2, 304 all out. Going past the outside edge. I think you're going to see that a few times, especially with this new ball. Jaden Seals' skills have come on leaps and bounds in the last 12 months or so. Spoke at length about him and his county cricket stints last season and just what it's done for him.
And Trinidad and Tobago were forced with a very balanced attack because you still got a big Joshua James to complement, the spin bowling of Correa and Carrie Pear. So a lot of options for Joshua De Silva. Back and across stylishly is O'Geese. Keeps that one out.
And Josh James is a former member of this West Indies Academy team as well.
Yeah. He's a big guy, Mally.
Big, strong guy. Yeah, bowls medium quick. Maybe will put on a couple yards of pace as he progresses, but he's batting as well. He wheels a long handle, long levers.
Looking at him there, he just standing, he looks like a figure, like a Joel Garner. Not the same stature in terms of the muscle mass, but the height alone. I would have maybe had him maybe at the gully area. First over is completed, single to O'Geese, and the West Indies Academy, they're off and running.
Yeah, good solid start. This pitch may be just starting to quicken up now. Bit more pace in this wicket. As we were saying previously, 91 for 6. Seam friendly bowler conditions day 1. Day 2, you'd anticipated maybe the West Indies Academy to bowl out Trinidad for under 200. They ended up making 300. So in the end, the last 4 wickets putting on 213 runs. West Indies Academy, for me, are in trouble in this match.
They certainly are. And with the lack of experience of not batting well at all, they're going to be under some real serious pressure.
Going to be Anderson Phillip from the CIU Road. This one's taking the outside edge. It's going to run away to the boundary. So the first boundary here for the West Indies Academy. Coming off the outside edge of Akeem Ogis. Anderson Phillip, West Indies fast bowler as well. He's found games hard to come by at the international level. He's been a member of many a touring party. Was a member of that tour to Pakistan as well. Anderson Phillip. Akeem Ogis has started quite positively here, looking to score.
His highest Mali for the season so far has been 43. He's only scored 83 runs coming into this series. Jagasaw, his highest has been 26. And coming into this series, he's only scored 82 runs. So the batting will be formed around Rivaldo Clark, 179. Joshua Bishop, 166. And Callum Boyne Tuckett, 157. Those have been the only players so far to have got a half century. Any runs of note so far?
Yeah, debut season this for Justin Jagasaw, the young man from Trinidad. Just 20 years old. This one. What's going to be signal here?
I think he got runs onto it.
He did get runs onto it.
Yeah. The alignment there by Anderson Phillip, Mali. His head one way, the hand bowling hand the other way. And maybe that's why maybe he's not been able to really push in to get into the final West Indies team. So that's a spot that's still available for someone. I think an investment could have been made in Isaiah Thorne, really. But Thorne has maybe not been in the conversation for some time now. Trinidad and Tobago strengthening their slip cord, and they've got 3 slips now.
Quite a strong lad, Anderson Phillip, and you're right in terms of that head just falling away. It's been like that for as long as we've known Anderson Phillip, to be honest. When it does go wrong, tends to push that ball down the leg side. Just there.
The whole biomechanics, just the alignment just off. He's got good sprinting skills in terms of his stride pattern.
He's a good athlete.
Yeah. But his body alignment, everything just almost off.
28 years old now, Anderson Phillip. When he is in good rhythm, he's got the ability to bowl quite a heavy ball, as they'd say. Just there. So his action isn't repeatable per se. So just there, the head didn't fall away quite as much. Let's have a look. The previous 2, head fell away. Bob ended up pushing the ball down the leg side. This time, just managed to hold it up a bit longer. So he's just finding that radar now. And at times, it's that unorthodoxy that can make you quite a difficult proposition. Being able to fall away, the ball angling in and holding its line outside that off stump.
He'll have to be a Colin Croft, Mali.
Yeah, or even a Ben Stokes.
Have to be a Colin Croft. Sometimes you look back at Colin Croft's action.
You can't teach it. You can never teach it. Especially Croft around the wicket. To the right-hander, bowling bounces with that almost in-ducking action. Have a look at this again. It's that head. Just need to keep that head up just that split second longer. There, it was a lot better.
And the left foot being braced even some more as well too. Played some 2 test matches. Just as you rightly said, Mali's only been able to get 3 test wickets so far. So he's not been able to really cement himself in the conversation. He's been there or thereabout. But right now you can't be there or thereabout. Made his debut in 2022. Skittles? Tingling of the cups from Terry with his tea.
I'm not sure Terry's much of a tea drinker, to be honest. I think he's more of a coffee man. Yeah.
He drinks something. I don't know what he drinks. Didn't tell me about his he didn't tell me about his birthday, but you know that's all. I thought that's what friends are for. Yeah, no problem.
We spent half an hour on it.
10 without loss.
Look at the card down there, just waiting for an edge. Jaden Seals, I think he's going to look to go round the wicket now, change the angle to the left-handed Akeem Ogis. As he said, he's found runs a bit hard to come by so far, has Akeem Ogis. Top score of 43, as he said.
And this is Philip Malley's last test match that he played for the West Indies. It seemed like a long time ago, 2022 against Australia. He bowled 26 overs, 2 maidens, 115 runs with no wickets. So he would have toiled for a very long time.
But just to pivot away from that slightly, what was encouraging to see, especially from a Jaden Seals, especially in that first test, the performance of Jaden Seals actually in those conditions there in Pakistan, removing the top order, being a constant threat, showing good endurance as well, bowl long spells, different style of fast bowling really down there in the subcontinent. And Jaden Seals, I tell you, it was after the first test versus Bangladesh here in Antigua, and you know, a lot was being made of the 4-prong pace attack of the West Indies, the amount of wickets they would have taken in the match. And there was an interview done after. All 4 of them did an interview, and the question was asked, who is the spearhead of this attack? And Jaden Seals stepped up and said it was him. Oh, that's a beauty, absolute beauty. Not sure whether to play, whether to leave. That one from around the wicket, angled in, and kept going in on that natural angle. We know he's got the ability to take it away from the left-hander as well, but look at that.
And again, for Ogis, the lack of feet movement there as well too, because he turned him right around.
Caught on the crease. He's got to be looking to come forward to deliveries, pitched up.
Heel onto toe. Heel onto toe. He's got, just as you rightly said, Malley's got to get there.
That's a top knot. Just there again. Actually left on length this time from Ogis. So Jaden Seals, he's starting to find a nice low rhythm here. The end of 3. The Academy at 10 without loss.
And you know, it's a pretty interesting conversation that did take place in Antigua and Barbuda with Joseph, Roach, Seals. Was Graves part of that conversation as well too? Justin Graves,
I
yes.
think he probably was there, yeah. But they were
Justin
making
Graves.
more of the
4-prong.
Yeah, and you know, they were all answering questions. It's quite a good interview, actually, to be honest. And when Seals stepped up, Azari was there as well, and we also know how competitive, you know, Azari can be. But I was a bit surprised at that stage that Seals not only saw himself as the spearhead, but everyone else as well in that fast bowling group.
Well, he has come on.
He has, that's the thing.
He has 75 test wickets in 18 test matches.
That's the thing. He has really.
Alzari has got wickets, but Seals quietly has just really just blossomed out and has just looked more dangerous than anybody else. So it was a right assessment by everybody who would have seen him.
And it's not about pace necessarily. It's more about the skills.
Skill set.
Yes.
And landing the ball in the right areas.
It's a solid block that from Jagasar. He'll take a lot of confidence from that.
It's going to be very important, Mali, to see how the Trinidad and Tobago Seamers now will bowl as not on day one. Had they had maybe day one conditions, it might have been a different ball game. Sun is really belting out here this afternoon at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. What is going to be the approach now of the West Indies Academy batsmen? Because it's all well to survive, but you still have to score.
Anything offline, they've still got to look to be positive and put the ball away. So it's just there as well, just missing one down that leg side once again. Anderson Phillip pushing one down the leg side.
I wanted to talk a little bit about the boundaries that came off of the West Indies Academy bowling. Ewan Lane, 4 boundaries, no, in fact, 6 boundaries and 1 6. Blades, 9 boundaries, no 6s. Edwards, 6 boundaries and 1 6. Kelvin Pittman, 8 boundaries and 2 6s. And Joshua Bishop, 4 boundaries and 2 6s. Total of some 33 4s and 6 6s in that Trinidad and Tobago innings.
Just there, the head position of Justin Jagasar. Quite interesting to see. As you were saying, just 20 years old. But he's playing the ball quite late, allowing the ball to come in. He's getting into a nice, strong position. Have a look at this. That head just over middle stump, trigger movement across, gets him just outside off stump, and he allows it to come all the way in.
I'd maybe like to see that foot going back, Mali.
Some go back, some go across. Everyone can't be the same. That's the thing. It's just how they manage to find success. Or the art of batsmanship, the art of scoring runs, regardless of maybe not having a textbook type technique. But the head positioning there looks good. As you're saying now, the next stage of that is the transference of weight onto that front foot. Just there. It's half volley.
Got to put it away.
It's got to put that away at this level. At least got to pick up more than one.
You've got to put that away.
Should be at least 3 there if you just time that nicely down the ground.
And the issue is because the mindset of just defending. But as you rightly said, half volley's got to be put away.
Yeah.
It sort of eases that pressure off of you.
Definitely. Especially with Phillip. Phillip, not the type, doesn't do too much with it. Bowls a heavy ball, but not a big swinger of the ball, doesn't get too much seam movement as well, consistently.
Even that shot, Mali, Ogis was sort of came back up and lean into it, get into it there and find the gap. Got to look to find the gap. Sometimes they're just contented to just get it, bat onto ball, but you want to find gaps. That's why Brian was so good, being able to always find the gap. He was always looking for a boundary.
He was special in that regard in terms of finding gaps. Sometimes you think 3, 4 on strikers end.
But Ogis turned off late.
He did. He was a bit late.
And so that's why I said...
responding to the call, didn't
he? I mean, I would have gone for the strikers end. It would be a problem. Round the wicket. It's over the wicket to the right hander. Round to the left hander.
Just a bit more pace and carry now. Maybe see as the international bowler. Maybe just hitting that deck a bit harder, more consistently. Different conditions, as we said. It's a lot drier here on day 2.
It certainly is.
But I'm sure they would have loved to have bowled yesterday as well. Oh, can you imagine? Especially Jaden Seals with that new pill.
I think Academy would have been bowled over under 100.
Goes full. He's lost a piece of his bat there, I think. Something's happened. Yeah, he's lost the toe of his bat. There it is. You can see it just on the pitch. He's going to go pick it up now. Yep. He's lost the toe of his bat. So that Yorker full-length delivery. Trying to dig that one out. Have a look at this. There it went. So, new bat needed for the West Indies Academy skipper.
Don't know if he has 6 and 8 in his coffin.
Not quite yet, not just yet. Brings out one with no sticker. Hakeem Ogis. He lost the toe on that one. It's a different process now in terms of how they make the bats. They're thicker, bigger edges because they don't press them as tightly, so they don't last as long. That's another thing. Things like that happen more often.
Just like how they're making the cars now.
Yeah, it's everything. Do we feel?
It's about economics right now.
Yep.
You know, long time ago, you get a long time Rolls Royce or, you know, those long time Nissan. You know, they don't make those kinds anymore.
I tell you what, though, one thing that doesn't really go down is maybe the quality will go down, but the prices stay going up, don't they?
All the time. All the time.
It's amazing how much a top grade cricket bat actually costs.
And it's expensive. Jeez, I have to deal with it, Mali. So
Jesus. Oh my Lord, how has that missed the stumps? How has that missed? Totally misread that one, did Hakeem Ogis. It ends up looking like a good leave.
Joshua De Silva also missed it as well.
Yeah, it was too good for the wicket keeper as well.
Yeah.
Oh, that's gone over middle and leg. Done the wicket keeper as well. 4 byes. Hakeem Ogis here, he's under a bit of pressure.
I think what's going to happen to Joshua De Silva, because Cease is going to get this ball to seam around, he maybe just needs to go wider so that he could be able to see the bowler and also see the ball. Just a while ago, he was more or less blindsided.
That one just held its line outside the off stump. So that's a difficult proposition there. Posed for these young West Indies Academy batters. You saw the previous delivery. Big inward movement. And then that last one just held its line outside the off stump.
Where is that taking place?
I think it's to our right here in the commentary box. Just to the side of the sticky wicket. Or it was formerly the sticky wicket restaurant. It's a bit obscured by the dugout or the dressing room, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. That's a lot better. Looking to come forward, presenting a full face into the gap. Not trying to overhit. Picks up 2. Hakeem Ogis. That's what we're talking about. Looking to come forward.
Yeah. Heel onto toe. Very good lead there as well.
That's
it. Leaned into it sweetly, and he got his foot out to the pitch of the ball. So if somebody's swinging the ball, you want to try and get there and find the gap. He did find the gap there.
Sometimes you hear about picking length, but you hear picking length a lot to spinners. But you don't hear it that much when fast bowlers are bowling. You've got to pick that length as well, even quicker to the fast bowler, just whether to come forward, whether to go back. It's a split-second decision. Not sure what's happening over there. He's testing out the security here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground.
I should send Joshua James to him.
Security! Let him know. That gate has a padlock on for a reason. Now it seems like he's doing a bit of landscaping. Gardening there.
Well, he's getting a good view in looking at the game.
At the end of
sure.
the day.
He maybe just thinks that there's a whole lot to walk, come all the way around. So he'll look at the game from the fences.
Nice. Like to see maybe just a slightly bigger stride, but that's nice nonetheless at the end of the day. It's quite short in stature, Justin Jagasaw.
So to kind of remind you of a first time you would have seen an Adrian Barrett burst onto the scene. Not in shot.
That's a good show. That's a good show.
Not in shot execution yet, like an Adrian Barrett.
Just stature. Yeah. Very similar build.
Yeah. Very compact too, in terms of his defense. What a player he was when he came onto the scene.
It's a good lead once again.
Listened to him the other day on commentary. Sounded very, very, very knowledgeable. Well, he was always a student of the game.
You'd expect that.
Yeah. I know Trinidad and Tobago, Mali, they're launching their T10, is it their T20 tournament, which is going to be supported by the Trinidad and Tobago Knight Riders, Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board. They got a couple of at Queen's Park Oval. They've got some interesting matches coming up. And I don't know if you remember Kristen Kalicharan. He was somebody that I was always following, but maybe he wasn't interested in maybe the red ball format. Plays a lot of white ball cricket. Good leave, good take. Boy, in Trinidad they make so much runs you can't keep up, Terry. They have zone cricket. The school cricket is on their zone. It's a very big. It's big in Trinidad, big in Barbados as well too. Garfield Sobers competition coming up just now as well. Looking for a new set of stars that will be bursting onto the scene. Thick height, more or less. He wasn't really right forward, but enough.
His little trigger just gets him outside that off stump as well. Have a look at that there. Bit of bounce. Height an issue.
He could maybe get a bigger stride out there to make come back. But once have to jog back at him. The inside part of his, you get hit inside there, but they're making the pads, they're making everything now these days.
I think the key to Jagassar's batting is actually playing the ball quite late. As we said, he doesn't have the biggest of strides. So he's got to allow the ball to come in. He's exhibited a couple times here, especially in defense. Just he's brought onto that front foot again. A bit of bounce, bit of disconcerting bounce off a length. Well played in the end.
I think spin will play a bigger impact after these two come off, Mali. I can see a Carey Pear getting the ball maybe to grip, because he's a complete different bowler to a Joshua Bishop. He's got to tend to be attacking at the stumps all the time.
That'll be interesting to see. As we said, we haven't had any rain here today. This is probably the driest it's been so far in this match, and this pitch is just starting to quicken up. Bit more pace and carry. Anderson Phillip finishes his third over, none for 10.
You can't keep your eyes off for Joshua James, It'd be important to see which end he comes from.
Yeah,
because this originally was his home ground.
It was.
So with his height, he also bowls a very heavy ball as well.
The back of a length tends to bowl, as you say, that heavy length, hard length, as they'd say, into the pitch. More of a seam bowler. So look to get seam movement out of this Coolidge cricket ground pitch.
I think I would like to see him. Maybe Philip has really not troubled either batsman here. It'd be nice to give Joshua James a couple before tea. Maybe even one before tea or two.
The young man hailing from Tobago.
Yeah. Tobago.
Tobagonian. Yeah. That's how you say it, Bill Joe? Yes, our producer in here, a resident Trinidadian. Been to Tobago once, actually.
I've been there a couple of times.
Yeah. Yeah.
One for the Carifta Games, and also think there was a West Indies under 19 championship in Trinidad. There were a couple of games in Tobago. Lovely country. Very quiet, sort of reminds me of Nevis. Very easygoing.
It was very different to Trinidad.
Oh, by far.
Yeah, it was very
There's
different.
no comparison, Mali. There's not even a conversation.
It's a good time.
You know, if you go to San Fernando or you leave from San Fernando and you come to Port of Spain, it's just completely
more islandy.
Yeah.
It's a more island feel, I guess, if you'd say that.
Trinidad is just fast and bustling. Yeah, it's just going all the time. And you get on the highways, the traffic is just, everything is just going. It's pace.
Top 3 women in the world, I must say that. Trinidad and Tobago. Wow. Absolute stunners. Even the ugly women are beautiful in Trinidad. Can't say that for a lot of places around the world, that's for sure. Down the ground, punched. And that's what we're talking about, looking to apply pressure back onto these Trinidad and Tobago Red Force bowlers. Akim Ogis, his best shot of the day, presenting a full face, that on drive, as you'd say, Vernon. They're maybe just illustrating the balance at the crease.
And half volley's got to be put away, and that was put away.
With some style. No sticker on this bat, just presenting a full face nonetheless.
So he maybe might be looking for a sponsor. We just never know. Anybody listening? Interested?
Present more of a full face. Seals again. Little shorter this time.
But enough time that he could have played it with soft hands.
Just adjusted. You're right. Did get a bit square, but
it was okay.
Because
but you saw him still looking to play straight really with the ball under his eyes.
He just went away from it
Yeah,
slightly as well. Well played from the young man.
Defending his off stump.
Just use his hands,
which is what you want to see. Seals is enjoying this contest.
Very competitive.
Oh, he is.
At times he does push the line. You've seen it recently. Few fines and for maybe intimidation and the like, but you don't mind that aggression.
It's going back to county cricket again this year, Mali. Both him and Anderson Phillip.
Really? Where's Anderson Phillip going?
Anderson might be playing, I think, in the league, but
okay.
yeah.
I know. Jaden Seals overseas pro for Sussex.
Yeah, well, they believe in him
big time.
Yeah,
they believe in a lot of characters.
Where
Joffrey Archer and Chris Jordan. Well, Chris Jordan really came through the Surrey system, but he flourished under Sussex, at Sussex.
They're trying their best to get him signed a long-term contract. That's how much they believe in him. Sweetly timed to the covers, leaned into that. Won't get 4, but we'll get 3 quite easily. So he's going in confidence here.
He is. Good batting this, Ogis. Better batting conditions here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. Those 3 runs, that nice extra cover drive. It's going to be tea here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. West Indies Academy 27 without loss after 7 overs. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force earlier today bowled out after 89.4 overs for 304. Remember, they started day 2 91 for 6. Those last 4 wickets putting on some 213 runs. We'll have a break now, though, some 15 to 20 minutes or so for tea. Join us after the break for some more action from this CWI 2025 4-day championship match between Trinidad and the West Indies Academy.
two West Indian great fast bowlers. Two men that sit in the top 5 West Indian leading test match wicket takers. Courtney Walsh, we sit in his end here at Sabina Park. Kemar Roach, a man that's working his way up and closing in on 300 test wickets. Gentlemen, it is a great privilege to sit here alongside the two of you guys. 17 years in test match cricket, 15 years in test match cricket and counting. I want to know, first of all, what trait is needed to be able to perform and sustain excellence for such a long period of time? We'll start with the superiority.
The big strong words. No, obviously for me I think the key is being able to be fit, have good health, work out what you want to do and be prepared to put some hard yards in before so that can help you to sustain what's going on after. So once you look after your body and do the right requirements and also knowing your body after a certain period of time to know when you're match fit and what you need to do to get match fit was one of my motto, and I think Kemar has done that extremely well.
What worked for you?
Yeah, same thing you said. Just being match ready. Put the work in at the beginning, train hard, take care of your body, eat well, get some rest, and then on the field, you just express yourself, you exploit your skills, and that has worked for me from my whole career. And obviously watching the great man before me, he laid a foundation, and he was a very hard worker. You can see that he bowled long spells, and he was very consistent, and that's what I emulate my game off.
Roach has the last laugh. Roach has the last wicket.
Both of your journeys in fast bowling, your skill sets actually changed over time. How did your, Courtney, starting with you, how did your skill set evolve over your 17 years of test match bowling?
With experience, I mean, any young fast bowler when you started, you want to bowl fast because that was the name of the game. So you always try to hit the deck as hard as you can and try to bowl as quick as you can. And for me, I could only get the ball to knife back in or swing in a good pace, consistent pace. But over the years, as the game started to evolve and my own career started to develop, you realize that you need certain skill sets. So practicing the nets was what I went to do, and then you try it out in matches. Obviously, being able to play a couple of seasons in England did help, and then playing our regular 4-day cricket here and club cricket here, you can experiment in those. And then I would call myself an all-round fast bowler afterwards when I was able to swing the ball away from the bat. And those skill sets is something that you have to work on. There's something that I've admired with Kemar. His skill sets, when he started, he was raw pace. But then when he sort of lost a little bit of that pace, his skill sets got better in terms of how he swung the ball and using different angles, going around the wicket and creating what I call, I think, to me, and I say it in front of him or behind him, one of the best around the wicket bowler to left arm spin batters, using up that angle, getting the ball to come in and then leave the bat. It's not something that happens overnight. It's something you have to practice. And that's how you get your game to evolve in terms of trying to be a complete fast bowler, which at the end of my career, I think I was closer to that than when I started.
Second hit, magnificent from Kemar Roach. Third time lucky.
When do you remember that time where it all sort of came together for you?
Obviously, injuries help. Obviously, I lost some pace, so obviously I had to work on my skills more to become still an impact bowler in Test cricket. So I did a lot of work leading into 2015, 2016 after my injury on my shoulder, and some deep discussions and some reinvention of myself and my action helped me to do a lot more of the ball, and then I think I became a better bowler after that, instead of working up batsmen, challenging batsmen, front foot, back foot, whatever, but getting the ball to go both ways. I think I enjoyed bowling like that more than bowling quick. It might sound funny, but pace put fear in batsmen's heart, but I like the fact of exploiting skills and exploiting weaknesses in batsmen, and I just think that's where I enjoy most.
Edged and taken, make that 51 before Kemar Roach is probed, and he finally gets the reward.
What role did Courtney Walsh play in Kemar Roach's development and role in the West Indies?
Yeah, obviously watching on TV, obviously we all know of him and the Curtly Ambrose partnership. I think those guys, they set such a high barrier for fast bowling in the Caribbean that you just wanted to emulate them. Watching it in Barbados on CBC, I think seeing him and Curtly Ambrose run together, it was just heartwarming, and you just go outside right after the game is finished and you try to bowl like them, and it was really good times, and it just is a good foundation for my cricket going forward, and that's why I'm here, playing so long as I can.
And Legend, there's a picture of you around 2011 having a chat with the three West Indian fast bowlers. I think it was Kemar, it was Fidel, Darren Sammy was in it as well. What do you remember about Kemar Roach when he first burst on the scene that you really liked?
Some of the questions he had asked, I liked his action from day one, but his attitude, being down to earth, some of the questions he asked. And then after that meeting, we kept in touch. I mean, we were always in touch, but we kept in touch more. And just to watch, you start to watch and follow the career. And I remember the one that stands out to me most distinct was a conversation I had with him in India when I was down there doing commentary and he wasn't playing. And I was a little bit disappointed because I wanted to see him play, but they were just remodeling his action and stuff. And I said to him, it's only a pity you have to be doing the modeling of the action on tour. This should have been done before and it should have enabled you to be playing. And he agreed. And we had good discussions about it to make sure that he didn't get downhearted because when you expect to play, you're not playing. And he took it well. We kept in touch, we did a little bit of chatting after, and I just started to follow his career because of what I saw, his humbleness, but he wanted to succeed to be sort of at the top level. And after that tour, he came back playing and he hit the ground running. And whenever he see me, he would say, "Legend, what do you think about this?" and what we think. And if I see something, I'd say to him. And the way how he accepts it, and he would try, and we would have a chat after the game. This didn't work or that worked. That sort of helped us. And it helped me to be able to know that he's not afraid of asking for advice. And I was always happy to pass on whatever I saw to him, and he would take it on board.
You remember that conversation?
Yeah, I do remember that conversation. Speaking to him is always is just an upliftment. And I was down, wasn't playing as much, but he uplifted me, and I just wanted to push on. I just wanted to be among those great fast bowlers of before, and he was one of them. So it's just a good feeling to have him around sometimes.
Another question in terms of looking back on y'all's careers, you've obviously played against so many formidable oppositions, but which opposition, if you had to pick one team, always brings the best out of Kemar Roach, always brings the best out of Courtney Walsh? Starting with you.
I wasn't playing against England. I think obviously that is our biggest series, and the hype around it just brings a life into you. Like, you want to do well against England.
Could be close, could be close. Finger goes up. Joel Wilson says you're on your way.
I'm watching, as I said, Curtly Ambrose and Courtney Walsh, they go out there and they dominated England for years, away and at home. So it's like, I want to emulate that. I want to emulate as much of my career as possible. And I think the England side brings out the best in me.
Australia, because of the competitiveness for me, and then you play the moment away and stuff, and it was always with the band back in those days as well. They never used to sell the fast bowlers, but they always, you feel like you have a point to prove when they were taking on Gus Logie. So that used to bring the best out of me back in the days against Australia.
That's pretty close, he's gone. Roach's 100th wicket against Australia.
With England now, because I played county cricket, it was always a very close rivalry because when you're in there playing county cricket, you can sort of stand on your own feet as well.
He keeps mentioning Ambrose Walsh. I want to know that having that strike partner for you, first of all, in Sir Curtly Ambrose, what did that do for your bowling and your quest of that 519 test wickets?
Well, Curtly and I, we didn't compete against each other. We complemented each other. And I think that to me was the friendship that we have and just the respect for the game and for each other. That helped me because we knew what we wanted to do. We would discuss batsmen, the length we want to bowl, the type of surface, the opposition, and we would have our own game plan. On his day, I played a supporting role. On my day, he plays a supporting role. And I think that helps in terms of partnership. If he picked up something that was not working, he would come and we'd have a discussion. And I just remember a test match at Lords as well when he was struggling, rhythm was off. And I went up to him and I said, "Listen, big man, you're struggling today. Don't fight it, try to relax, because sometimes when you lose your rhythm and you're rushing in, it just doesn't come back." And he said, "So what to do?" I said, "Just relax. I will take up the thing because I was in a good rhythm. Whatever short spells you have to bowl, just try to find by that rhythm." And these are the conversations you need to have and the understanding. And to me was one of the hallmarks of our career and our partnership because we understood each other.
Take on, that's it. Courtney Andrew Walsh is now Test cricket's leading wicket taker. The West Indians surround him on the field. One of the most respected and admired cricketers on the international scene. And there's Curtly Ambrose. Wonderful scenes here, emotional scenes at Sabina Park.
And And who is it for you? If you had to look back on your career, it could be current team, it could be former team. Who always pushed Kemar Roach from the other end and brought the best out of you?
I think the partnership with me, Jason, and Shannon for a period of time, I think that three of us, we were very close-knit, and we communicated really well, and we were kind of solidified in the team, so we got a chance to really express ourselves and communicate and become better. I think that period in my career is really what like pushed me to I want to be one of the great fast bowlers of West Indies cricket very highly. So it's like that period is like I really, really enjoyed the communication, the friendship I had with Shannon, obviously the friendship I had with Jason, obviously he's my countryman. But on tours, the communication, the conversations, the fun we had, it really, really, really propelled my career through those periods.
Oh, well done. Very well done by Kemar Roach and Jason Holder. A familiar combination and just holding that channel and that length.
Obviously, we celebrate the high moments in both of your careers, right? One thing that many people don't see is the time off the field where it's not necessarily going to plan, there's adversity. What pushed you and allowed you to come out on the other side of those moments? Both of you guys started with your career.
The challenges. You see it as a challenge, you see the adversities, you know what you've been through, you know the work you've put in, and today just wasn't your day, or things, this might not be your series. It's how you bounce back. And I've always tell people that you're not going to have great or good days all the time. You have to treat the good days with the bad days. And then one of the things that I always remember is that on your good days, everybody doesn't have to tell you it's a good day, because people know it's on your bad day you need that support. And you know, sometimes you go into your corner, but then if you have people around you with that understanding, on your bad day they will help you to get through it as well. But I always tell myself that I don't want to experience too many bad days, so you try to do the best you can to have more good days than bad days.
Yeah, I just like the fact that people doubting on me. I like that. That pushes me to prove people wrong. I've had that most of my career. When I lost my pace, everyone said, will he be the same bowler? Can he still be challenging at Test cricket? I just wanted to prove people wrong. And it's worked. It's worked. That's a big motivation for me. And obviously, leading a young group of fast bowlers now, that also pushes me as well. Like, they have good respect, they have good work ethic, and we get along very well as well in just a room. We have fun, we also work hard. And that also keeps me motivated to obviously know what, I can help these guys to become also legendary fast bowlers for West Indies. So there's a lot of motivation around my career, and that's the two major parts for me.
We're going to transition now to a bit more of a fun segment. I'm going to quiz y'all on your careers, right? So it'll start easy and then it'll get hard. There's only 3, so don't worry. First of all, who has Courtney Walsh dismissed the most in Test cricket?
Mike Atherton.
Easy.
That's a good question. I don't think... Is it a Bangladeshi batsman?
No, it's not.
It's got to be an England batsman.
Yeah.
Is it... Ben Stokes?
Yeah.
Figure that much.
Shakib is 6 times.
Yeah, I know it's one.
Off spinner, basically an off spinner from Roach. It goes high in the sky. And Shamar Brooks makes the catch look very easy indeed.
Everybody remembers your first Test wicket, but can you remember your second Test wicket?
Yeah.
Who is it?
Graham Yallop from Australia.
1984.
Caught Desmond Haynes at bad pads. I don't forget those. I remember my first part, I remember quite a lot of it better than at the back end.
Who's your second Test wicket?
I know the first was Shakib. I'm thinking the second must be Mushfiqur.
No, Mamadullah.
Mamadullah. Yeah, I'm thinking about the order. Yeah, it was Mushfiqur. Yeah.
And lastly, who has hit more Test match sixes between Courtney Walsh and Kemar Roach?
That I don't know, but I'm going to back myself. I don't know, but I hit a few. I'm going to back myself. He's not a big six-hitter.
Me.
So it was a close race, guys. But the winner with 19 sixes is Courtney Walsh.
I got you, man. But you still play. You can
He has 16. And he's right up in there.
Right up
so
there.
He has much more time to play.
There's Walsh. That's a huge six. That's gone. That's a gigantic six. So Courtney Walsh is going down with all guns firing, as they say.
On those 4 fast bowlers, that 4, almost 5 prong fade pace attack we see now in the West Indies, do you almost feel like it's a rebirth of that cricketing legacy that we've seen for so many years in your time, in the times before with the 4 horsemen? What do you see now on the field?
I like what I saw, especially in the last Test match. 4 fast bowlers, not just going at it, but being sensible, being very competitive, making adjustments as they read the pitch and stuff. That's what you want to see. And that was what impressed me the most. They were well looked after on the field of play in terms of not being overboard because they were back-to-back test matches. So the planning just looks very good. The execution by all four. Alzari, I think on one day wasn't in his rhythm and stuff. Everybody compensated for him. The next year he came back and it just drops nicely. And that's what you want to see because everybody.
Welcome back to the Coolidge Cricket Ground here in Antigua for the final session of play on day 2 of this CWI West Indies Championship 4-day first-class match between West Indies Academy and Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Kimo Gust is about to face Joshua James to get the session underway. It's cut beautifully through point into the boundary, 4 runs. Good start to the session. Vernon Springer.
Yeah, very composed square drive there by Ogis, showing his class. And just limboing up there, Joshua James. Maybe still in the T mood. You'll have to be able to switch on very, very, very quickly. Good positive shot. Takes the score up to 31 without loss. And this is in reply to Trinidad and Tobago's Red for a score of 204 all out, just in case you've just joined our coverage. 89.4 overs, 421 dot balls, 33 boundaries and 6 sixes, Terry.
James into August again, and this one's well left. Yeah, good positive start to the reply by West Indies Academy. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force getting away today. One stage they were 91 for 6 in their first innings, finished the day yesterday on 129 for 6. But the last 4 wickets overall put on some 213 runs to get them over the 300 run mark. So they'll be looking to make a positive reply with the bat as James is in again to August. And a no ball there by Joshua James. So it must be that end, Vernon.
I mean the no ball, the
no ball end. Yeah,
that's the 11th of the match. You know, Mali had drawn out something to me, and is maybe the next time tomorrow morning when I come, I maybe need to try running up from there. Just to check, you know, it's like you come up and then you have like a
don't run it. Hill. Don't run too fast, though, Vernon. We need you on commentary. Well pitched up, well driven,
sweetly for 4 on the offside. That's a lovely shot.
He's looking good.
Woo!
Moves up to 25. The score 36 without loss.
The no-sticker bat is working.
Definitely. 2 fours in this over. The first one after the tea break.
Trinidad and Tobago just completed their carnival, so towards the Commonwealth of Dominica. I think Also, one of the St. Martins are having carnival as well too. I think it might be the Dutch.
Okay.
Yeah.
Driven again by August. This time can't beat the cover field.
Well, they just had elections.
Korea.
So they have a lot of things happening. And coming up next to us in Montserrat, St. Patrick's Day Festival.
Yeah, that's always a big one.
Yeah, it's going to be a big one. It's going to be bigger this year, huh? Because they've got Winnie now officially going in.
Okay,
So
right.
that they're now working on they've got the air transport sorted out. So I think they'll be working on they've got a ferry that'll be coming on stream as well too.
This one pulled hard past the diving seals. It been on 4 more.
Yeah, that was hit with some authority. Sounded sweet coming off of the bat.
Augusta's come out with good positive intent in this final session. 3-4s now in Joshua James's over. He moves on to 29-40 without loss.
Well, he's got a good start here. So he'll be working on that. It's a long day. And he'd want to be able to make sure that he's there at the end of the day. 40 without loss. 40 without loss can become 110 without loss.
Oh, certainly.
It's not going to be easy against this Trinidad and Tobago Red Force attack. We've got some variety. Tian Webster still to come.
That's placed beautifully.
Beautifully down to the white third man boundary for 4.
So 4-4s coming out. Joshua James is over the first one after the tea break. And West Indies Academy in reply to Trinidad and Tobago Red Force's first innings of 304 are 44 without loss.
Yeah, very stylish there, Ogis.
Moved up quickly to 33 off 33 deliveries. Joshua James 1 over, no wicket for 17.
Think you might see him still?
Well, if I was his captain, I wouldn't be putting him on again too quick. A no ball, so you got problems with his run up to start with, and crack for 4-4s.
I'm glad you're not my captain. I wouldn't get a game.
Anderson Phillip will take up the attack from this commentary box end. He's bowled 3 overs, no wicket for 10.
You see the creativity here already from Joshua De Silva
as
compared to what we saw from the West Indies Academy.
True.
Moving around the bowlers.
Bowling to Jagassar, and Jagassar plays that nicely just wide of Jaden Seals, I should say. It's mid-on for a single.
And I like that positive intent from Jagassar. Rotation of the strike. Before I thought he was just looking to just defend, just stay there. He's got to look to rotate the strike, get the single, get Ogis on strike. Ogis is a sort of player who, once he gets into a groove, he needs to be facing balls so that he can grow in confidence.
Definitely, and being the left-hand, right-hand combination at the top of the order upsets the bowler's rhythm. Anderson around the wicket now to the left-handed August. August is steering that nicely once again down to the third man boundary for 4 runs. That's his 5th boundary since the tea break. He rattles on to 37.
And the good thing about it is that he got right on top of the ball, played it from right under his eyes and found the gap. That's something that we were talking about. He's really looking like an accomplished player here. He's got some class about him as well too. Score in the meantime races up to 49 without loss. Almost thought that we were playing a T20 game with the power play.
Yeah, 37 off 34, August. Positive intent shown. Anderson is into him again. Covers up nicely, plays it in the offside, no run. So 2 slips, a gully, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, forward square leg, and a deep fine leg for Anderson Phillip, who's coming around the wicket to the left-handed August. Positive intent, good positive start by the West Indies academy team. In pursuit of Trinidad and Tobago's first innings of 304. And I think about the single there, was never on as Joshua James was in quickly. Cover area. Score remains on 49 without loss. Ground bathed in brilliant sunshine this afternoon. Total contrast to yesterday around this time. Still very overcast. No sight of rain. Today is Anderson into August. And that's clipped nicely through the mid-wicket region. Chase on for the mid-on, and they complete. Two, so the 50 is up for this pair, 51-run partnership.
54. Came off 54 balls. So, good clip. And they're going in confidence. This might have been easily one of their best starts of the season so far. On their home ground. Low shot.
Yeah, good way to finish the over by Anderson Phillip with the dot. Keem Augustus on 39, Justin Jagassars on 7. West Indies Academy in reply to Trinidad and Tobago Red Forces 304. 51 without loss. This should give them a lot of confidence. The start, the way they've approached the innings thus far. As Vernon was saying, left and right combination. Jagassar giving support to his captain, August. Just rotating the strike whenever possible. And it's going to be Jaden Seals who's going to swap ends, come from the northern end, replacing Joshua James after his one over. The first one after the tea break went for 17. It's Seals into Jagassar. And no, he doesn't release the delivery. Trying to clip the bail, I think, at the bowler's end. Slipped a bit. He's bowling to 3 slips, a gully, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, and a man on the fine leg boundary.
360 round up, the Leeward Islands are in trouble. 43 for 4.
Aye.
Andrew North, go 5. Andrew North, go 5. Carty 4. Henry 8. Louis not out 22, and Justin Graves has just walked in. Leeward Islands 43 for 4. In reply to Windward Island Volcano score 480 all out, where they had 2 Centurions. Descare and John, 116.3 overs. It's going to take some batting, Terry.
Most definitely, and from that position, no one getting into double figures yet except Kyle Louis, who remains on 22 not out. Justin Graves at the crease with him now, but poor start there by Leeward Islands. Meantime, back to the live action here at Coolidge. Seals into Jagassar. Jagassar pushes that towards the gully. They think of the single, not on. Score remains on 51 without loss.
Barbados 282 for 4. Kevin Wickham fell short with 95. Ruston Chase is on 50 not out. Jason Holder is on 30 not out. So pretty interesting times ahead in that game. Combined campuses and colleges, they were dismissed for 262. Barbados Pride leading by some 20 runs.
20, right. Seals in again to Jagasan. Jagasan forward in defense.
We go to Sabina Park in Kingston, Jamaica, and we can tell you that Jamaica are in serious trouble. Serious trouble. If you think the Leewers are in trouble, then listen to this. 26 for 6 in 18 overs.
Wow.
McCarthy North, Mackenzie 2, Brandon King 4, Jermaine Blackwood 2, Javel Glenn 5, Brad Barnes 3, Thomas 1, Brad Barnes not out 3, and Odin Smith North. So it's almost like a telephone number. So we could say 013522420. That's the code.
Ridiculous. That's the code, and Leewards have got the number. We're 26 for 6.
Yeah, playing against
on their home ground.
Playing against the Guyana Happy Eagles. And don't forget, they're without their captain, John Campbell, one of their leading scorers in the competition.
Yes, and
so this game could maybe be finished by tomorrow.
Very much so. And Brandon King back in the 11. Didn't fire though. Jermaine Blackwoods lost his form from the early rounds, it seems. It's pushed backward of point by Jagassar. They think about the single again, but not on as Cooper is there. Score remains on 51 without loss.
Wicket takers for Guyana so far. Niall Smith, 9.1 overs, 3 maidens, 12 runs, 3 wickets. And Ronaldo Ali Mohammed, 8 overs, 5 maidens, 10 runs, 3 wickets. Kevin Sinclair he's bowled 1 over. So something must be happening at Sabina Park.
Definitely. The two seamers grabbing 3 wickets each for not many.
26 for 6. Would you believe that?
Not good for Jamaica. Not good when you're trying to draw the crowds back to cricket in Jamaica.
Yeah, just might come back. They'll come back for the champs. For the track and field championship. Resurfacing their track. Terry, you saw that, right? Jamaica National Stadium.
Yes.
They've also got an interesting period of time coming up, Terry. I think it's going to be next week, where they got the CONCACAF Caribbean Club Championship, the playoff, and Lionel Messi, and his team, they're going to Jamaica.
Huge.
That is going to be a big moment for football. In fact, tickets are sold out.
Yeah, I was going to say it's all sold out, isn't it?
Tickets are sold out at the National Stadium for that game.
They had to move it from the club ground to the stadium, and it's still sold out.
People are flying in from all over.
Yeah. They're saying it'll be the biggest game since, or even bigger than when Pele was there. In comes Anderson. Keeps a bit low.
Well, in the commercial world right now, Pele was big in his time.
Yes.
That was way back in 1978, somewhere around into that era there. Came with the New York Cosmos, I think, at that point in time. You could just imagine the stardom and the amount of people that are following Messi, Lionel Messi.
Yeah,
He's got so much fans in the Caribbean that is just amazing.
And they'll be flying in from all over the region, from America itself also. Huge time for Jamaica.
Not only that, it's almost like a Lionel Messi and a Vibes Cartel. Cartel is just selling out all of the shows all around. He's got the launch of his new rum. He's got a big show coming up in BVI. He's got one in fact, he's in New York. I need to send you the ticket prices for the big show in New York. Serious, Terry. I'm going to send you those.
I know you're serious, but we can't afford it, but even if we wanted to. Anderson Phillip into his 5th over. Score remains on 51 without loss. Akeem Augusta's on strike. He's on 39. And Phillip bounds away from us now to August. And Augusta's punching that into the cover region off the back foot. They take a quick single. Joshua James has a shot at the stumps. They're home safely. Another one to August. Moves on to 40. And the score 52 without loss.
So some of the ticket prices, Terry, for the Vibes Cartel show in Brooklyn, New York. And this is section 24, row 4. This is just what a ticket price would cost. The official platinum, $944 US, right? Row 4, official platinum, section F2, $1,770. Section 8, $826 US. The highest, or one of the other highest, would be 1,234, and this is just a seat. See why we can't afford it.
Most definitely. They're in the wrong game.
Gosh. Yeah, but Cartel is on a roll right now. He's also going to the St. Kitts Music Festival.
Okay.
So he's going to be in St. Kitts, going to be in BVI.
Booking himself all over the place.
He was in Ghana the other day. He's going back to Ghana to do a big show as well. Also some collaboration with some artists in Ghana.
Philip into Jagassar down the leg side, and he's gone. Strangled down the leg side is Jagassar. Philip came back over the wicket to the right-hander.
There's no DRS here.
No, and it was
so he has to walk.
Delivery down the leg side.
So he has to walk back. He's just touching him to say tough luck. I think he would have got bat onto that because they went up very quickly.
Yes.
They were celebrating early.
Dugood didn't hesitate with this. Yes. Got a good chunk of that through to De Silva. And Trinidad and Tobago pick up their first wicket. It's Justin Jagassar gone for 7. And the score 52 for 1.
Yeah, you know the leg lance is a very popular shot, and just a little bit unlucky.
Terrible way to go out.
Yeah, but that's part of life.
True.
You're always been taught to keep the ball on the ground. Jaden Seals winding up some more chatter here with Becky Joseph coming in. There's a lot of chatter.
He loves to wind them up. There's Jaden and Becky Joseph back in the team. He's just played the 3 matches, has a high score of 43. Average at 28.6.
And we don't
Everybody's having a chat now.
We don't have the luxury of hearing what is taking place.
No.
I think
Seal said that's what he was waiting for Joseph. De Silva said Seals was waiting, or anyway, they're having some fun out there.
You mean some banter?
Banter.
There's no fun in this. Jason Seals is a very serious guy. You see him, he's making sure he orchestrates everything. And again, that's because of the lot of chatter that takes place in Trinidad and Tobago. Well, let's see what his approach will be. This is a 4-day competition game. Let's see what his approach will be, whether he'll fight fire with fire.
Philip round the wicket to the left-hander Joseph. He shoulders arms, lets it go through to De Silva to complete the over. A successful over there for Anderson Philip. He picked up the wicket of Justin Jagassar for 7. West Indies Academy in reply to Trinidad and Tobago Red Forces 304 are 52 for 1.
One of the big ones touching down at the back of us here at the VC Bird International Airport. You sometimes just have to look back, Terry, as to the vision of Alan Stanford. How could you ever put a cricket field close to the airport?
True.
And still operate everything?
Absolutely. Well, Queenstown, yeah, that's true.
Yeah, but we're talking about in the Caribbean.
Yeah, right. but
we haven't gone so far yet. We're just talking about right here in Antigua and Barbuda, you know, with all the activity taking place behind us.
Well, it's good for the players, though, isn't it? I mean, you just jump on a flight, get off, you're here. You don't have to worry about
I think
anything
we
else.
need to move the games into Survivor Stadium so they can stay longer at the crease.
You think that would help? If you move them further from the airport, they'll stay longer in the middle.
In the middle.
That could work.
Because you just came up with that point saying that, you think it's good for the players. So maybe that's why the game's not lasting long enough that they expect it to last here, Terry. I'm only just going by what you're saying. Little break in play here, 52-1. But the Geesers certainly look good, 40-41. Very stylish. But he's lost his partner in Jagasaw.
Yes, and he'll be facing Jaden Seals.
Yeah, because Joshua James bowled a lone over which went for 17.
Seals will be coming round the wicket to the left-handed August. He's on 40. And beats him. Good delivery there by Seals. More chat going on between the two of them. Never a dull moment when Seals is around. He definitely played at that. Pitched, good line, good length, just left August. We get some good pitches. There we go, looking out over Chumbi Bay area. Shell Beach sides.
Have you been to the hut yet?
No, not yet, no.
It's a wonderful place.
Right, so I believe, yeah.
It's a wonderful place. And folks, if you're wondering what the hut is, it's one of the latest restaurants in Antigua and Barbuda. So if you get here and you want to dine, you can think about getting there. You can also think about getting over to Shell Beach as well. And
so Shell Beach is a nice spot.
Yeah, it certainly is. The only thing is that you would have missed the steak night last night, Terry. It is Thursday. But on Saturday, there's a happy hour. So you can check out the Shell Beach and get yourself organized. So much places to go. You can go to the going to the English Harbour area.
Yes. So many places. That's why they say the beach is just the beginning.
365 beaches in Antigua and Barbuda. In a leap year, you certainly can find 366. And Mali says he's been to all of them.
That's right.
How many have you been to, Terry?
Quite a few, but I tend to stay on my side of the island.
No, you didn't answer the question.
I wouldn't know. I don't go around with
There are
it.
365 beaches.
Yes.
Have you been to 2, 3, 1? Because
I'd say I've been at least 20 odd.
I see Epolis has been challenging and telling you that the Leeward Islands women will win the competition next year. Yeah. He didn't feel that you were optimistic enough.
Well, do you blame me?
Another bat delivery here by Jaden Seals. I don't blame anybody. But his prediction is that he felt that after they won a game against the defending champions, that for sure next year that they win the championship. Well, I am not too sure about that, so I'm like you.
No, well, that's what I'm saying.
I guess we're in the fiery line, so we kind of know exactly what's going on. Epolis would have been just following from his own emotions and his instructions. Jamaica now 32 for 7, Terry.
Gets worse. Seals into August, and August is guided not to backward point. Can't beat the fielder, and there's no run. He remains on 40. Score 52 for 1.
32 for 8.
Oh. This would be their lowest of all time, if they keep this out.
Ali Mohammed 5 for 14. What is he bowling, I wonder? I need to be a talent scout and get over there at Sabina Park and find out what's happening. Shouldn't be here sitting down in commentary. Yeah, interesting times ahead. It very well might be Jamaica's lowest first-class score.
Seals in again, and that one's pushed up back past the bowler, but can't beat mid-off to complete the over. Jaden Seals has bowled 6 overs, no wicket for 13. And at the end of the over, West Indies Academy 52 for 1. Yeah, if it's not their lowest score, Jamaica certainly have to be close, I believe. The paltry effort so far against the defending champions. We're up near the top of the board. I think there's only 2.2 points separate themselves and Trinidad. It's going to be Anderson Phillip to continue. Jaden Seals going off the ground. The trainer came out to meet him. He's decided he's going off the ground. I think it was just when he tried to field off the last delivery ball that was struck firmly back at him by Auguste and clipped the top of his finger on his non-bowling hand though. But anyway, Anderson Phillip into Becky Joseph, who plays it back to the bowler, and there's no run. 52 for 1. Joseph's just come to the crease. That's the second delivery he's faced. He's still on naught. Hakeem Auguste is on 40. So they still trail Trinidad and Tobago Red Force first innings of 304 by 252 runs. As we say, Becky Joseph's just played the 3 first-class matches, 143 runs at 28.60 with a highest score of 43 unbeaten.
So Jamaica's lowest score, Terry, was 56. And this was way back in 2017 against the Leeward Islands. Their second lowest was also 56 against the Windward Islands, also in 2017, and in 2020 against the Windward Islands in St. George's, Grenada, 60. 2020. So they tend to have a repertoire for scoring very low scores, but this one is really easy going to be the lowest if they get bowled out.
Yeah, they still need another 20 odd runs to pass their lowest. Not good signs.
360 will be bringing it to you live and in living color. 32 for 9.
Ali Mohammed again.
Niall Smith this time.
Oh, so that's his fault.
4 for 13. So this could be a record-breaking day.
That's clipped nicely down to fine leg by Joseph for a single that gets him underway. 53 for 1 here at Coolidge. And I hope there's no hesitation in Guyana in forcing the follow-on.
Don't think they have a choice. You think so?
Well,
they need 2 days off. So they can shop around in Jamaica.
Definitely. They can get 3 days off the way they got on this afternoon.
If you bowl as a team for 32, tell me why are you going to bat again?
Right.
It's got to be criminal.
Anderson Phillip staying around the wicket to Auguste. Auguste is driving that, catches the inner portion of the bat.
And you realize since he's lost his partner, he's just not been the same player.
True.
He keeps talking to himself. He's got to start here now. His highest is 43 for the season. He now has to decide now that he's going to graph his way out. Just look to rotate the strike. Maybe get him Becky Joseph to get into the conversation and, you know, start getting some confidence among himself. But the partnership is going to be relied on both these two, Joseph and the captain. He gets wit and spanks this down to the sweeper. Looks like it is Carrie Peer liming away on the sweeper boundary. Or if it's not Peer. Looks like Peer.
I think it is. End of the over.
Seals is back on.
54 for 1. Yeah, I think he was just getting some treatment on his left hand. Although they seem to be taking it in turns now. Philip just completed his over and he's strolling on.
No, it's not Philip.
Oh, it's not Philip?
It's, looks like it's Karaya.
Oh, no, that's who come on for.
No, the big man.
Yeah.
But Karaya look like he's
coming off.
Coming off. Well, is he coming off or is he going down on the boundary? He's going on the boundary, I think.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wanted to know if it was a procession of officers.
Yeah.
From Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. In, out, in, out. Yeah.
So Seals is back and he continue from the northern end. He bowling to Akeem August, who has slowed down a bit. He was 37 off 34.
Maybe would have just got a message from Coach Ryan Emmerich. Listen, just
Take your
relax.
time,
Yeah. And just land the ball in the right areas. Still like to see him come over the wicket. He's round the wicket to the left-hander. So it's almost like a model we're seeing in modern-day cricket.
Again, catches the inner portion of the bat by August. Yeah, August was 37 off 34. He's now 41 off 50.
Needs to get that stride in. He's got to get that stride in. Find the gap.
Yes, he had good placement, good timing of Joshua James, and he hit those 4 boundaries in the 1 over, the first over after the tea break. Finding life a bit more difficult with the experienced Seals and Anderson in operation. That one guided, oh, that's sloppy by James. He's not having a good afternoon, that's for sure. Went straight to him, let it go through his hands, through his legs, and they amble a single.
Shows that he's human.
Mm.
Things happen.
True.
You know, sometimes as broadcasters, you know, we set a high bar. Yeah, but I don't think anybody deliberately goes to drop a catch or misfeel a ball. Could be just a couple of fundamental issues where, you know,
definitely
taking your eyes off of the ball at the last minute or not watching it long enough. Or watching the batsman before you watch the ball. Something a lot of fielders are guilty of.
Well, left again by Vicky Joseph. 55 for 1. Augusta's on 42. Joseph is on 1.
So you're just charging in more here. Because there's been a lot of banter talk with Joseph and most of the folks from Trinidad and Tobago.
Caraya's run all the way from fine leg to tell his captain De Silva.
Which end he wants to bowl from?
Yeah. Maybe.
Not maybe.
Well,
That's what I would be telling him.
I said, excuse me, Skip, don't forget I'm down here. That's turned down to him now, so he's in the action now. Is Caraya single to Joseph? He moves on to 2. 56 for 1.
So Jamaica Scorpions inching their way. They're now 35 for 9. 21 overs. No one has reached double figures. Top score is extras with 14.
That's not a good day for Jamaica Scorpions, that's for sure. Seals over the wicket now to the left-handed August, who hits that firmly but straight to mid-on.
Gotta find the gap there, Terry. Gotta find the gap. That's there are vast acres of land there.
From mid-on right down to backwards square leg.
Gotta get a single there. Just forget about the boundary. Words of encouragement coming out from the West Indies Academy dugout to, you know, he just gotta dig in there. He can spend some time at the crease. He's got a good start. His highest score is 43. He's 1 away from that. But right now he should be thinking about just batting. Just bat for some time. Driven straight. Lovely off drive for 4.
Not a good shot.
Beautiful shot. Half volley and put away nicely. The helmets are coming out. It's time for spin.
Yes, the score moves up to 64-1. August is up to 46. Yes, he's got a higher score of 93 in 16 matches, 3 first-class 50s. Against the Leeward Islands in the opening encounter, he made 4-0 versus Barbados, 4-32 versus Guyana, 43. So he's up to 46 now. Academy trails Trinidad and Tobago first innings of 304 by 244. Philip to continue round the wicket to the left-handed Becky Joseph. 2 slips and a gully waits. It's clipped into the onside. No run there though.
Tomorrow, Terry, in the Cricket West Indies Women's Super 50, which is being played at Warner Park in St. Kitts, we have the final, Barbados women taking on the Trinidad and Tobago women. We have the 3rd and 4th place game, Guyana versus Jamaica, defending champions, playing for 3rd and 4th, and 5th and 6th place playoff. It's between Leeward Island and Windward Islands, inside edge.
Yeah, kept low, just a little edge on that. Philip was going up. Yes, Barbados made the final by knocking over Leeward Islands women, and the other 2 matches were washed out, but denied Guyana the possibility of either finishing 1st or 2nd. So as you say, it will be Barbados women up against Trinidad and Tobago women. Let's see who becomes champion for the 2025 season. Philip again into Mbeki. Mbeki stands up as tall as he can for a short run. Plays that down in the offside, no run.
360 wound up from around the region at Kensington Oval in Barbados. Barbados Pride in reply to the combined campuses and colleges, 262 all out. They are 318 for 5. Roston Chase is on 67 not out. Jason Holder back in the hut for 39. And Alika Boucher, the wicketkeeper, he's on 10 not out. Kevin Wickham got out for 95. Drake's 30. McCaskey 20. And the West Indies Test captain Craig Batwood 38.
Driven up to mid-on by Joseph. Take a quick single.
It's good to see Shamar Holder back in the reckonings. Both some 15 overs, 2 maiden 70 runs, 2 wickets. And Akeem Jordan, he's got 1 for 74 from his 16. Marcus, 1 for 37 from his 12. Calvin Marcus. So, a lot of action taking place there at Kensington Oval. We'll search around the region and find out what's happening in St. Lucia with the Leewards and Windwards game. I certainly don't want to. I really certainly don't want to know, because it's going to be an exciting time. 71 for 5.
You hear our technician, no?
Yeah. I listen him. I'm listening very keenly.
He's getting quite chirpy, you know. He wasn't so chirpy in the opening couple of rounds.
Michael Louis on 39 not out. Henry 8, Carty 4, Gore 5, Andrew North. Graves has been dismissed for 6. Brings in Jamar Hamilton, the informed batsman. 71 for 5, Leeward Islands. This is in reply to the Windward Island Volcanoes of 480 all out. Good delivery from Anderson Phillip to complete his 7th.
Yes, and at the end of the over here at Coolidge, West Indies Academy 61 for 1 in reply to Trinidad and Tobago's first innings score of 304. The captain Akeem August on 46, and Becky Joseph is on 3. But just getting back to that Leeward's match, just say we let go some 51 or 52 extras.
51 extras.
And half of them were buys.
26 buys.
What was Jamal doing?
I don't know. Maybe it was just a bad day at the office. Those things happen. 51 extras, 26 buys, 14 leg buys, 5 wide, 6 no balls. O'Shane Thomas finished with 4 for 66. Ryan John, who scored 100, 6 overs, 2 maidens, 11 runs, 3 wickets. Gillian Tyson, 6 overs, no maidens, 22 runs, 2 wickets. So all of a sudden it's a complete different ball game.
Definitely.
So something is happening. So the Leeward seamers went to sleep,
yeah.
but the Windward Island Volcanoes seamers, they've woken up in St. Lucia.
Most definitely.
Only Louis standing tall.
Leewards had the Windwards 58 for 4. They got up to 480. All right, we got spin here for the first time. Ryan Charles takes over from the northern end. He's bowling with a short leg.
Thought he bowled that like a medium pitch.
Short mid wicket. I was going to say it was a bit quick.
He sent that down like a rocket.
Oh, yes, boy.
Well, he would have batted for a long time, Terry. And he would have known that you got to get some purchase from this track. You have to bowl the ball into the surface.
Correct.
61 for 1. Still a long way to go, Terry. We're only now
33 overs. I think
344 in Antigua and Barbuda, 244 in Jamaica.
He's tired, Jaden.
This is what we're talking about. Belief, Terry. West Indies Academy they did show last year that they
Keep that chin up,
can compete.
Yes, most definitely.
They haven't gotten off to good starts here yet, but they may be building their way.
Yeah, because they're not going too badly. It was just unfortunate Jagasar got strangled down the leg side, but apart from that, 61 for 1 was a good positive start in reply to the 304 scored by the Red Force. Just going to take the time with the spin, and he hasn't. He's clubbed that straight to Django at short mid wickets. He's down on one knee, but that is a wasteful wicket there.
That's a poor shot.
Very poor. He dragged it from way outside off stump.
That's
a good sharp catch by Django. West Indies Academy, as we speak, lose their second wicket. 61 for 2. Becky Joseph gone for 3. You'd be disappointed with that. Brought back into the side to bolster the batting. Really threw his wicket away there. But at 61 for 2, we will take a drinks break and be back with live ball by ball action on Cricket 360 in approximately 5 minutes.
So back after the water break, and straight away Auguste gets his 47th run. This is after Mbeki Joseph decided that he has had enough. And Brian Charles picked up his first wicket. Score in the meantime goes up to 62 for 2. It now brings Rivaldo Clark. What a talent. He's one of the talents in the Caribbean that you can say that has been stifled not only here, but in his hometown Barbados.
Yeah, big talent. Rivaldo Clark pushes that very comfortably to get himself going. 63 for 2 is the important partnership here now between Clark and Auguste.
I think the first objective here for the young man would be to get up to a half century and to just keep batting, spend some time at the crease. Sometimes that's what you need. Jamaica, as we speak, they're 41 for 9. They're trailed by some 298 runs. And looking to be bowled out for their lowest first-class score ever.
It's about the biggest partnership, isn't it?
Just might be. Last wicket, Terry, would have fell at 32. So certainly
41, close.
Yeah, getting close there. Lost their first wicket on 6. 2 for 12, 3 for 14, 4 for 16, 5 for 23, 6 for 26, 7 for 32, 8 for 32, 9 for 32.
32 was an unlucky number.
And extras is the top score, Terry. 16.
Wow.
Yeah, 4 byes, 1 leg by, 1 wide, 10 no balls.
So they even tried to help them.
Interesting, Terry.
Must
be overcast at Sabina Park.
Must be doing something.
Got to be doing something. Has to be overcast.
$63 for 2 here at Coolidge.
Yeah, nice sunny condition here in Antigua and Barbuda. Can't find the gap. Needs to find the gap. It's got to find the gap. Get that stride in. Get the head leaning into it from toe to heel. From your heel to your toe. That's where you want to go. Transfer that weight and look to find the gap. You know, his mom and his dad, they'd be glued to their computer, their television, following their son's progress. So many parents have given the invaluable support to these youngsters. Rivaldo Clark's family, Colin Boyne Tuckett, so many of the Teddy Bishop, you know, they've got their families who have really backed them.
Yeah,
which is like in all sports in the Caribbean.
Right.
Parents and families really do get involved.
So Rivaldo Clark will be facing Brian Charles. Rivaldo Clark has had 4 first-class matches, 203 runs at 29 with a highest score of 78. 250s, the first-class level.
Got a spanking 73 that they're still talking about in Bridgetown, Barbados in that day-night encounter.
Yeah, the That was his highest score, and he's dispatched that.
Where's that gone?
All the way, high, wide, and handsome for 6.
Wow.
Straight over mid-wicket.
Let's see that again.
Nobody moved.
Oh, so
He got up and under that, down on one knee, and hit it beautifully, straight under the screws.
But that's the difference with that shot as compared to Joseph.
Yes.
That went for a maximum. Joseph went into a hand.
Well, Joseph's was more of a hack, though, wasn't it? He never got to the pitch of the ball, whereas Clark was all over that delivery.
But I'm going to give you a classic now. Joshua James
can't find the ball.
He's going to have to get the same gentleman who is outside the fence to go and fetch the ball for him. Yeah, he's instructing the gentleman to go and look for the ball for him. So the lone spectator who has been outside, I hope our cameraman is following that.
Is it a gentleman or a woman?
I think it's a gentleman. Looks like that to me from far.
Anyway, you're right. You have to go and fetch the ball.
I don't think he's seen that. Our cameraman, I don't think if he's listening, see, he's found the ball now. So the man who was outside the fence looking at the cricket game, he's had the one who's got to go and fetch the ball. Finally found the ball. And he comes back into his position now to look at the game. It's a good thing that he was there. Otherwise, Joshua James would have to jump the fence.
That's an excellent thing he was there, but someone should tell him he should come in.
No, it's just too
Not
far
gonna
for
cost you.
It's just too far for him to walk. It's a good thing that we had the spectator there. Come on, Terry.
69 for 2. Clark moves to 7. This one a bit more flight from Charles.
You know, when you're at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, right? It is it easily is the boundaries square are very big, eh? They're huge.
Yes, most definitely. And that was a huge shot straight into Cricket West Indies headquarters over the electronic scoreboard.
So despite that we didn't have fine weather on day one, we've got some 42 boundaries and 7 sixes which have been hit so far in this game by both teams.
And I suspect a few more, Vernon, as the pitch continues to dry out and should play a little quicker. See, I told you I was a woman.
Oh, well, you must have brought her here.
Me? Yeah, I tell you, go stand out there until the day's over. 69 for 2 at the end of that's over.
So some 81 dot balls already in the innings. She maybe might be waiting on someone, Terry. You never know.
She could be.
But she's certainly enjoying the game. And thanks to her.
Thanks to her, the game's still going.
The game is still going because she did have to go and fetch the ball, the cricket ball.
So 69 for 2, Akeem August will be on strike to Anderson Phillip. He's on 47. Rivaldo Clark is on 7. Phillip has bowled the 8 overs, 1 for 23. He bowled into 2 slips, a gully, point, deep backward, point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, and fine leg.
Still some 33 overs to go in the day's play. And a maximum of 98 overs expected to be bowled. So, looks like we're on track.
Yeah, approaching 4 o'clock here in Antigua.
Also putting some pressure here on Anderson Phillip to bowl to a 7-2 field as well. Moving around.
He's bowled a reasonable line and length though, has Phillip this afternoon. Philip in again to August. And that one almost trickled back onto his stumps there, Vernon.
Yeah, bit lazy, a little casual in feet movement. He can afford to get right forward to Anderson Phillip. He's just playing from the crease as if he's practicing on a concrete strip. Gotta get out. From your heel to your toe. You see, he was in two minds there. He was wanting to come, not wanting to come.
Yeah, play,
leave.
Yeah. In the end, took the inside edge, but bounced past the stump, so August survives. Important partnership this, though, for West Indies Academy. They'll be disappointed in the fact that they let Trinidad and Tobago score 304 in their first innings after having them 91 for 6 and then 129 for 6 at the start of play.
Just about to mention that. He's not giving me any chance here at all.
Nice firm shot that time by August, but can't beat Jaden Seals at mid-off. Yes, so Jamaica 40, was it 44 all out?
44.
In reply to 339.
Yeah. Lois, first innings in first class cricket. Won't be there last.
And that's cracked. It's in the air, but it'll fall safely just over Correa, it looks like, at mid-on. A complete 2. So just going for his shots. He moves on to 49. Just didn't quite get that out of the middle. It's there to be hit, though.
I'm not too sure about that, Terry.
Well, set up for him enough.
I don't think he was he wasn't balanced enough. Because with the vast acres of land, he's got to be able to look to put that away. It looked like he wanted to go for maximum more than anything else.
But that's what I said. I said it was there to be hit. I'm not sure he was there to hit it.
He got 2 because he's still there.
He's hit that one high.
He's
Seals
out.
is coming round, takes the catch through a wicket away again. Have the West Indies Academy.
He's out, leaning edge. He's just casually there.
Yeah, he just tried to play the previous one that he didn't really get into position for and pull it over mid-wicket. This one, he skied straight back over the bowler's head. Seals run round, takes the catch. Anderson picks up his second. West Indies Academy lose their third. They're 71 for 3. Captain August gone for 49. That's another wicket they ill-afforded to lose.
Concentration powers. Just put
Vernon?
your head down and just take your time and bat. Just take your time. Gotta dig deep.
Yeah.
Take the strike, get some singles.
So after a promising start, 52 put on the board. They've now lost 3 for 19. To be 71 for 3 in reply to Trinidad and Tobago's first innings total of 304. So there's still some 233 behind, as it looks like we're going to have a change from the northern end. Kiri Pierre, slow left arm, replacing the off break of Brian Charles.
So Joshua De Silva ringing the changes.
Carnan Bowen Tuckett joins Rivaldo Clark at the crease. Bowen Tuckett's played 14 matches, some 620 runs at 31. The highest score, of course, came at Kensington Oval against Barbados, 103 not out. So he's made 1 first-class century, 2 50s in that. He'll be looking for a big one here this afternoon.
That 103, 158 balls with 13 spanking boundaries. His maiden first class 100. You remember that for a long time.
Pierre into Clark, who's on 7. Played defensively on the onside, no run. Kerry Pierre taken 95 first-class wickets at 22, best of 8 for 27, which came against the Windward Islands, where he picked up 12 in the match. 12 for 34 in that match, actually, against the Windward Islands.
Barbados 338 for 7. Ruston Chase is on 82, not out.
Good to see Chase making some runs.
First game for the season. He's always in among the runs, whether it be T20.
Good cricketer.
You name it.
Pierre into Clark. Clark advances. They take a quick single up to Seals at mid-on.
Nice use of the feet there. Good balance on drive shot plate there by Rivaldo Clark. Caught Jaden Seals, who's pretty deep on his heels. Couldn't stop the single. It was good rotation of the strike from Tuckett and Clark. I was a little bit too short. Lucky to get away with that.
Yeah, I think he got away with it. This is Bowen Tuggett's first delivery faced. Bowling with a slip, short leg, backward point, cover, short extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, short mid-wicket, and a deep backward square. But that is the end of Pierre's first over. West Indies Academy, in reply to the Red Forces 304, are 72 for 3.
I think tomorrow we'll get the best of this track here.
Yeah, for sure.
We don't have the overnight rain and the moisture.
Should be all gone by tomorrow, provided we don't get any more rain tonight. Yeah. The sun being on it for most of the afternoon.
Well, let's don't call out the rain gods yet.
No, not at all. Let's see some action. Phillip will continue. He's bowled 9 overs, 2 for 25. He's bowling to Clark. Coming up off the inner portion of the bat.
One thing for sure you can say in this spell from Anderson Phillip from the meter center end is that he's really bowling the ball on a fuller length area. Something he's been patient and he's landed the ball in the right areas.
Yeah, he's been very patient, very consistent, and I've been impressed with his line and length in this spell. Bowling to 2 slips, gully, point, cover, mid-off. If he's into Clark now. Clark is looking to drive that. No feet movement, just went with the hands. Lucky not to get an edge through to De Silva. He survives. But again, nice and full by Phillip.
The movement there was that the hands were going and Rivaldo Clark's left foot was looking to go down to mid-on rather than coming out to the pitch of the ball. He's got to lean into the ball.
Phillip in again to Clark. And that one cuts back. Cuts him in half almost. It's a good spell of ball in this by Anderson Phillip. Been on the money in his 10th over.
Once the ball starts to swing around, it's almost a worry. Let's see where his bat face is. See, squared him right up. It's going to have to be tight. His bat face is going to have to sit towards the point of the region of the ball. It's going going to have to play the ball a lot later.
Again he beats him. This one swinging away. So away and in Dhaka and then away again. Good ball in there by Philip.
He's got to start peeping some more. He's got to keep his eyes on the ball a lot longer. He's just trying to get bat onto ball and just survive this period. It's going to maybe just look ugly. Have to make some ugly runs. But, you know, just grow in that confidence. Philip is really bowling well to the 7-2 field. 2 slips a gully. Backward point cover mid-off. Mid-on very close in seals. Square leg on the left side of the umpire.
And again, this time he's confident he got the edge.
Not out the
umpire
umpire.
Dugu doesn't move. Seals jumps up and down in disbelief.
I think he missed that completely.
The
Let's see
whole,
that again.
almost the whole Trinidad and Tobago team is standing with their hands on hips.
The reason why I said that, Terry, is look at Joshua De Silva's body language. Yes, he threw it up, but he wasn't too elated into it. I think the bat might have hit the ground there, Terry. I don't know how you feel.
Yeah. It looked close, but it's hard to tell. Well, De Silva's certainly having a go at Clark now, though.
Yeah, but Clark just needs to just shut that noise out. The umpire says not out. In fact, the umpire is now getting involved now with Joshua De Silva. And I think they were really trying to put some pressure on the Dugid.
Yeah, well, I don't. By that replay, I'm not quite sure whether he did actually hit it, but I think De Silva, after he threw the ball up, the reason why he stopped is because he couldn't believe Dugu didn't put his finger up. But he has the final word.
Remember, Karai was given no caught behind, right? Don't ever forget that.
True.
So,
end of an excellent over there by Anderson Phillip, though he asked a lot of questions of Rivaldo Clark. But Rivaldo Clark survives. He remains on 8. Bowen Tucker on 0.
Cricket is life.
72 for 3, and life is cricket.
Some you get, some you don't.
That's right. Brilliant spell of grouping of bowlers, of deliveries, I should say.
He's still in disbelief here. I hope that match referee and King won't have a few pointers. It's pretty strange, Jerry, because I've seen some behavior in this West Indies championship.
Yes.
And I've yet to see anybody being fined.
Yes.
I don't know if they've been fined and we don't know.
We don't hear, but that is very true. There was a couple of incidences in the last match that we covered. Leewards and Jamaica. But nevertheless, Kerry Pierre will continue from the northern end. Tosses that one up. Steered out on the offside by Bowen Tuckett. He's still on North, just faced the 2 deliveries.
You know, the ICC is very strict in terms of dissent in the game. The umpire gives you out. The umpire gives you out, you turn and walk.
Well,
you control your anger in the dressing room.
Exactly. But we've seen too many stand up. That's a beautiful shot there by Bowen Tuckett to get him going into the boundary through the covers for 4. Good shot. Moves on to 4 on the score. 76 for 3.
And one of the things that the fielders who are here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground is going to have to understand that you have a couple of practice strips here. And so you have to give yourself some room. You have to give yourself some room, especially on the offside, so that you can see the ball. If you're too close on those practice strips, the ball can shoot away from you very, very, very quickly.
Pierre into Bowen Tuckett again. Quicker delivery. Push back to the bowler. No run. So 76 for 3. But you're talking about the indiscipline of a lot of players, and you don't like to see it in the youngsters. And I've seen quite a few gesticulate that they're not happy with the umpire's decision. At the end of the day,
then they should go and umpire and play.
Yeah, right. Yeah, as simple as that. Because at the end of the day, he's got the final say. So whether you like it or not, you must walk.
And he raises that index finger. You turn
and go.
And go. Worked away in the onside by Rivaldo Clark. Now, if I was Colin Boyne Tuckett now, it sort of ease the pressure off of Rivaldo Clark. I'll get a single here and get him to just come at the non-strikers end and look at me. You know, just take him out of that fiery line. Over completed. 6 runs out of the over, including a boundary to Colin Boyne Tuckett. The latest score here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground in reply to the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force of 304 all out. The West Indies Academy, they're 78 for 3.
Yeah, good point, Vernon, because Anderson Phillip definitely gave Rivaldo Clark a working over in that last over of his. So they, with Phillip continuing, should be looking for a single, just get himself off strike, take a breather, see it from the other end while the bowling's on top. Phillip into Clark again now. That's pushed out into the cover region, no run.
This time he was, his toe was leading towards the line of the ball and leading with his head on his shoulders, getting out there, getting onto that front foot. Have to get out to that front foot, especially when somebody's looking to swing the ball.
Yeah, and also he didn't go hard, or as hard at it. He was trying to play expansive drives in the last over.
Just needs to pose some more on the shot. Get his head past his left knee. Short ball, stands up straight and punches it down to backward point. The fielder there is Carrie Pear. It's on his strong side, his left-handed side. 2 slips of gully, backward point. Cover, mid-on, mid-off, square leg. The lone fielder down on the fine leg area. Very fine indeed too. More square fine. Joshua Bishop, he's maybe due to come in next.
Nicely in behind that one was Clark.
Rotation of strike is going to be very important. Clark just needs to figure out how he's going to get a single and get off strike. Look at Phillip from the other end. Sometimes that is important. The rotation of strike, you have to find a way. So you're going to get a single. Sweet, but not being able to find the gap. It's looking a lot more positive. Playing with some intent. You just need to find the gap. Give him some confidence if he can get a lovely cover drive. A lovely straight drive.
He's coming out to meet the deliveries a lot better in this over.
And that's simply because of the realignment, adjustment in his guard, and he's now leading
and the
with his
foot
head and his
movement.
shoulder.
Yeah.
Goes from heel to toe every time. Much better. See, when he plays that shot, right, Terry? He's still in a standing up position. He just needs to just lead, just get over it. Lean into it. Get right into it. Right there, see? He's just up, gone back up. Just kiss the ball. You want him, he has to get into that rhythm of kissing the ball. Going in confidence, Rivaldo Clark. Got a 73, so he's got a start for the season already. I think that will be Anderson's spell. Don't know how you feel. Maiden over there.
Yeah, maiden over. That's the completion of his 11th. 2 for 25. He bowled exceptionally well. 78 for 3, the Academy. Valdo Clark is on 9. We need a good partnership. Ideally, they wouldn't want to lose any more tonight. But they've still got some 28 overs or so to negotiate.
Tried goalie is replacing Anderson Phillip, who's maybe just gone off to maybe just change his boots or maybe just change his shirt. Oh, Mohan, Mohan. Mohan looked like he didn't even, like he wasn't interested in the game. Took him a long time to come on.
Might have been busy.
Busy? Needs to pay attention.
I mean, practice.
Oh. If he's busy, then he needs to go home.
Gary Pierre, slip short leg in the Bowen Tuckett, who's on 5, plays that into the offside, and there's no run. Pierre, of course, the leading wicket taker so far in this season's CWI West Indies Championship. And, against the combined campuses and colleges, he took 2 for 50 and 7 for 40 in the second innings. Against the Windward Islands, he took 4 for 17 and 8 for 27 in the second innings. And against the Leeward Islands, he took 5 for 93.
So, Ruston Chase Terriers brought up his 102 off of 111 balls with 11 fours and 3 sixes.
So well done to Ruston Chase. Was that about the 6th century for the 4th round?
Coming fast and furious.
Yeah.
Evelyn, Anderson, Descartes, De Silva, John, and now Chase.
79 for 3 here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. Clark faces Pierre. Pierre right on target. That one was kept a little low. Half a shout, but Clark kept it out to complete the over. Let's see that replay again. Flaying back, it's going down, way down the leg side, so no problem there. 79 for 3 at the end of the over. Valdo Clark is on 9. Carlin and Tuckett is on 6. West Indies Academy trail by 225.
Yes.
Yeah, 79 for 3.
Right hand over.
So it'll be Jaden Seals replacing Anderson Phillip at this, the media centre end. So far today, Seals has bowled 7 overs, no wicket for 19. He's into Bowen Tuckett. 2 slips of gully, full toss, driven straight back. Couldn't catch it on his follow through. 4 runs.
Lovely shot by Colin Bowen Tuckett. Bat face towards the point of the region there, full toss, and didn't try to go across the line, just hit it straight down the ground. Jaden Seals on his follow through, couldn't cut it off. Joy Gooley, who's on the field, he replaces Mohan, so I think he maybe might be the emergency fielder. He's a big guy, Gooley. Imagine Gooley scored 100 in the first game and still can't find himself in the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team. That's how much
there's a couple like
firepower
that.
they have.
Yeah. Big squad. 83 for 3. Bowen Tuckett moves on to 10. 2 slips and a gully weight. Seals into Bowen Tuckett. And that's turned nicely back to square.
I think if they want, they can get 2. They're contented to just settle for 1. I'd like to see some intensity in the running still. I think that drives the momentum of what you're looking for. This partnership is going to be very important. Got the likes of Jordan Johnson to come next. Maybe Seals maybe might be fancying himself to maybe get the ball to the left-handed Johnson before, if he gets a chance today. Academy's 50 came off some 54 balls. Seemed like a long time ago. Runs have been hard to come by, Terry.
Yeah, true. Went through a period after opening stand of 52. They lost 3 for 19. Clark and Bowen Tuckett trying their best to steady the ship. Still trailed by some 220 runs. Seals is just bowling that good probing test length with 2 slips the gully waiting, but Clark certainly got moving after that over of Anderson Phillip that worked him over.
And he's been searching for an Terry. He started at the media center and switched around to the CIU road and he's back now at the media center and he's just searching. He's trying to get his rhythm, trying to find some luck. Nothing in the wicket column yet for him. This is 8 over. And there are days like this.
Yeah, most definitely. And I don't think he took a wicket against the Leewards in his last match, did he? But bowled extremely well. Very economical.
What I liked about Anderson's Phillip spell from this media center end as compared to from the CIU road end is his groupings, where he was the lines that he was bowling, and he kept charging in. He was bowling the ball in a fuller length.
Great. His groupings were excellent. His line and length was spot on, very consistent, asking a lot of questions, troubled all of the batsmen really.
Who he bowled
to, exactly.
Sort of tied up Vivalda Clark for some time.
Seals in again to Clark, and Clark is shoulder and arms, letting that fizz through to De Silva to complete the over. So at the end of the over, West Indies Academy, in reply to Trinidad and Tobago Red Forces 304 at 84 for 3.
25 overs bowled. I think it is also going to be very important. It's going to be important for Callum Bowen Tuckett and Clark to also play with some intent and look to rotate the strike as much as possible.
Yes, most definitely. Vernon, rotate the strike. They're going about it a good way so far, looking to be positive against the both spin and pace that De Silva's operating with at the moment as PA continues from the northern end of the ground. Right, there's positive intent. He's pulled that through mid-wicket, 4 runs. It was short. He was quickly back onto his back foot, Bowen Tuckett. Good-looking shot into the boundary for 4. A nice way for him to start the over. Score goes up to 88 for 3. Bowen Tuckett moves on to 15. He's been the more aggressive of the two between himself and Clark. 15 off 14. Clark's made 9 off 30 as Pierre's into Bowen Tuckett again. Again, he's trying to force that through the offside this time. Can't beat the short extra cover fielder.
Maybe like him to get even closer to that ball playing that shot. Has to be very careful.
Oh, he carry well ball, boy.
Something I've seen lately, Terry, in terms of if you're defending, I don't think you'll be looking to score still. I think if you're defending, you kill the ball right there in front of you.
Well, that's a skill in itself, though, isn't it, Vernon? And you see a lot of them that like that. You know, it still pings off the bat. Very hard to stop it dead.
Yeah, because you have to use your top hand. You just move your bottom hand. You play with your top hand. That had some bounce on it. And Colin Bowen Tuckett was a lot more closer. That's what I want to happen. He's got to get as close as possible to the ball. Not lose his eye alignment away from it.
Catch it.
Mixing up his variation of his deliveries there.
Yeah, comeback while in the over. 5 dot balls after a boundary off the first ball. 88 for 3, West Indies Academy. Bowen Tuckett is on 15. Clark is on 9. That's in reply to Trinidad and Tobago Red Forces 304. And in that 304, Josh De Silva, Trinidad and Tobago captain, brought up his 8th first-class century. Recovered well from 91 for 6 to be bowled out for 304. Jaden Seals will continue from the media centre end.
It looks as if Joshua De Silva has made his mind up that he's going to bowl his seamers from the media centre end and the spinners from the CIU road end.
Bang on target, Seals, but well dug out by Clark. Yes, he must have seen enough by now. Some 26 overs, 20 into the 27th over of the academy innings. So he's picked his ends of where he wants his bowlers bowling from. Got quite a few options at his disposal in this Red Force team. 2 slips a gully, wait for Seals. He's into Clark. Peels off the outside edge, but down into the ground, well fielded in the gully, no run.
Clean him up.
He bowled him. Beautiful delivery. And he gives him a warm send-off too. Does Jaden Seals. End of Rivaldo Clark. Well, he may have survived that over from Anderson Phillip, but he did not survive that. That was a good delivery there by Seals. It comes straight back between bat and pad.
See where the left foot is.
Anywhere.
The left foot has to come out to the pitch of the ball. It's got to come from the heel. From the heel onto your toe. He's looking to push straight down the track. Has to. You got to cover the line of the ball. Looking to play a cover drive, and his left foot is pointing to mid-on.
Yes, well and truly beaten there was Rivaldo Clark, cleaned up by Jaden Seals. He picks up his first wicket. Clark has gone for 9, and West Indies Academy spot a bother now at 88 for 4.
I think the body balance there was just so incorrect. It's not going to be a test now, Terry, because Jordan Johnson comes out and Jaden Seals, you know what's going to be happening. They're going to be coming at him. Young, bright prospect. We haven't seen him for some time. It's good that he's back. A lot of chatter taking place. He's got to be switched on, and switched on very, very, very quickly. Because they're going to try to see if they can intimidate him. They're already starting to intimidate him. He's going to have to ignore the noise right now.
Yes, once again, a lot will depend on himself and Bowen Tuckett.
Don't like his body language. He just, I know he goes about his own business, but you want to see him come up with some intensity. Still got a lot of time in this game before the day's play is completed. If he looks up on the scoreboard, you see some 23 overs to go. Meantime, the Leeward Islands fighting back against the Windward Island Volcanoes, 127 for 5. Michael Louis is on 62 not out, and Jamal Hamilton is on 26. So they certainly need that revival.
Definitely. Seals into Jordan Johnson around the wicket to the left-hander. Once defended out to the onside. No run.
That little boy need real help, boy.
Just hope that Colin Boyne Tuckett will say to him, come on, get switched on. Take your time, have a look, see what's going on.
Seals into Johnson again.
Playing that ball late. Be advised to get that bat in front of his pad. Because you could see Seals with his experience, test experience, honing for those pads.
He's bowling to two slips a gully. Backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on. Forward square leg and fine leg. 1 for 24 Seals, coming to the end of his 9th over. De Silva just dropping the square leg back to a deep.
You know for sure that he's going to get a short ball.
Seals looking to set Johnson up, but he cut back in. Good over there by Jaden Seals. Successful over. He picked up the wicket of Rivaldo Clark. That one just got Johnson on the back thigh. So he remains on 0. Colin Bowen Tuckett is on 15. And in reply to Trinidad and Tobago Red Forces 304. West Indies Academy 88 for 4. So far they've lost captain Akimo Ghost for 49. Justin Jagasaw for 7, Biggie Joseph for 3, and Rivaldo Clark was the last one to go. Clean bowl by Jaden Seals for 9. Kerry Pierre will continue. Ball into Bowen Tuckett.
Ball capper.
Maybe it might be time for Karaya to come and roll his hand over. The left arm spinners in this game have really not looked effective at all.
No, not so far. It's the leg spin of Karaya, completely different story. He's got a few options though up his sleeve as De Silva.
He's still got Tian Webster.
Mm-hmm. Jason Mohammed can bowl a bit too.
Don't think he'll be bowling in this contest.
Get it, Jason.
That's pulled over mid-wicket again by Bowen Tuckett. He didn't quite get it out of the middle of the bats. He'll pick up another 2.
Sort of short on jab there. Just made enough connection to get it over Jason Mohammed at short mid-wicket. and out of harm's way.
Yeah,
danger.
Definitely. I think it just come on to him a bit quicker than he expected. Moves on to 17, 90 for 4.
See, even when he plays that ball, Terry, you know, he just needs to just come and just stay right there, right in front of you.
Kill it dead.
Catch it.
Very expansive drive. Can't beat the short extra cover. End of Pierre's 5th over. There's figures of none for 14. West Indies Academy 90 for 4. Colombo and Tuckett going nicely on 17. Jordan Johnson's just come in, faced the 3 deliveries. He hasn't scored, so 90 for 4 in reply to Trinidad and Tobago's 304 all out. It's a water break here at Coolidge Cricket Ground. Take a break on Cricket 360 and return with ball by ball live coverage in around 5 minutes.
So we back with the action. Final hour to go, 23 overs in the day's play. Here is Jordan Johnson getting a big stride out to Jaden Seals, who is coming round the wicket by Nigel Duguid. Just learned from our producer that Guyana is batting again. Couldn't understand that, but we'll find out. Leeward Islands in the meantime, they're 128 for 5. Michael Louis on 64. Hamilton is on 25. But here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, West Indies Academy 90 for 4. Johnson on naught. Here is an expansive cover drive for 4. Square the wicket. That's a lovely shot by the left-hander. That was sweetly timed. And Mally Richards was just stepped through the door. He would certainly enjoy that. Sweet. Oh, that is class by Jordan Johnson. And Jaden Seals is upset with himself. It was a half volley. And he leaned into it and hit it past backward point. And down to the boundary for 4. He's off the mark with a boundary. Show Mally that shot again. He deserves to see that. Look at this, Mally. Poise, composure, balance. Found the gap. I hope you're not. Who are back in today? Who's playing today? You got football today?
Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, there's a bit of Europa League action going on.
Yeah, that's Manchester United, right?
Yeah.
Oh, gosh.
The less we talk about that, the better.
Yeah. Because when Liverpool were down, you never shut up. Now that they're gonna win, you know
I'm not a Liverpool man. I'm a Man U man.
No joke, but I never say about
94 for 4.
Jordan Johnson playing his first game of the season.
Yeah. On drive up to Karaya. It was pretty close there at mid-on. You don't know if you've been following Mali, but there's been a lot of action taking place at Sabina Park in Jamaica. Seals moving away to bowl to Jordan Johnson. Johnson's driving in the air. We'll get a couple of runs quite easily. Jamaica dismissed Mali for 44 in 25.5 overs.
Wow.
And Ghana Happy Eagles, guess what, Mali? They're batting again, 13 without loss. They lead by 308 runs.
I think they really want to kill the spirit of that Jamaica Scorpions team, leave them with no sting at the end of this round of matches.
Yeah, but you can't.
So far ahead.
You can't bowl a team out for 44 and go and bat again.
Well, I mean,
that's what they're doing.
Well,
But,
yeah.
hey.
It's clear that you can. We saw something maybe a little similar from the Leewards in that first round match versus the West Indies Academy. Big lead, chose to go back in and bat once again. So it seems to be the trend. End of that. Seals over. 1 for 30 from his 10. And I was just going to say before that, Jordan Johnson, yes, he's played a good, nice looking drive outside the off stump. But for me, just looking to play a few too many shots here early in his innings. 6 off 9. It's one thing to be positive. We appreciate that, but he's got to find a balance.
I'm going to tell you something and you're going to smile.
Mm.
Your favorite cricketer, Ronaldo Ali Mohammed, 11.5 overs, 6 maidens, 17 runs, 6 wickets.
Ali Mohammed has been having a good season, man.
Very quiet, good
Quietly,
season.
He's already gotten some runs as well.
Yeah.
He's hit the most sixes in this championship so far.
He's a very. It's not a cricketer that you will stand out in front of you and say, yes, you know, you're gonna pay attention to him. But when he gets his opportunity, he makes it count.
Well, to be honest, when he first came on the scene, you know.
When I think I first saw him, Mali, was against the Leeward Islands.
Yeah.
When he got a fifer, and
Yeah.
then we saw him here after.
And you could characterize him as they'd say, a term you'd hear in the 90s, a bit of a bits and pieces cricketer.
Yeah.
No, you weren't quite sure whether he was a batter, whether he was a bowler.
Yeah.
Wouldn't really command a position in the team doing
Either, yeah.
But he seems to have really improved. He bowls very well with that new ball.
Yeah, and he's cemented his spot
definitely
in the Guyana Happy Eagles
Definitely.
team. Nobody has been able to touch him.
Definitely.
Since he's got selected, he's never been on the bench.
Yeah, that seam bowling all around the position.
He secured that for
Seems to
sure.
lock that up. He's got 2 half centuries already this season.
It's gone all the way, Marley.
Yeah, Jordan Johnson. That's what you're going to get from this young player. Still only 19 years old. One hand coming off the bat. Maybe just slightly deceived in length, but didn't panic. Just went through with the stroke.
Top hand in control there.
Yes. Flew some 10 rows back, if you'd say that. 10 meters or so back over the boundary.
And they're still looking for the ball.
They are. It wasn't quite there, was it?
Yeah, but he had something on it.
He did. He
made
just
proper contact.
He used the extension of his arms. Well, the arm there, really, with
Plus
the bottom hand coming off.
The bat face was going right through with the shot as important as possible, which was looking to hit straight. Got the elevation. It's going to be a good contest. Think Pierre is going to test him. We'll flight another one again, Mali. We'll flight another one again. Here he goes. He's all caught behind.
Yep. Left-hander. Jordan Johnson. We're just saying, yes, he's got a lot of talent, but definitely have to tighten up that game as he progresses in his career. Maybe just defending a bit wide here was Johnson. And it's something to take note of, especially with left-arm orthodox spinners to the left-handed batters. We seem, or West Indian batters don't seem to really have a plan in which to tackle left-arm orthodox. You think of Alec Athenes as well, getting out in strange ways to the left-arm orthodox spinner from over the wicket.
And I think his body balance there, he just overbalanced there, Mali.
Yeah, once again.
Yeah, the stride, the stride was so big that he fell over.
That's it right there. That's the point you hit on. So big. That's why when we talk about stride so often, it's all about having that comfortable stride. Sometimes there is a thing as having too big of a stride.
And you have to be balanced. With
Definitely. It's all about balance and that head position.
He's a short player as well. So it's not like he's a Michael Louis.
Just defending a bit wide of that off stump. I think left-handers, especially to the left-arm orthodox spinner from over the wicket, you're best served getting on that off stump and looking to go with the turn. So more often than not, and then, you know, these young players, they employ the sweep as well very well. So with that, you're taking the LBW dismissal out of play. And also you're very aware of where that off stump is. So you know what to leave, what to play. Just there, just a bit, just lowered into playing at something you didn't really have to.
He's back in the hut now. Austin Chase Mali got 100 today, 122. 123 balls, 14 fours and 4 sixes.
Well, if you think about it, he's another batter who's now scored back-to-back hundreds in this 2020. Well, not in 2025, but the last game he would have played last season.
He scored 100.
Scored 100 and I think picked up 14 or 15 wickets in the match.
Right.
So back-to-back hundreds, maybe a year apart. Or quite a few months apart, but Rustin Chase, that's something he always does, is whenever he manages to turn out for Barbados,
he's going to score.
Yeah, and he really stamps his authority and shows his quality.
beat Super 50 or, Liste or for the competition, as you said.
Cricketer.
Yeah.
Another cricketer, Austin Chase. And 30 overs now. 21 overs remaining in the day. As you know, we'll go as close to 6 o'clock as possible. Extended session here in session 3. Trying to make up time, especially with day 1 being shortened by rain and bad light as well towards the back end. So just trying to make up for lost overs.
It's been a lovely day here so far.
It has been. No interruptions.
None at all.
It's actually turned into quite a beautiful afternoon now. The sun's come out.
And it's now 4:55 here in Antigua and Barbuda. And as you rightly said, we still maybe have another 21 overs to go. But the Trinidad and Tobago skipper has demonstrated that he's going to have spin from the CIA road end, and he's going to use his seamers from the major center end. Anderson Phillip was impressive, Mali.
Yeah, he was, especially in that second spell.
Second spell from the major center end. Squeezed away from Joshua Bishop. Squared him up, but played with soft hands, and that raced away down to the vacant third man boundary for 4.
Yeah, he's away, Josh Bishop, the second highest run scorer for this West Indies Academy team, coming in at number 7.
Because Rivaldo Clark was 179. Joshua Bishop was 166. Carlin Boyne took it to 157.
Coming into this match. So he's got that first class 100 as well.
Oh, well, we saw that live and in living color right here. At the Coolidge Cricket Ground.
I think he can get even better all around. He can really develop into a genuine all-rounder. He's a genuine all-rounder for this West Indies Academy team, but I mean a genuine all-rounder of international class.
Well, I'm a little worried, Mali, because if he goes back to a Barbados team, with a power pack Barbados team with a Warrican and company there, then he might maybe not find himself in the conversation, just like how we don't even know what's happening with Ashmin Ned now. Whether he's injured. Last time I spoke to Sean Devers, he told me that, he just didn't make the team. I was like, wow.
I did see his name the other day, Ashmead Ned. He was one of the 7 retained players for the upcoming breakout T20 emerging tournament here in the West Indies.
He's going to be in Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah, he was one of the retained players for the Guyana team. It's good to see young Micah McKenzie, the young leg spinner, Leeward Islands under 19. Empire Cricket Club here locally, Antigua national team leg spinner as well. Micah McKenzie, good to see him in the setup as well for the Leewards team in that breakout tournament. Quite an interesting concept. Nicked off, but just past that fielder at second slip. Flew away to his right, went quite quickly as well. Jaden Seals once again asking the right questions. Josh Bishop deep in the crease, caught on the crease. Flew quite quickly. But as we said, it looked like, who is that there at second slip?
I wonder if it was Webster.
Looks Webster or Cooper, possibly.
Possibly, maybe might be Cooper. They've had to come up with a spectacular catch. You needed a Glenn Phillips in that position.
Or Hayden Walsh. To be honest, we saw that catch so far. Still one of the best catches we've seen this season.
Yeah.
Just a thick, healthy edge. Outside edge.
Going.
It's close, but not quite to hand. Chance goes.
And when the horse,
they plug the gap.
When
it comes in.
When the horse is bolted already. When the horse is bolted already. Gotta feel like you're on top. 112 for 5.
Especially with your international bowler.
Yeah, you have to give him all that encouragement.
Just there again. Touchdown on a good length, good carry, pace. Seals can't believe how that's missed the outside edge.
Maybe
It's his 11th over now, showing good fitness here.
Certainly has. Playing some mind games with Joshua Bishop as well too. Trying to get into his head. Make him lose his focus. But one thing for sure you know, Joshua Bishop is going to play his style. So you don't have to worry about anything.
Director of cricket there, Miles Bascom, just taking in a bit of the action from his vantage point there at the CWI offices, headquarters. That's just going down. You can see what Seals is trying there. He's set him up, trying to draw him across his stumps. Then goes for the in-swing. I just started it a bit too straight, going down the leg side. 112 for 5 now the score. The West Indies Academy really struggling to stay in this game, just losing wickets at regular intervals.
And you know, it's something that we talked about even prior to the West Indies Academy batting here. Their batting form in this championship so far, outside of Callum Boyne Tuckett getting his maiden first class 100. The top order has really not clicked yet, not really turned on. No Teddy Bishop in this game.
Oh, well, ball carry. That's you. That's you, carry. That's you.
Definitely made some changes in that batting lineup, and Becky Joseph as well coming back in.
But the shot he played. This is 4-day cricket, you know what I mean? Plus that was just the first over that he was facing from Carrie Pear. And he really was not in the position to look to play that ball. It was a ball that was pitched between wicket and wicket.
I think it was Brian Charles, no?
Yeah. Yeah, off of Charles.
Yeah, it was Charles. Looking to play that slug sweep.
Yeah, no need for that.
And we did see a bit of that last year as well from him in terms of that shot selection.
Well, by nature, he's an attacking player. You could see that from when we first saw him at the under-19 level. He's somebody that pounces on the ball very quickly. He's got a power pack player, but you have to adjust sometimes based on the game situation. Trinidad kept you out there in the field for a very long time, didn't give their hit away. And so you can't just come and just give your hit away. You got to make them work for your wicket.
Oh, it's one.
Especially on a pitch that wasn't necessarily offering too much assistance to the spinners at the time. Bars still relatively hard.
Well, if we look at the batsmen who've got out to the spinners, Mali, so far in the West Indies Academy innings, they've all gifted their wicket. In fairness. Clipped away nicely by Callum Boyne Tuckett. Mohammed is after it. He's not trying to put too much pressure on himself. He's become like a father mentor in this Trinidad and Tobago team here.
I read somewhere, I think it was before this season, I'm not sure who would have said it, but I read an article coming out of Trinidad saying that Jason Mohammed would have earned the right to call time on his own career in terms of his contribution to Trinidad cricket. He would have earned the right to make that decision himself. But so far, with the way he's scoring, it's been an absolute run machine this season. Looking to break records, possibly. That's the way he's got to be thinking. He got to always be looking to put pressure on these selectors. Score 4, 5, maybe even 600s, and see, and at least just put the ball in the selectors' court. Still got to have some intention of representation, no matter how. Oh, that's beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Maybe the shot of the day from the West Indies Academy. Stood tall. Josh Bishop played through the line. Maybe now just starting to illustrate this pitch. Quite good for batting. Have a look at that. What do you make of that, Vern?
His body balance was correct. And he was kept his eyes on the ball and he was leading with his head on his shoulders. And the point of contact was a lovely off drive. The bat came through. Lovely, textbook style.
And the shots like that suggest that Joshua Bishop really has genuine all-round ability. You know, we've always spoken at length about his exploits with the ball, especially in the last 2 seasons or so. Just there again, getting across his stump, whipped away quite stylishly.
And sometimes when you look at the composition of the West Indies team, Mali, and who he would have to out-bowl to get into the test team, is something that I'm not saying is beyond him, but you know you have to out-bowl a Moti, you have to out-bowl a Warrican. Warrican has put his hand up in Pakistan now and say, hey, I want to be a regular in this team. Then before that, remember you had Sinclair. Sinclair maybe might not be in the conversation maybe going forward, but Warrican and Moti are saying, hey, we got to be in that test team against Australia. And so what you're saying is complementing that. He has to now go and knuckle down now and get himself another 100 and another 70 yard, another 80 yard, maybe not out.
I think you mentioned Kevin Sinclair. Where's Kevin Sinclair improved the most is with a bat. Yeah. You know, he really improved his batting, turned himself into a batsman almost who bowls off spin. He's a player who works quite hard on his game. He's one you can see he's really trying to spin the ball, and in fact, in Pakistan, played quite a crucial role as well. Picked up big wickets, crucial wickets at crucial times. Yes, the wickets were quite helpful for him. The pitches there in Pakistan, but at the same time, I think going forward, Kevin Sinclair will be there and thereabouts, considering his all-round ability.
So you think they might play three spinners?
Not necessarily 3 spinners, but he'll be there or thereabouts in the setup. You know, he'll be around. They'll have decisions to make depending on conditions, depending on opposition.
Weston Chase is also reminding them that he's in the conversation as well.
He did that as well last season. And
yeah.
Still went yet another year without playing any more Test cricket. From what I gather, he wasn't so much the rust and wasn't available. He just wasn't in the plans.
Just wasn't in the plan. And that's why it's going to be interesting to see what the stature, what is going to be the plan going forward under Darren Sammy, especially with Australia coming here. I'm very much concerned, Mali, in terms of what we've seen in terms of pitches and how we're going to win a test match, because you're at home now and you're expected to, at some point in time, have some assistance as the home team. Whether we like it or not, we can say all we want about Pakistan. Pakistan decided that, hey, listen, these are the pitches that we're going to prepare. I want to see that same sort of approach in the Caribbean. What are we going to prepare in the Caribbean?
It's $1 million question, that.
Yeah. The test match is away.
Yeah, it's hard to find uniformity.
Yeah. Jamaica, where we have? Jamaica.
Grenada. And Barbados.
Barbados?
Yeah. It's hard to find uniformity.
It is.
In the same way that you would, Pakistan could playing at the same venue. And the like.
Because even that same conversation that was conducted with the West Indies seam attack, which was Seals, Roach, and Joseph, the big cry that you were hearing out from Kemar Roach as the senior bowler was the pitches. He's saying, come on, I mean, we cannot continue this way. It's making it harder for them all the time, that they have to go and work 10 times harder at home.
I think we have the blueprint of the pitch in which we'd like to see pretty much throughout the Caribbean, and for me that's at the Booster Joe Darren Sammy's Cricket Stadium. For me that's the best cricketing pitch in the Caribbean. It offers something for the bowlers, bit of pace, bit of bounce. Obviously They're batters that like pace and bounce as well.
Of course.
And it offers a bit for the spinners, bit of turn. They can look to exploit the bounce as well in that pitch. So for me, that's the map in which we should be following. That's the blueprint. Sorry, we should be following there from the Darren Sammy Stadium. Hopefully, try and take that around the Caribbean. We've seen the efforts being made because the head groundsman, Mr. Crafton, he's actually the head groundsman at the Darren Sammy Stadium, and he's the head of pitches for Cricket West Indies as well. We've seen him around the territory. He's trying to lend his experience, bring his knowledge of soils and grasses and the like, and we've seen it here in particular at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, especially in the last year or so. They're really getting the pitch closer and closer to what they'd want it to be. They still got a fair way to go. They just want to get a bit more pace and bounce in it. They were hoping that this would have been the game in which they would have seen that, but with all the rain leading up into that, we're probably not going to see it there. But I think they're on the right track, and I think Darren Sammy Stadium, that's the blueprint really of the pitches we'd want in the Caribbean right now with what we have at our disposal.
Correa comes into the attack. First delivery has just been stroked down the outside for a single. And Tuckett also rotates to strike. And he too gets a single. It's an important point that you made, Mali, but one of the things which struck me, even here at this evaporated stadium, you go and you see the grass on the wicket, and you go back a couple of days after, and you're looking for the grass, and the grass is looking for you. You're wondering what's happening.
And that's why I say they're getting it closer and closer here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, though, because as you can see, there's a tinge of live grass
on
day one. They thought that maybe in the previous round here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, they maybe just a bit too much of grass on it, so it created almost like a cushion at the top. They shaved it quite a bit down. They think they've got the right length of grass. As you can see, there's still a tinge here on day two. We'd love to have seen this pitch without the amount of rain we had prior, but who knows? It's getting a bit quicker, a bit more pace and bounce. Still day 3 and day 4 is probably not going to break up as much because of the amount of rain that we've had.
And maybe it would be nice if they maybe
and
use
that
it in the
grass
next
as
game.
well.
Yes. Just to maybe try it out and see what happens, providing they don't get any more rain.
Right.
But it's certainly been a good cricket wicket.
Catch it all.
Sweetly timed again. Correa flighting these deliveries here. Both batsmen in Tuckett and Bishop have played him very well.
Yeah, I think pace is always key for Yannick Correa. Especially early in his spell, he's got to find the right pace. At times, it can just be a bit slow. Does get a bit of turn, but with the slow nature, he does allow batters to adjust. You get deep in your crease. As you see Bowen Tuckett there. Just getting onto the back foot.
This partnership has yielded 25 of 26 balls, almost a run a ball. And that's what somebody like a Joshua Bishop will bring to a partnership. He's not afraid to put away the bad balls.
Yeah, he's 19 of 15. And you're right, that's the way he does play. He looks to put bat on ball. At times does get a little carried away, but you do expect that, you know, the exuberance of youth. Can't stress that point enough. The West Indies Academy, we are going to see them make mistakes here in real time. They're young, they're inexperienced. That's why they're at the West Indies Academy. A lot of these guys are not even 20 years old yet. Jordan Johnson, 19. Jagasaw, just 20.
Callum Bowen Tuckett just turned 21.
Just turned 21. Change of bowling, though, from this, the pavilion end, media center end, as you'd say.
Is this Tian Webster?
Yes.
A little bit strange that Joshua De Silva didn't give James one more. James only bowled a lone over for 17 and never came back. You're talking about encouragement sometimes. Yeah, he's gone now for Webster. Maybe hasn't even given Joshua James another run. Still 2 slips. Tian Webster starts from the media center, and as they would say, Mali, military medium.
Military medium, but can be quite skiddy. Definitely not one to be underestimated. Tiana Webster. I've got 21 wickets at the first class level, a best of 5 for 36, Vern.
I first heard about him before I saw him. It was from DJ Bravo. He says, Lookout Springs have got this guy, Tiana Webster. He's raw. He's got some good skills, hits the ball nicely.
Gotta be careful when speaking to DJ Bravo, you know.
Why?
You just have to. Just gotta be careful.
He's a diplomat.
It's a good salesman. Let's say that.
Yeah, that's what I say. He's a diplomat. And when you got an eye for talent, Mali, like you, that's what happens. You know, you'll be able
he's
to.
a friend of mine, but
yeah, you'll be able to see
he's
things
a good
that other people would
salesman.
not
He'll
see.
sell you.
You sell you
He'll
some ice.
Ice to an Eskimo, as they'll say. Water to a well.
128 for 5.
Still very military so far, as you say, for Webster. Just waiting to see that delivery way. Just a little bit more intensity at the crease.
Doesn't look like
it looks like he's
looking
looking
not comfortable from this.
Yeah,
end.
but it looks like he's looking to lull Joshua Bishop into something here.
Okay, let's see
have
what
a look and
happens.
see.
You're seeing some white ball skills being demonstrated.
Let's see what he produces. Just there.
Beautiful
Long
on
half
drive.
volley.
Half volley's got to be put away.
Balance once again from Joshua Bishop. Good head position. Continues to grow as a batter. Joshua Bishop was a bit off color with the ball, it must be said. But with bat in hand, especially in this innings, 23 of 19 now. Very, very dangerous.
Lee was in trouble, Mali. 159 for 6. Hamilton just got over 40. And Mikhail Louis is on 78 not out.
He's looking to go back to back as well.
Things are warming up at the Darwin Sammy Stadium in St. Lucia. It's warming up here as well too. The Coolidge Cricket Ground. Oh, he went hard at that, Mali. It was wide and he threw his bat. Old-fashioned way. Slashed hard.
Yeah, another bit of a nothing delivery that from Tian Webster. Short, wide outside that off stump. Maybe looking to hit that a bit too hard. Josh, he wanted to leather that one, did Josh Bishop. Thick outside edge over the top. 4 more added to the score though. So 8 runs here conceded off his first over, 1 delivery remaining.
At the end of this, Mali will take a walk around and give Terry what is he drinking? Some powders of water? Okay.
6 through the hands.
Did he drop it?
He did. He went through the hands there at fine leg.
Wow.
It was a chance. Not the best delivery.
Is that Jason Mohammed?
It is Jason Mohammed down there at fine leg. Opportunity goes a begging. Short delivery down the leg side. Poorly lined. It was hit quite well, but it went at a catchable height for Jason Mohammed. Almost looked like he mistimed his jump there in the end. Went through the hands, went for 6. Webster concedes 14 off his first. I'm not sure if he's going to get a second. I'm not sure he's going to get a second here. With the multitude of bowling options available to this Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team. Have a look at this again as I'm joined now by Terry Laraji. He's got good eyes on it here. He's setting himself. jumps. It's through his hands. It's almost.
You almost misjudged it, you know? Yeah, he ran in a bit too far.
It's probably into the sun slightly, but he is
But he's
wearing
got the
his
shades,
sunglasses
yeah.
on. Yeah. Karaya again from CIU Road. Trying to find some fizz, trying to find some buzz on these deliveries. Worked away nicely by Bowen Tuckett, and that's something he's going to do quite well, getting deep in that crease. He's quite low when playing the spinners, isn't he?
He is, and he's batting well again today, which is good to see. They just need one decent partnership. Pereira again. Punched off the back foot by Joshua Bishop this time. Easy single.
So Aki Mogis looked very good today in that innings, didn't he? Just lost concentration at the wrong time. He's playing quite straight.
Yeah.
Showed a good technique. At high elbow was on show, especially the back foot punches, cuts, couple drives as well. But once again, just falling at the wrong time in the 40s. His third 40 of the season.
Again, he likes that shot as Bowen Tuckett rocks onto the back foot, pulls it high and wide through mid-wicket, 4 runs. All played.
It's that lack of pace on these deliveries from Karai. It allows Colin Bucket, Bowen Tuckett the time. Colin Bowen Tuckett the time in which to go back and hammer that. Not the shortest deliveries, but because he's not the quickest of leg spinners, it gives Bowen Tuckett the time to get back. These double barrel names, you know.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Difficult.
Might as well just put it together. Bowen Tuckett, Bucket. Colin Bucket.
But even though the pitch is starting to play a bit quicker, we expect it to get quicker tomorrow, providing we don't have any overnight rain. It's still just standing up a bit and giving the batsman time to get onto that back foot. Well swept this time by Bowen Tuckett, though. 4 more.
And that's where players have to recognize the conditions. You got to impart more pace on the ball. Just there, poorly lined, but gets inside the line, does Bowen Tuckett. And he's just come to life here, especially since Bishop has come to the crease. He's just upped his rate as well. Slightly.
Catch it.
And that one's past the diving backward point into the boundary. Another boundary. That's 3 boundaries in that over of Yannick Correa. Partnership is reached 53.
Good time as well, quick time. That one, I'm not sure he was looking to hit it that square, that far behind Bowen Tuckett, but in the end, 4 runs, and nonetheless, they trail by 148 runs now to the Academy.
Yes, 156 for 5. Ideally, they'd like these two to be there by stumps. Owen Tuckett's moved on to 37. Joshua Bishop is on 34.
Look at that rate. They probably lost 3 wickets too many for their liking, but that rate of 4.33. Putting pressure on this Red Force bowling lineup. 7 bowlers already used.
Yeah, and a couple of those wickets were gifted, weren't they? Anyway, Tion Webster is going to get a
He
second
gets a
over.
second, hey. Good thing I didn't bet Vernon. A little upright in that drive there from Josh Bishop. Webster's under pressure here, I think. If he misses his length, Bishop is going to go hard. And I don't think he has the pace necessarily to trouble him with the short one.
No. He
Just
tries
like
the
that.
short one and it's whipped straight over square leg for yet another boundary. Scoreboard ticking along nicely. 160 for 5 now.
Yeah, another nothing delivery that from Tian Webster. Especially in these conditions, as you were saying, at times that ball just stopping or just standing up, making it easy for Josh Bishop on that occasion. Just got about, what, hip height? It's a shot he plays well. Does play a nice swivel pull as well, a la Garden Greenwich.
Yeah, he always looks in complete control, doesn't he, when he plays that shot. Slip comes out, so we've got only one slip in a gully now, and the slip is basically a second slip almost. Turns that one nicely just behind square for an easy single.
Yeah, Josh James conceded 17 runs off that over, but I don't think it was particularly bad bowling per se. I thought it was very good batting from Maki Mogis.
Yeah, his timing, his placement,
exactly.
yeah, was spot on. And I just think that wicket of Jagasar just threw him a little, unfortunately, because it was a good positive start.
Yeah, good partnership.
Yeah.
Something the academy would have needed, but it just needed that pair to go on for a bit more. Just there again, outside the off stump. Hint of movement away. Look at that intense concentration there from Bowen Tuckett.
He's growing now. He's developing as a cricketer.
Definitely. Definitely. That 100 against Barbados would really do his confidence the world of good.
Definitely, yeah.
Good attack.
Yeah.
Day-night, pink ball
Kensington
conditions,
Oval.
Kensington
Yeah.
Oval. Good crowd. He came to that test quite well. Rivaldo Clark as well announcing himself at the first class level with that 78. Wasn't just a 78, it's the manner in which he would have played.
True. Yep.
Slightly aerial this time from Bowen Tuckett, but safely through for another single. So 6 conceded this time from Tian Webster, West Indies Academy. 162 for 5. Josh Bishop 39 of just 25 deliveries, and Bowen Tuckett 38.
Yeah, Bishop has certainly put some impetus into this West Indies Academy first innings. But I think Webster learnt from that last short ball that just sat up and was spanked to the backward square boundary by Bishop, that pitching it up on this pitch is the way to go.
It's going to be Pierre, though, brought back into the attack to replace Correa. Maybe just a bit too slow from Correa in that short spell. Bowen Tuckett in particular using the depth of the crease to pull balls that weren't necessarily that short, but because there's no real pace on those deliveries, allowing him the time to get back and pull.
Dubs, last one. Yeah.
It's going to be Pierre left arm around the wicket to the right-handed Bowen Tuckett. It's going to be a leg slip coming in. No, it's going to be a short leg.
Oh, cap boy, well ball.
I think as he progresses in his career as well, what can also be a strength can prove to be your downfall in terms of just how low he gets. got to be careful, especially to spinners that can extract a bit of bounce. I think that's something young Joel Andrew as well will have to address as he goes on in his career. Just tends to get the hands a bit low when defending. Yeah. You think of a Nathan Lyon, you always think of at the very highest level. Will his technique stand up to at the very highest level?
True, yeah.
You think of a Nathan Lyon and the like. Players that put a lot of revs on the ball, get that ball to bounce, even in the not the most friendly spinning conditions as well. Changes of pace.
Yeah, the change of pace and the extra bounce does it for him, doesn't it?
And I think what's different for spinners around the world, actually, the change of pace for a West Indian spinner tends to be a quicker delivery, whereas for the spinners around the world, the change of pace is actually slower.
Slower, right. Change of field.
Leg slip comes in.
Slip now, yeah. Maiden over there by Kerry Pierce. The score stays on 162 for 5.
Stumps.
And that's it for the day.
I thought we'd go as near to 6 as we possibly could. The light's pretty good still. 12 overs remaining in the day.
But that's done.
It is done. And these are some of the things that I find quite baffling. Especially yesterday going off a bad light at the time that we did. The light's still relatively good. Still pretty good to at least getting a few more overs.
Well, Mali, I thought the light when they took it yesterday was just about the best that it had been for the entire day. Definitely not that they could have stopped.
Stopped, right.
Or should have stopped.
Could have bowled spinners, could have, yeah.
You know what I mean? But you do see some funny choices. Now, we started early this morning. Maybe they feel they've picked up enough time. So 5:30 is normally the latest cutoff. So because they made up the half hour at the beginning of the day.
2.5 hour session.
Right. 3 hours is pushing it.
Is pushing it for real.
So maybe we'll be back at 9:30 again in the morning. But just to give you a wrap up, Trinidad and Tobago were bowled out earlier today in their first innings after resuming on 129 for 6. They were bowled out eventually for 304. A very good fight back from them after being 91 for 6. And that was thanks mainly to a 8th first-class century from Captain Joshua Da Silva. He made 120. Good partnership with Kerry Pierre, who made 42. So all out for 304. And pick of the bowlers was Johan Lane, picking up his third first-class 5-wicket haul. 25 overs, 8 maidens, 5 for 56. So in reply to Trinidad and Tobago Red Forces 304, West Indies Academy stumps day 2 are 162 for 5, with Joshua Bishop unbeaten on 39 and Carlin Bowen Tuckett on 38. Kevon Gus, the captain at the top of the order, made 49. Justin Jagassar 7, and Becky Joseph 3. Rivaldo Clark 9, and Jordan Johnson, his first game for the season, 12. And pick of the bowlers is Anderson Phillip. I thought he bowled an exceptional spell. 11 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 25. And there's been a wicket each to Jaden Seals, Brian Charles, and Kerry Pierre. So 162 for 5 in reply to Trinidad and Tobago's 304. Means the West Indies Academy trail by 142 runs, still with 5 wickets remaining. Stumps day 2. I'd like to thank you all for joining us today for live ball-by-ball action on 360. On behalf of myself, Terry Laraji, Marley Richards, and Vernon Springer, we'll be back 9:30, boss, we think. All right. So about 9:25 in the morning with live ball-by-ball action on day 3 here from Coolidge in the West Indies 4-day first-class championship match. Until then, have a good evening. Good night.